Chapter 85. Flirting is a skilled task. 4. Sky Dew, also known as the essence of the world, was one of the rarest resources known to mankind. Yi Qingtang's purpose for joining Xian Ling's clan was to obtain it as well. Cultivators regarded it as a priceless treasure, as it was known to enhance a person's innate prowess upon consumption, even if said person only possessed a common spirit root. Yi Qingtang was quite gifted, but her innate prowess was greatly impaired when she lost her original spirit root. Thus, she was desperate to join Xian Ling's clan and get her hands on this treasure to heal this impairment. She would never have expected this treasure would improve the quality of her new spirit root as well. With this bonus, Yi Qingtang was ever more determined to join Xian Ling's clan. According to her past memories, Yi Yu's prowess grew by leaps and bounds within a few years after joining the Cloudbreakers. To get her revenge, Yi Qingtang would need to cultivate her prowess without being impeded by any impairment. Only then could she level the playing field with Yi Yu. Your Highness, without those augments you've mentioned. Mu Su could not help but to prompt for an elaboration. The enhancement will be barely adequate. Han Sungming added stoically. Mu Su was on the verge of tears by now. On the other hand, Yi Qingtang was feeling uplifted after being assured she was headed in the right direction. Thank you, Your Highness, for everything today. Yi Qingtang gave her heartfelt thanks. While Han Sungming gazed at the girl's rosy cheeks and elated demeanor, his lucid eyes flashed with an inkling of fascination. No worries. No worries. Yi Qingtang smiled radiantly as she curtsied. Having relaxed a little, since her secret was not found out, and getting enlightened over the matter of her new spirit root, she felt that this trip was fruitful. However, she did not forget to remind herself to never get involved with the temple again, else she would risk letting the cat out of the bag. I shall take my leave then. Farewell, Your Highness. Yi Qingtang was wary of the Imperator's prowess and dared not stay for too long. If her secret was ever found out, she could never hope of getting back home in one piece. Mu Su was prepared to give them a little more time to get along and did not expect Yi Qingtang to bid her valediction so quickly. He turned his attention to the inner chambers in a hurry, but to his dismay, Han Sungming did not express any intention at keeping her at all. Miss Yi, I'll see you out. Mu Su was at his wit's end and could only choke back his frustration, feigning his composure. Thank you, Mu Su escorted her out of the chamber, and it was not till they left the building entirely did Han Sungming finally came out of the inner chambers. Mu Su could only feel resignation and bafflement by the time he escorted Yi Qingtang to the foyer. Miss Yi, in regards to the referral to Xian Ling's clan, I'll get that settled as soon as possible. They'll have their entry assessment in a month's time. You just need to attend it. Mu Su spoke absent-mindedly. Thank you, Your Lordship, for everything. With Mu Su's assurance, Yi Qingtang was confident all her plans would proceed smoothly. Nice meeting you and farewell, Miss Yi. Yi Qingtang did not dwell on their first encounter and left promptly after bidding her valediction. After she was completely out of sight, Mu Su dashed back to the chamber. Yi Qingtang did not dwell on their first encounter and left promptly after bidding her valediction. After she was completely out of sight, Mu Su dashed back to the chamber. When he saw Han Sungming standing out in the open, he was on the verge of tears again. Your Highness. So, you've finally decided to show yourself, after all this time. Has she left? Han Sungming asked out of the blue. Mu Su faltered for a moment, and realized he was asking about Yi Qingtang. CHP 85, Flirting is a skilled task. 4. Sky Dew, also known as the essence of the world, was one of the rarest resources known to mankind. Yi Qingtang's purpose for joining Xian Ling's clan was to obtain it as well. Cultivators regarded it as a priceless treasure, as it was known to enhance a person's innate prowess upon consumption, even if said person only possessed a common spirit root. Yi Qingtang was quite gifted, but her innate prowess was greatly impaired when she lost her original spirit root. Thus, she was desperate to join Xian Ling's clan and get her hands on this treasure to heal this impairment. She would never have expected this treasure would improve the quality of her new spirit root as well. With this bonus, Yi Qingtang was ever more determined to join Xian Ling's clan. According to her past memories, Yi Yu's prowess grew by leaps and bounds within a few years after joining the Cloudbreakers. To get her revenge, Yi Qingtang would need to cultivate her prowess without being impeded by any impairment. Only then could she level the playing field with Yi Yu, Your Highness, without those augments you've mentioned. Mu Su could not help but to prompt for an elaboration. The enhancement will be barely adequate. Han Sungming added stoically. Mu Su was on the verge of tears by now. On the other hand, Yi Qingtang was feeling uplifted after being assured she was headed in the right direction. Thank you, Your Highness, for everything today. Yi Qingtang gave her heartfelt thanks while Han Sungming gazed at the girl's rosy cheeks and elated demeanor. His lucid eyes flashed with an inkling of fascination. No worries. Yi Qingtang smiled radiantly as she curtsied. Having relaxed a little, since her secret was not found out, and getting enlightened over the matter of her new spirit root, she felt that this trip was fruitful. However, she did not forget to remind herself to never get involved with the temple again, else she would risk letting the cat out of the bag. I shall take my leave then. Farewell, Your Highness. Yi Qingtang was wary of the Imperator's prowess and dared not stay for too long. If her secret was ever found out, she could never hope of getting back home in one piece. Mu Su was prepared to give them a little more time to get along and did not expect Yi Qingtang to bid her valediction so quickly. He turned his attention to the inner chambers in a hurry, but to his dismay, Han Sungming did not express any intention at keeping her at all. Miss Yi, I'll see you out. Mu Su was at his wit's end and could only choke back his frustration, feigning his composure. Thank you. Mu Su escorted her out of the chamber, and it was not till they left the building entirely did Han Sungming finally came out of the inner chambers. Mu Su could only feel resignation and bafflement by the time he escorted Yi Qingtang to the foyer. Miss Yi, in regards to the referral to Xian Ling's clan, I'll get that settled as soon as possible. They'll have their entry assessment in a month's time. You just need to attend it. Mu Su spoke absent-mindedly. Thank you, Your Lordship, for everything. With Mu Su's assurance, Yi Qingtang was confident all her plans would proceed smoothly. Nice meeting you and farewell, Miss Yi. Yi Qingtang did not dwell on their first encounter and left promptly after bidding her valediction. After she was completely out of sight, Mu Su dashed back to the chamber. When he saw Han Sungming standing out in the open, he was on the verge of tears again. Your Highness. So, you've finally decided to show yourself, after all this time. Has she left? Han Sungming asked out of the blue. Mu Su faltered for a moment, and realized he was asking about Yi Qingtang. Chapter 86, Life Experience. 1. Mu Su faltered for a moment, and realized he was asking about Yi Qingtang. Your Highness, Miss Yi has already gone home. May I ask why did you not converse more with her just now? Mu Su asked calmly, though his mind yelled, do you still want to have a child with her? I already did. Han Sungming replied stoically. Mu Su felt like banging his head against a wall. You considered that enough? Mu Su was on the verge of shedding tears again. Comparing Han Sungming's usual standards, his first conversation with Yi Qingtang was already eventful. If the inquirer was someone else, he never would have answered every query given. To receive words of advice directly from the Imperator in person was considered inconceivable. Getting a single word from him would be impossible, much less a sentence. Thus, he regarded his attitude displayed to her as friendly enough. However, pardon me, Your Highness. In all honesty, if you're intent on getting Miss Yi to bear a child with you, I'm afraid your disposition just now might not suffice. Mu Su carefully voiced his opinion. Han Sungming furrowed his brow. Then, what do you suggest? Asking for my suggestion? Mu Su was dumbfounded. Common sense dictates that courting a girl involves building a rapport, going on dates and sharing words of affection, but after scrutinizing His Highness's face that spells, stay away from me, Mu Su had a hard time trying to imagine him being amorous whilst trying to woo someone with words. Actually, the thought of that sent shivers down his spine instead. If Your Highness prefers not to engage her with words, try gifting her some presents. Girls love presents, perhaps? Mu Su reluctantly suggested. Han Sungming lowered his eyes whilst his gaze remained contemplative. By the time Yi Qingtang returned to the Yez residence, Yi Ling and the second elder had already disposed of the great elder's body properly without a trace. Excluding the three of them, no one else would ever find out about the great elder's death. Tang Tang, come with me for a moment. Yi Ling did not retire to his quarters and was still seated in the main hall, seemingly waiting for Yi Qingtang's return. Yes, father. Yi Qingtang gave a nod and followed him to his study. The study was dimly illuminated, and after Yi Ling ushered Yi Qingtang to a seat, he turned around and retrieved a brocade box from a hidden compartment within the study room's wall. Placing that box in front of Yi Qingtang, he beckoned her to check its contents. After opening the box, Yi Qingtang found a jade pendant lying within. One could make out the pendant's intricate and elegant design. The excellence of its craftsmanship was obvious even under the dim illumination. This is? Yi Qingtang was puzzled by this, and looked to Yi Ling for an answer. Yi Ling heaved a deep breath as he looked his daughter straight in the eyes, his gaze projecting the intricacy of his current thoughts. This is? Yi Qingtang was puzzled by this, and looked to Yi Ling for an answer. Yi Ling heaved a deep breath as he looked his daughter straight in the eyes, his gaze projecting the intricacy of his current thoughts. Tang Tang, there are some things that I'd like you to know. Yi Qingtang was slightly perturbed as she could vaguely foresee the gravity of the matter Yi Ling was about to reveal. Yi Ling looked deeply at the pendant in the box and spoke. During my younger days, I spent most of my time away from home, totally engrossed in my training. Falling in love with and marrying your mother was truly a miracle, and at the time when your grandfather wanted me to take the reins of the house, I was still wandering the world with your mother who was pregnant. Unfortunately, while rushing home, due to the dire conditions of our journey, your mother had a miscarriage. Perhaps it was the heavens' way of making it up to us, but we chanced upon an abandoned baby on our way back. Yi Ling paused his tale here. At the same time, Yi Qingtang realized the incongruity in his account. Yi Ling only ever had her as his own flesh and blood, but according to his account just now, her mother had a miscarriage and they had even picked up an abandoned baby. CHP 86, Life Experience, 1. Mu Su faltered for a moment, and realized he was asking about Yi Qingtang. Your Highness, Miss Yi has already gone home. May I ask why did you not converse more with her just now? Mu Su asked calmly, though his mind yelled, do you still want to have a child with her? I already did. Han Sungming replied stoically. Mu Su felt like banging his head against a wall. You considered that enough? Mu Su was on the verge of shedding tears again, comparing Han Sungming's usual standards. His first conversation with Yi Qingtang was already eventful. If the inquirer was someone else, he never would have answered every query given. To receive words of advice directly from the Imperator in person was considered inconceivable. Getting a single word from him would be impossible, much less a sentence. Thus, he regarded his attitude displayed to her as friendly enough. However, pardon me, Your Highness. In all honesty, if you're intent on getting Miss Yi to bear a child with you, I'm afraid your disposition just now might not suffice. Mu Su carefully voiced his opinion. Han Sungming furrowed his brow. Then, what do you suggest? Asking for my suggestion? Mu Su was dumbfounded. Common sense dictates that courting a girl involves building a rapport, going on dates and sharing words of affection, but after scrutinizing His Highness's face that spells, stay away from me, Mu Su had a hard time trying to imagine him being amorous whilst trying to woo someone with words. Actually, the thought of that sent shivers down his spine. Instead, if Your Highness prefers not to engage her with words, try gifting her some presents. Girls love presents, perhaps? Mu Su reluctantly suggested. Han Sungming lowered his eyes whilst his gaze remained contemplative. By the time Yi Qingtang returned to the Ye's residence, Yi Ling and the second elder had already disposed of the great elder's body properly without a trace. Excluding the three of them, no one else would ever find out about the great elder's death. Tang Tang, come with me for a moment. Yi Ling did not retire to his quarters and was still seated in the main hall, seemingly waiting for Yi Qingtang's return. Yes, father. Yi Qingtang gave a nod and followed him to his study. The study was dimly illuminated, and after Yi Ling ushered Yi Qingtang to a seat, he turned around and retrieved a brocade box from a hidden compartment within the study room's wall. Placing that box in front of Yi Qingtang, he beckoned her to check its contents. After opening the box, Yi Qingtang found a jade pendant lying within. One could make out the pendant's intricate and elegant design. The excellence of its craftsmanship was obvious even under the dim illumination. This is? Yi Qingtang was puzzled by this, and looked to Yi Ling for an answer. Yi Ling heaved a deep breath as he looked his daughter straight in the eyes, his gaze projecting the intricacy of his current thoughts. Tang, there are some things that I'd like you to know. Yi Qingtang was slightly perturbed as she could vaguely foresee the gravity of the matter Yi Ling was about to reveal. Yi Ling looked deeply at the pendant in the box and spoke. During my younger days, I spent most of my time away from home, totally engrossed in my training. Falling in love with and marrying your mother was truly a miracle, and at the time when your grandfather wanted me to take the reins of the house, I was still wandering the world with your mother who was pregnant. Unfortunately, while rushing home, due to the dire conditions of our journey, your mother had a miscarriage. Perhaps it was the heavens' way of making it up to us, but we chanced upon an abandoned baby on our way back. Yi Ling paused his tale here at the same time. Yi Qingtang realized the incongruity in his account. Yi Ling only ever had her as his own flesh and blood, but according to his account just now, her mother had a miscarriage and they had even picked up an abandoned baby. Chapter 87, Life Experience, 2, Was that baby Yi Sun? Yi Qingtang asked concernedly. Yi Ling shook his head. Yi Sun was picked up at our doorstep after I succeeded the household. The baby I was referring to was you. Yi Qingtang was stunned in an instant. Yi Ling gave a grim smile as he looked at Yi Qingtang and said, Tang, I intended to tell you all these after you had married. But after all that has happened, I reckon it'll be best to let you know now. That day when we lost our child, it was ever so heartrending. But after we found you, that emotion we felt then, it's difficult for me to put into words. Like a godsend, we took you home and raised you like our own daughter. We've never brought this up to anyone else since, only your mother and I knew. With that said, Yi Ling picked up the pendant from the box. This pendant was found on you when we picked you up as a baby. It's most likely a keepsake from your birth parents. I've approached several channels to investigate its origin, but there weren't many leads. The only piece of info we found was, it might be related to the royal family from the dynasty of the Nine Knights. Ever since you revealed a blue spirit root, I reckoned your birth parents might be people of an incredible caliber. A blue spirit root was akin a precious treasure. Considering the Yes family history, cases of offspring possessing a blue spirit root were certainly rare. The Nine Knights dynasty. Yi Qingtang was slightly astounded when she heard its name. The city of Lin was a territory under the imperial dynasty of Tianqi, comprised of several countries, each governed by its respective monarchy. All these monarchies were collectively referred as the Tianqi royal family, and they regarded the dynasty of the Nine Knights as an adversary. I'm glad to see you've matured considerably and felt it's time to hand this over to you. After you've joined Xian Ling's clan in the future, as a member of the Exalted, I reckon you'll have better chances of finding out who your birth parents are. Yi Ling placed the pendant in Yi Qingtang's hand. He was proud and grateful for having Yi Qingtang as a daughter. I'm glad to see you've matured considerably and felt it's time to hand this over to you. After you've joined Xian Ling's clan in the future, as a member of the Exalted, I reckon you'll have better chances of finding out who your birth parents are. Yi Ling placed the pendant in Yi Qingtang's hand. He was proud and grateful for having Yi Qingtang as a daughter. Yi Qingtang observed the pendant in her hand. The feelings she had now were pretty complicated. In her past, Yi Ling passed away before he could reveal this secret to anyone, thus she could never imagine there was such a story behind her birth. But now, to think she would only discover this secret, after all this time. Yi Qingtang grasped the pendant as she raised her eyes filled with determination, and looked at Yi Ling. You'll always be my father. Yi Ling gave a gentle smile. That assurance alone was the most gratifying reward in his life. Yi Ling gave a gentle smile. That assurance alone was the most gratifying reward in his life. It's getting late, you should go rest up. There are still preparations to be done for your journey to Xian Ling's clan. Yes, father. Yi Qingtang nodded before she got up from her seat. Right, there's one more thing. Yi Ling spoke up abruptly. Yi Qingtang stopped in her tracks. After dealing with the great elder, your uncle and I've also gotten rid of his conspirators within the household. We wanted to deal with Yi Sun as well but couldn't find her. After investigation, it seems the great elder has sent her away discreetly in the midst of the celebration and we've no idea where she went. Yi Ling knitted his brows as he spoke. He had fostered 2 daughters, but in the case of Yi Sun, there were many witnesses around when she was picked up. Thus, unlike Yi Qingtang, she could only be known as an adopted child, but Yi Ling had never played favorites and treated both of them equally as his own children. But who could have expected their characters would turn out to be polar opposites even when they were raised under the same roof? He had fostered 2 daughters, but in the case of Yi Sun, there were many witnesses around when she was picked up. Thus, unlike Yi Qingtang, she could only be known as an adopted child, but Yi Ling had never played favorites and treated both of them equally as his own children. But who could have expected their characters would turn out to be polar opposites even when they were raised under the same roof? And unfortunately, Yi Sun turned out to be a snake in the grass. Duly noted, father. I'll be sure to watch out. Yi Qingtang gave a slight nod. With the great elder's death, there was no way to ascertain where Yi Sun was sent, but regardless, she would keep up her vigilance. That's good. Go get some rest then. Yi Ling nodded and ended their conversation for the night. CHP 87, Life Experience, 2. Was that baby Yi Sun? Yi Qingtang asked concernedly. Yi Ling shook his head. Yi Sun was picked up at our doorstep after I succeeded the household. The baby I was referring to was you. Yi Qingtang was stunned in an instant. Yi Ling gave a grim smile as he looked at Yi Qingtang and said, Tang Tang, I intended to tell you all these after you had married. But after all that has happened, I reckon it'll be best to let you know now. That day when we lost our child, it was ever so heartrending. But after we found you, that emotion we felt then, it's difficult for me to put into words. Like a godsend, we took you home and raised you like our own daughter. We've never brought this up to anyone else since, only your mother and I knew. With that said, Yi Ling picked up the pendant from the box. This pendant was found on you when we picked you up as a baby. It's most likely a keepsake from your birth parents. I've approached several channels to investigate its origin, but there weren't many leads. The only piece of info we found was, it might be related to the royal family from the dynasty of the 9 Knights. Ever since you revealed a blue spirit root, I reckoned your birth parents might be people of an incredible caliber. A blue spirit root was akin a precious treasure. Considering the Yes family history, cases of offspring possessing a blue spirit root were certainly rare. The 9 Knights dynasty. Yi Qingtang was slightly astounded when she heard its name. The city of Lin was a territory under the imperial dynasty of Tianqi, comprised of several countries, each governed by its respective monarchy. All these monarchies were collectively referred as the Tianqi royal family, and they regarded the dynasty of the 9 Knights as an adversary. I'm glad to see you've matured considerably and felt it's time to hand this over to you. After you've joined Xian Ling's clan in the future, as a member of the Exalted, I reckon you'll have better chances of finding out who your birth parents are. Yi Ling placed the pendant in Yi Qingtang's hand. He was proud and grateful for having Yi Qingtang as a daughter. Yi Qingtang observed the pendant in her hand. The feelings she had now were pretty complicated. In her past, Yi Ling passed away before he could reveal this secret to anyone. Thus she could never imagine there was such a story behind her birth. But now, to think she would only discover this secret, after all this time. Yi Qingtang grasped the pendant as she raised her eyes filled with determination, and looked at Yi Ling. You'll always be my father. Yi Ling gave a gentle smile. That assurance alone was the most gratifying reward in his life. It's getting late, you should go rest up. There are still preparations to be done for your journey to Xian Ling's clan. Yes, father. Yi Qingtang nodded before she got up from her seat. Right, there's one more thing. Yi Ling spoke up abruptly. Yi Qingtang stopped in her tracks. After dealing with the great elder, your uncle and I've also gotten rid of his conspirators within the household. We wanted to deal with Yi Sun as well but couldn't find her. After investigation, it seems the great elder has sent her away discreetly in the midst of the celebration and we've no idea where she went. Yi Ling knitted his brows as he spoke. He had fostered 2 daughters, but in the case of Yi Sun, there were many witnesses around when she was picked up. Thus, unlike Yi Qingtang, she could only be known as an adopted child, but Yi Ling had never played favorites and treated both of them equally as his own children. But who could have expected their characters would turn out to be polar opposites even when they were raised under the same roof? And unfortunately, Yi Sun turned out to be a snake in the grass. Duly noted, father. I'll be sure to watch out. Yi Qingtang gave a slight nod. With the Great Elder's death, there was no way to ascertain where Yi Sun was sent, but regardless, she would keep up her vigilance. That's good. Go get some rest then. Yi Ling nodded and ended their conversation for the night. Chapter 88, Heartwarming. 1. Whatever happened during the birthday banquet at the Yi household spread quickly through the city of Lin. When morning came, Yi Qingtang visited the Si household, to give thanks to old Master Si for inviting Mu Su. I've heard all that's happened yesterday at your place. That great elder sure got what he deserved. Old Master Si chortled and slapped his thigh while seated. Yi Qingtang returned a smile. And did you manage to convince his lordship to refer you for the entry examination? Old Master Si asked after regaining his composure. Yes. Yi Qingtang answered frankly. Old Master Si had a look of concern. Your determination to join the Exalted is commendable. I'm aware you're desperate to overcome all those humiliations you were put through, but joining an Exalted clan is never easy. If you fail the examinations, you'll lose your only chance in a lifetime. You're just getting started and attempting it so soon will certainly be a struggle. Old Master Si paused for a moment, before he emphasized, Si Yi and Si Qiong are still currently training with their master and they too will attempt the examinations, but only in a few years' time. Si Bai has the best spirit root amongst his brothers and I've intended for him to join the Exalted as well, but only after he has recuperated to a certain extent. Now that the Great Elder has lost his foothold, with your father and second elder in charge, why don't you wait for another year? You can join Si Bai in the meantime for training. I'll discuss this with your father and will invite the best masters available to train the both of you. Once you're better prepared, you'll have a better chance of passing the examinations next year. From his words, one could tell old Master Si had spared no effort in his considerations for Yi Qingtang's well-being. From his words, one could tell old Master Si had spared no effort in his considerations for Yi Qingtang's well-being. Yi Qingtang was nearly moved to tears, however, she shook her head slowly in the end. I'm sorry Grandpa Si, I can't afford to wait for that long. No worries, I would never take risks without being properly prepared. You're one stubborn kid. Though old Master Si grumbled, he remained deeply concerned. I'm aware Yi Yu is your main concern now and you're adamant on getting your revenge, but there are always the hazards of rushing. Remember, slow and steady wins the race. I know that, and I know you've my best interests at heart, but please take my word for it this time. Yi Qingtang looked old Master Si straight in the eye while she voiced her earnestness. I know that, and I know you've my best interests at heart, but please take my word for it this time. Yi Qingtang looked old Master Si straight in the eye while she voiced her earnestness. Old Master Si was determined to persuade her again. But Si Bai, who was seated nearby, interrupted him. Grandpa, you're worrying too much. Did Tang Tang ever fail your expectations? Since she's going to join Xian Ling's clan, I'm sure she's well prepared. Old Master Si gave him a glare. Si Bai could only look away and rub his nose, not knowing whether to laugh or cry at losing out on old Master Si's adoration, ever since Yi Qingtang had become a welcomed guest. You're just a greenhorn, blindly accepting whatever she said. Old Master Si chided Si Bai before he turned his attention back to Yi Qingtang. Since you've decided, I won't stop you. But promise me one thing. Si Bai could only look away and rub his nose, not knowing whether to laugh or cry at losing out on old Master Si's adoration, ever since Yi Qingtang had become a welcomed guest. You're just a greenhorn, blindly accepting whatever she said. Old Master Si chided Si Bai before he turned his attention back to Yi Qingtang. Since you've decided, I won't stop you. But promise me one thing. I'm all ears. Before your showdown with Yi Yu, never, ever let anyone find out that she mugged your spirit root. Old Master Si advised gravely. Yi Qingtang faltered for a moment, before she concurred in the next instant, I understand. She had not revealed that to her father or uncle as well. Aside from not wanting them to worry too much about her, preventing them from retaliating unnecessarily was another concern, especially given her uncle's temper. I'm glad you understand. Now that Yi Yu's already a disciple of the Cloudbreaker's sovereign, even if you've exposed her wrongdoings, the Cloud Breakers will be certain to cover them up in order to protect their clan's name, and the most certain way is to eliminate you. Old Master C warned morosely, after careful consideration. CHP 88, Heartwarming, 1. Whatever happened during the birthday banquet at the Yi household spread quickly through the city of Lin. When morning came, Yi Qingtang visited the C household, to give thanks to Old Master C for inviting Musu. I've heard all that's happened yesterday at your place. That great elder sure got what he deserved. Old Master C chortled and slapped his thigh while seated. Yi Qingtang returned a smile. And did you manage to convince his lordship to refer you for the entry examination? Old Master C asked after regaining his composure. Yes. Yi Qingtang answered frankly. Old Master C had a look of concern. Your determination to join the Exalted is commendable. I'm aware you're desperate to overcome all those humiliations you were put through, but joining an Exalted clan is never easy. If you fail the examinations, you'll lose your only chance in a lifetime. You're just getting started, and attempting it so soon will certainly be a struggle. Old Master C paused for a moment, before he emphasized, Si Yi and Si Qiong are still currently training with their master, and they too will attempt the examinations, but only in a few years' time. Si Bai has the best spirit root amongst his brothers, and I've intended for him to join the Exalted as well, but only after he has recuperated to a certain extent. Now that the Great Elder has lost his foothold, with your father and Second Elder in charge, why don't you wait for another year? You can join Si Bai in the meantime for training. I'll discuss this with your father and will invite the best masters available to train the both of you. Once you're better prepared, you'll have a better chance of passing the examinations next year. From his words, one could tell Old Master C had spared no effort in his considerations for Yi Qingtang's well-being. Yi Qingtang was nearly moved to tears. However, she shook her head slowly in the end. I'm sorry, Grandpa C, I can't afford to wait for that long. No worries, I would never take risks without being properly prepared. You're one stubborn kid. Though Old Master C grumbled, he remained deeply concerned. I'm aware Yi Yu is your main concern now and you're adamant on getting your revenge, but there are always the hazards of rushing. Remember, slow and steady wins the race. I know that, and I know you've my best interests at heart, but please take my word for it this time. Yi Qingtang looked Old Master C straight in the eye while she voiced her earnestness. Old Master C was determined to persuade her again, but Si Bai, who was seated nearby, interrupted him. Grandpa, you're worrying too much. Did Tang Tang ever fail your expectations? Since she's going to join Xian Ling's clan, I'm sure she's well prepared. Old Master C gave him a glare. Si Bai could only look away and rub his nose, not knowing whether to laugh or cry at losing out on Old Master C's adoration. Ever since Yi Qingtang had become a welcomed guest, you're just a greenhorn, blindly accepting whatever she said. Old Master C chided Si Bai before he turned his attention back to Yi Qingtang. Since you've decided, I won't stop you. But promise me one thing. I'm all ears. Before your showdown with Yi Yu, never, ever let anyone find out that she mugged your spirit root. Old Master C advised gravely. Yi Qingtang faltered for a moment, before she concurred in the next instant. I understand. She had not revealed that to her father or uncle as well. Aside from not wanting them to worry too much about her, preventing them from retaliating unnecessarily was another concern, especially given her uncle's temper. I'm glad you understand. Now that Yi Yu's already a disciple of the Cloudbreakers' sovereign, even if you've exposed her wrongdoings, the Cloudbreakers will be certain to cover them up in order to protect their clan's name, and the most certain way is to eliminate you. Old Master C warned morosely, after careful consideration. Chapter 89, Heartwarming, 2, that is to say, even if Yi Yu was the one at fault, the Cloudbreakers' sovereign would stop at nothing to protect their own reputation, and would choose to eliminate Yi Qingtang regardless. Duly noted, Grandpa C. Yi Qingtang was really grateful towards Old Master C. Other than her father and uncle, he might be the only other person who gave so much thought for her well-being. Fortunately, you've a new spirit root. I won't pry into your source for that, but do cherish it. This is heaven's way of giving you another chance. Make sure you fully utilize it. Right, and luckily there's still some time left before those preposterously difficult entry examinations. You must be fully prepared. Thank God your father is now in charge and you can make good use of your household's resources. Old Master C rattled on. Nevertheless, Yi Qingtang gave the nod, listening quietly and appreciating the heartfelt gesture behind his words. Old Master C kept Yi Qingtang around for quite a while. Before she left, though he was aware Yi Ling would properly provide for her, nonetheless, he made Si prepare quite a number of tonics as gifts to aid Yi Qingtang in recuperating from the damage inflicted when her original spirit root was taken. Yi Qingtang could only accept the gifts gratuitously and hold the Si household dearly to her heart. When she finally left the Si's residence, she went straight to the Pavilion of Treasures and met up with its manager. Ever since she had learned her spirit root could transmute upon growth, the significance of buoys became much more important. Ever since she had learned her spirit root could transmute upon growth, the significance of buoys became much more important. Before she could lay her hands on Sky Dew, buoys would be the best source of nourishment for her current spirit root. Welcome, Miss Yi. Once the manager saw Yi Qingtang, he welcomed her with open arms. How's it going for the buoys matter I've mentioned previously? Yi Qingtang inquired with a smile. The manager had a tense look on his face. Previously, Yi Qingtang had put up an outrageous request to monopolize all available buoys under the Pavilion of Treasures flagship. This had certainly kept the manager on his toes. If those buoys were merely decorative items, unless Yi Qingtang was really out of her mind, why would she buy so many of them? The manager had a tense look on his face. Previously, Yi Qingtang had put up an outrageous request to monopolize all available buoys under the Pavilion of Treasures flagship. This had certainly kept the manager on his toes. If those buoys were merely decorative items, unless Yi Qingtang was really out of her mind, why would she buy so many of them? He had gotten his men to investigate every available channel on a buoy's possible application and thus had not replied to her till now, in fear of overlooking and losing out on making a possible killing. But many days had passed since, and even after researching every nook and cranny of their information library and sharing every detail amongst all the branch managers, no additional information was found aside from what was already publicly known. Miss Yi, regarding that, I've spoken with the other branch managers and they've unanimously agreed to your proposal. Since they were unable to discover any new information on the buoys, and due to her cordial relationship with the owner, the manager had no choice but to accede to her request. Wonderful. Yi Qingtang gave a fulfilling smile. She knew the manager would have thoroughly investigated on the buoy's applications but was confident that its real purpose would not be easily discovered within these few years. Yi Qingtang proceeded to retrieve 20,000 gold from her dimension ring and handed them over to the manager. As per agreement, any future buoys brought in by the Pavilion of Treasures would be sold to Yi Qingtang and this down payment would be deducted accordingly till depletion. She would have to replenish the down payment then, but since the Great Elder's fall, their household finances were once again managed by Yi Ling and her spending would be a lot less restrictive. Wonderful. Yi Qingtang gave a fulfilling smile. She knew the manager would have thoroughly investigated on the buoy's applications but was confident that its real purpose would not be easily discovered within these few years. Yi Qingtang proceeded to retrieve 20,000 gold from her dimension ring and handed them over to the manager. As per agreement, any future buoys brought in by the Pavilion of Treasures would be sold to Yi Qingtang and this down payment would be deducted accordingly till depletion. She would have to replenish the down payment then, but since the Great Elder's fall, their household finances were once again managed by Yi Ling and her spending would be a lot less restrictive. The manager laughed heartily as he accepted the payment. With the matter of the buoys taken care of, Yi Qingtang then proceeded to purchase quite a number of lesser spirit stones from the boutique and returned home thereafter. The spirit stones were fed to the lightning drake's hatchling. The hatchling had slept for a whole day and night, and managed to regain its strength partially. Dragonkin were considered precious spirit beasts and spirit stones were known to be their best source of sustenance. Thus, that bunch of spirit stones bought all ended up as the hatchling's favorite snack. CHP 89, heartwarming, too. That is to say, even if Yi Yu was the one at fault, the Cloudbreaker's sovereign would stop at nothing to protect their own reputation, and would choose to eliminate Yi Qingtang regardless. Duly noted, Grandpa C. Yi Qingtang was really grateful towards Old Master C. Other than her father and uncle, he might be the only other person who gave so much thought for her well-being. Fortunately, you've a new spirit root. I won't pry into your source for that, but do cherish it. This is heaven's way of giving you another chance, make sure you fully utilize it. Right, and luckily there's still some time left before those preposterously difficult entry examinations. You must be fully prepared. Thank God your father is now in charge and you can make good use of your household's resources. Old Master C rattled on nevertheless. Yi Qingtang gave the nod, listening quietly and appreciating the heartfelt gesture behind his words. Old Master C kept Yi Qingtang around for quite a while. Before she left, though he was aware Yi Ling would properly provide for her, nonetheless, he made Si Yi prepare quite a number of tonics as gifts to aid Yi Qingtang in recuperating from the damage inflicted when her original spirit root was taken. Yi Qingtang could only accept the gifts gratuitously and hold the Si household dearly to her heart. When she finally left the Si's residence, she went straight to the Pavilion of Treasures and met up with its manager. Ever since she had learned her spirit root could transmute upon growth, the significance of buoys became much more important. Before she could lay her hands on Sky Dew, buoys would be the best source of nourishment for her current spirit root. Welcome, Miss Yi. Once the manager saw Yi Qingtang, he welcomed her with open arms. How's it going for the buoys matter I've mentioned previously? Yi Qingtang inquired with a smile. The manager had a tense look on his face. Previously, Yi Qingtang had put up an outrageous request to monopolize all available buoys under the Pavilion of Treasures flagship. This had certainly kept the manager on his toes. If those buoys were merely decorative items, unless Yi Qingtang was really out of her mind, why would she buy so many of them? He had gotten his men to investigate every available channel on a buoy's possible application and thus had not replied to her till now, in fear of overlooking and losing out on making a possible killing. But many days had passed since, and even after researching every nook and cranny of their information library and sharing every detail amongst all the branch managers, no additional information was found aside from what was already publicly known. Miss Yi, regarding that, I've spoken with the other branch managers and they've unanimously agreed to your proposal. Since they were unable to discover any new information on the buoys, and due to her cordial relationship with the owner, the manager had no choice but to accede to her request. Wonderful. Yi Qingtang gave a fulfilling smile. She knew the manager would have thoroughly investigated on the buoy's applications but was confident that its real purpose would not be easily discovered within these few years. Yi Qingtang proceeded to retrieve 20,000 gold from her dimension ring and handed them over to the manager. As per agreement, any future buoys brought in by the Pavilion of Treasures would be sold to Yi Qingtang and this down payment would be deducted accordingly till depletion. She would have to replenish the down payment then, but since the Great Elder's fall, their household finances were once again managed by Yi Ling and her spending would be a lot less restrictive. The manager laughed heartily as he accepted the payment with the matter of the buoys taken care of. Yi Qingtang then proceeded to purchase quite a number of lesser spirit stones from the boutique and returned home thereafter. The spirit stones were fed to the lightning drake's hatchling. The hatchling had slept for a whole day and night, and managed to regain its strength partially. Dragonkin were considered precious spirit beasts and spirit stones were known to be their best source of sustenance. Thus, that bunch of spirit stones bought all ended up as the hatchling's favorite snack. Yi Qingtang looked at the little lightning dragon, which swallowed a bag of spirit stones, with a sad expression. It was unknown what method the mighty figure, who raised the dragon in the previous life, used to raise his dragon to be so shiny and smooth. It should be known that spirit stones were exorbitant and were sold by pieces. Just the appetite of the little lightning dragon was enough for it to eat until one ended up bankrupt. This was still a cub that just came out of its shell. If it were a little bigger, the entire Yi family's reserves would not be enough to feed it, much less Yi Qingtang. Yi Qingtang suddenly felt that she might need to find a method to make money in the future, otherwise, she might be the first person in history to be starved to death by a dragon. Days passed. Yi Qingtang received Mu Su's letter of recommendation, and she could head to Xianling's sect to participate in the entrance assessment just with this letter. Xianling's sect was quite far from Lin Town. Yi Qingtang had been readily prepared early to set out on the journey in advance. On the day when Yi Qingtang hit the road, the second elder and Yi Ling had done many preparations for Yi Qingtang from early on and sent her off. Even the Si family sent both Si Yi and Si Bai to show up. Uncle Yi, Si Yi and Si Bai greeted. Yi Qingtang nodded with a smile. Ever since Yi Qingtang became friendly with the Si family, the relationship between the Yi and Si improved increasingly as well, and they interacted much more on usual days. Immediately, both of them walked towards Yi Qingtang. Grandfather told me to hand these things to you. He said that you're too stubborn and was unwilling to send you off because he's angry, Si said laughingly as the servants beside him subsequently placed the items that Master Si prepared on the carriage. Please apologize to Grandfather Si on my behalf. I know he had my best interests at heart. Yi Qingtang laughed. Si chuckled and said quietly, Grandfather may have said that, but actually, he didn't come personally as he was afraid of the sadness of separation. As he spoke, he even winked at Yi Qingtang as a hint. Yi Qingtang could not help but let out a laugh. When I return, I'll thank Grandfather Si personally. The journey to Xianling sect is far. Grandfather is afraid that the journey isn't safe, so. Si pushed Si Yi, who was beside him, forward to stand in front of Yi Qingtang. Si looked at Yi Qingtang a little awkwardly. Similarly, Yi Qingtang had a face of confusion. My eldest brother is pretty skilled, and Grandfather made him to be your coachman. Si laughed. At this point, Yi Qingtang really did not know whether to laugh or cry. The dignified young Master Si was actually acting as a coachman for her. How high was her status? Even Yi Ling and the second elder were surprised by Master Si's action. It can't be that he took a fancy on Tang Tang and was ready to sweet-talk Tang Tang into becoming her granddaughter-in-law, can it? There's no need for this, I think. Big brother Si may have things to tend to as well. I can manage on my own, Yi Qingtang declined politely. She knew that Master Si specially made this arrangement as he was unaware that the Great Elder had died and was probably afraid that the Great Elder arranged for someone to sneak an attack on her on the journey there. Don't stand on ceremony anymore. Grandfather said that if eldest brother does not safely send you to Xianling sect, he can dream of returning to the Si residence, Si gloated happily. His body was weak and would be unable to withstand the bumpy journey. Thus, an assignment like fetching people would naturally fall on Si Yi. Yi Qingtang looked helplessly at Si Yi, who had a weird expression. I am unrelated. Since it is grandfather's orders, just agree and put his mind at ease. Yi Qingtang declined Grandfather Si's protection quite a number of times, and should she reject it again this time? Si Yi felt that his grandfather might just explode. Seeing so, there was no way Yi Qingtang could reject, and she could only reply, "I'll have to trouble Big Brother Si then." Si Yi nodded slightly. Yi Ling originally arranged for his henchmen to send Yi Qingtang to Xianling sect but could only trouble Si Yi to make the trip instead due to Master Si's stubbornness. Yi Ling and Yi Qingtang said their goodbyes for a while, and when he saw that it was time, he let Yi Qingtang set out on the journey without saying much. Yi Qingtang got onto the carriage, and Si Yi really sat on the position for the coachman, escorting Yi Qingtang out of town from outside the carriage. Inside Yunxiao's sect, a slim and graceful girl was donned in white and stood in a room. Her stunning looks enchanted many. Yi Sun stood by the side of that girl, and though Yi Sun had beautiful features, it seemed lacking when compared to those of the girl in white. After she was chased out of the Yi residence by Yi Qingtang, the Great Elder sent her to Yunxiao's sect and had only just reached today. Yi Qingtang seriously still has a spirit root? The girl in white read through the letter slowly. Her pretty brows were slightly furrowed, and her eyes shone, seeming to be rather displeased. Yi Qingtang looked down without daring to make eye contact. Sister Yi Qingtang indeed still has a spirit root and received Mu Su's help this time. I'm afraid she might participate in the entrance assessment for Xianling sect. Grandfather sent me here to let you know about this. He can't interfere in sect matters and will need you to think of a way to not let Yi Qingtang get what she wants. The girl in white who was standing before Yi Sun was none other than Yi Yu, the one who stole Yi Qingtang's spirit root. She was initially the granddaughter of Great Elder, but now, she was a disciple of the Yunxiao sect master and held an incomparably prestigious position. You're sure that she has only a red spirit root? Yi Yu asked while raising her eyes a little. Yes. Yi Yu did not hurry to say anything and only raised her hand to straighten her wrinkled sleeve. A red spirit root is the lowest grade of all. I don't think there's any sect with a disciple that has such an inferior spirit root. Yi Sun trembled slightly. Sister Yu, although it is so, Yi Qingtang has been acting strangely in this period of time. In case any unexpected things happen, please do make more preparations still. Yi Yu laughed without emotion. There is someone I know in Xianling sect, and they'll notify him. If Yi Qingtang does not have the fate to enter Xianling sect, just let it be. But if she enters, she'll also not be able to leave. When she finished her sentence, a murderous look suddenly flashed across her gentle-looking eyes. Yi Sun was extremely cautious, and she remained silent at a side. Yi Yu was born with an extremely beautiful face, and she had an elegant disposition. However, no one could see that under that beautiful skin laid a heart as vicious as the great elders. Yi Yu took a look at Yi Sun and said, "You don't need to return to the Yi family for now. Just serve me by my side." Yes, Yi Sun agreed obediently. She knew that due to the fact that Yi Qingtang obtained the qualification to participate in a sex entrance assessment, Duan Tianrao would already be dissatisfied with her. If she returned now, Duan Tianrao may just cancel the engagement because of this. Hence, she decided to avoid meeting him for now. "So you're not planning to go back personally, Sister Yu?" Yi Yu raised her eyelids slightly, and a lofty smile emerged on her beautiful face. "A few days later, Master will teach me Yunxiao's sex mystic technique. Once the training for it starts, it'll need to go on for a couple of months without stopping. Furthermore..." Yi Yu narrowed her eyes as a cold smile hung on the corner of her lips. "Is the current Yi Qingtang even qualified? Sister Yu is indeed right. So what if Yi Qingtang really enters Xianling sect? How could she compete with you?" Yi Sun echoed gently. Yi Yu smiled detachedly. Yi Sun said, "We'll have to trouble that old friend of yours to properly take care of Yi Sun at that time then." Yi Yu laughed lightly. "Of course. You can get some rest here, they'll report to Master and let you have the rights to stay in Yunxiao's sect." "Thank you, Sister Yu." Yi Yu swept a glance across Yi Sun thoughtfully and said, "Sun, you've always been smart. If you use it wisely, it'll naturally treat you well." "I understand. It'll definitely be at your beck and call." Yi Sun pledged loyalty immediately. Yi Yu nodded and walked out slowly. "Yi Qingtang, I will not let you appear in my life ever again. I've already accepted your spirit root. Now, you should die early. Walk on the path to heaven, enter the sect." If she wanted to cultivate up to a paragon, she could only rely on the sacred sect. It was a journey of half a month. Within the carriage, Yi Qingtang saw an increasingly familiar surrounding before her, and a strange feeling arose within her. She lifted her eyes slightly and looked at the tall mountain not far away. That mountain was steep, and its summit was covered in cloud mist. However, Yi Qingtang was very clear that there was the location of Xianling sect. Above the vague mist, Xianling sect stood against the clouds in the sky. Xianling sect. As Yi Qingtang looked at the cloud mist at the mountain summit, scenes from her previous life flooded her mind. "Yi Qingtang, you have the heart of the demon god in your body. Xianling sect cannot keep you anymore." In her previous life, Yi Qingtang did not have a spirit root and only found a way to model a fake spirit root after searching for a long time. She used that method and finally entered Xianling sect. However, her then would never have dreamt that the very entrance became a turning point in her life. Not a good turn, but an abyssal drop. Her heart of the demon god was exposed in a mission, and she was forced out of the sect. Moreover, a sect elder with evil intentions, along with other disciples in the sect, told the entire world that she possessed the heart of the demon god. Since then, she turned from avoiding Yi Yu to becoming everyone's target of murder. And from the moment she left Xianling sect, Yi Qingtang was like a person hated by everyone, and she got shouted at and beaten up by many. The news of the heart of the demon god could no longer be hidden. After innumerable twists and turns, Yi Qingtang chose Xianling sect once again in this life. This time, it was not only to obtain the Black Heaven water but more to seek revenge. In this life, she would not let anyone who harmed her in her previous life off. We're reaching Xianling sect very soon. Qingtang, are you ready to participate in the sect assessment? CS voice rang from outside the carriage. Yi Qingtang chuckled with bright eyes. I've been preparing for this moment for too long. Below Xianling sect and above the clouds was obviously a place with little trace of civilization, yet today, this place was exceptionally bustling. It was difficult for a carriage to ascend the mountain, thus, Yi and Yi Qingtang got off the carriage at the foot of the mountain and walked up to the summit. There were already many people at the summit. In the large groups of people, everyone was donned in luxurious attires and possessed a dignified bearing. Rather, it was Yi Qingtang and Yi, who were both relatively young, who dressed casually and in the least numbers. Yet, everyone noticed them once they reached the summit. These are all people participating in Xianling sect's entrance assessment. Yi asked Yi Qingtang as they stood aside. He unconsciously looked at the others. Amongst the crowd, it was not difficult to tell that the ones who were really there to participate in the assessment were the young talents, while most of the rest were there to send them off. Yi Qingtang nodded slightly. I didn't think that there would actually be so many people. Yi Qingtang estimated that there were at least more than 100 people who were there to participate in Xianling sect's entrance assessment. It is unknown how many can remain, Yi Qingtang said coolly. Every year, all sects would welcome a large batch of people who wished to enter the sect. However, amongst these hundreds of people, it was already rare for 1/10 of them to enter the sect. Unless one possessed a rare supreme-grade spirit root like Yi did, to obtain the opportunity to enter a sect, one was required to first have a high enough natural endowment and second, a recommendation by a mighty figure. Moreover, these two conditions were merely qualifications for them to participate in a sect's entrance assessment. No one knew whether one could enter. Those are people from the Luyuan family clan? C's eyes swept over a group of people not far away. The Luyuan family clan is renowned worldwide, and the cultivators produced from this family clan were all deeply powerful. Family clans like the Si and Yi family seemed especially tiny before ones like Luyuan's. Yi Qingtang followed C's gaze, and as expected, she saw a group of finely dressed people with elegant demeanors. Leading the group of people was a tall middle-aged man with an extraordinary bearing, and he was quietly talking to a young man. When Yi Qingtang's gaze fell on the male who listened with lowered eyes, something shone in her eyes uncontrollably. Qingtang. Quickly leave. On a stormy night, that handsome youth stood in front of her with his flesh and blood, bearing a fatal blow. Senior brother Yun. Yi Qingtang mumbled softly as she looked at the side profile of the youth. Qingtang, do you know the people from the Luyuan family clan? Si seemed to have sensed Yi Qingtang's abnormal behavior and could not help but ask. Yi Qingtang returned to her senses and shook her head immediately. It was she who owed him. In her previous life, when Yi Qingtang entered the Xianling sect, she experienced difficulty in learning anything due to the absence of spirit root and was, thus, ridiculed by some senior and junior brothers. More than that, she was bullied for not having a family clan background. The only person in Xianling sect who treated her well was senior brother Yun Shu. But ultimately, Yun Shu died for her, but she did not even have the ability to seek revenge for him. The only warmth in her previous life was slashed away hard on that stormy night. Si did not think much into it and was slightly shocked as he looked at the crowd. He had always known that it was hard to enter a sect, but never expected that despite so, there were even the formidable Heavens Royals here apart from the Luyuan family clan. Every candidate participating in the entrance assessment had extraordinary backgrounds such that any random person picked out would have a glorious background. And only people with such a social status would attract a mighty figure to recommend them. Big brother Si, there's still a while more until the assessment. You don't need to accompany me. Do head back first, Yi Qingtang said with a smile. Si originally wanted to stay and accompany Yi Qingtang, but on second thought, if Yi Qingtang failed, she may be embarrassed to face him. Thus, he gave a few orders and descended the mountain without saying anything more, deciding to wait a while more in the carriage at the bottom of the mountain. Once Si left, Yi Qingtang stood at the summit alone. Her small frame and outstanding appearance attracted much attention. However, the reactions she got were less of shock and more of mockery. Who is that girl? She can't be here to participate in the sect assessment also. Doesn't look like it. All the candidates for the sect assessment today were escorted by many people from their family and had the company of a powerful person who recommended them. Just now, I saw that there was only one young man beside that girl, and he had left. It doesn't seem like they're here for the assessment. Perhaps, she's here to see the world. After all, this path to heaven cannot be traversed by normal people. The people who came today had extremely high expectations and could see that Yi Qingtang's lone self was a misfit in this bustling and flourishing age. Yi Qingtang was not at all bothered by those discussions and stood there calmly as she eyed the cloudy horizon. In the previous life, she waited for the path to heaven, the path leading to the sect, to open by herself just like this. Ridicule and coldness, she had long suffered them in her previous life. How would it still bother her in this life? Not anyone can enter a sect. A cold and arrogant voice suddenly traveled into Yi Qingtang's ears. Yi Qingtang took a glance towards the direction of the voice, but what followed immediately was a dissipating of warmth in her eyes and a tug up the corners of her lips. An elegantly dressed young man overflowing with arrogance was standing a few steps away from Yi Qingtang. Beside him were a few servants waiting upon him carefully. The person who spoke was Lu Xiuan, the fifth prince of one of the countries in the formidable Heavens dynasty. The formidable Heavens royals were in control of the current dynasty and held a superior position. The formidable Heavens dynasty built by them was a magnificent dynasty formed by many countries and commanded by the emperor of the formidable Heavens royals. The royal families of each country were all from the formidable Heavens royals, and Lu Xiuan was a prince from one of the many countries in the formidable Heavens dynasty. He had a rather high ability and a proud character. Lu Xiuan was someone more than familiar to Yi Qingtang. In her previous life when Yi Qingtang entered the sect, she did not have a spirit root, and her cultivation was slow. Then, Lu Xiuan was rather popular amongst the disciples. Yi Qingtang suffered quite a lot of bullying from him and was even made to do things that only a handyman would do. Furthermore, he did not allow her to focus on cultivation like other normal disciples. However, Yi Qingtang was not too bothered by all of that. What really made Yi Qingtang remember Lu Xiuan was his betrayal. At that time, Yi Qingtang and Lu Xiuan were out together to deal with matters but were attacked by a high-level spirit animal on the journey. They were unable to defeat it, and when they almost lost their lives, it was the heart of the demon god in Yi Qingtang that unleashed its powers, ultimately saving Lu Xiuan and the other disciples. Yet, it was that time when Yi Qingtang's heart of the demon god was completely exposed. Lu Xiuan did not take into consideration that she saved his life and simply spread the news all over the world. Not only was Yi Qingtang forced out of Xianling's sect, but her secret regarding the heart of the demon god could no longer be hidden, resulting in the tragedy of being wanted for her life by everyone. It's not up to you to say who can enter and who cannot, Yi Qingtang scoffed coldly as she looked straight at Lu Xiuan's rather good-looking face. Lu Xiuan frowned slightly. As a prince, there were rarely people who would rebut him like this. His face sunk immediately, and he swept a gaze at Yi Qingtang, revealing a look of belittlement when he saw that Yi Qingtang was alone. A sect is prestigious. Many people want to climb up to it, but they should still have some self-awareness. No company by family clan nor send-off from a powerful person. Such an abject person could also come to participate in a sect assessment. The servants beside Lu Xiuan obviously echoed Lu Xiuan and went along with his words continuously. Fifth Prince, you have a noble identity. Why fight with people like this? Just let those overconfident people be. Then, shall know that not just anyone can enter a sect. Yi Qingtang raised her brows, and her smile deepened as she looked at the lackeys beside Lu Xiuan. Noble identity? Everyone is equal before the sect. Even if you're related to the royal family, don't you still have to wait for the assessment like ordinary people? Lu Xiuan's slightly better expression suddenly turned ugly again because of Yi Qingtang's words. Yi Qingtang did not say anything wrong. Even if he was a noble prince, he still had to participate in the assessment like everyone else, and whether he was able to enter was dependent on his level of talent. The compliments from the servants earlier on now made Lu Xiuan a little shameful. The argument between Yi Qingtang and Lu Xiuan attracted much attention. Everyone looked over one after another only to be surprised at their realization, that young girl who was by herself actually got into a conflict with the fifth prince of the formidable heavens royals. Yun Shu, who was chatting with his family clan people, turned around as well. When Yun Shu looked at the calm and breathtaking girl standing alone in front of Lu Xiaowen and his people, curiosity filled his eyes. That lady is young and impetuous. She may be on the losing end, sighed someone from the Lu Yun family clan upon witnessing the sight. Why? Asked Yun Shu. It is still unknown who will be able to enter the sect amongst all the people here today. It is still alright if that young girl enters, as the formidable heavens royals will not dare to do anything to sect disciples. However, if she doesn't pass the assessment and isn't from a renowned family clan, how will she be able to fight the royal family? The person continued. The formidable heavens royals are not magnanimous people. What that fifth prince, Lu Xiaowen, said just now was merely to scare others since he has a powerful identity. The people from Lu Yun family clan disliked the royal family's arrogance. Yun Shu frowned slightly. On the other side, Lu Xiaowen's face darkened, and a cold sneer formed on his lips as he eyed Yi Qingtang. How do I address you? With that said, every onlooker knew that Lu Xiaowen was going to record Yi Qingtang's name down. Yi Qingtang took a look at Lu Xiaowen unhurriedly and said, Lin Town, Yi Qingtang. Without any hesitation, Yi Qingtang directly reported her name and place of origin. Lu Xiaowen scoffed, Yi Qingtang, is it? I'll remember it. Yi Qingtang laughed. You better remember it clearly. She would let this name become Lu Xiaowen's nightmare ultimately. Lu Xiaowen narrowed his eyes slightly. You better pray that you can pass this assessment, otherwise. Lu Xiaowen did not finish his sentence, but everyone knew what was it going to be. Quite a number of people secretly sighed for Yi Qingtang. The sect assessment was not easy, and innumerable people were rejected by sects every year. Now that Lu Xiaowen had asked Yi Qingtang for her name, he would probably not let her off easily in the future. Taking another look at Yi Qingtang, Lu Xiaowen turned around and led his group of lackeys away without forgetting to tell someone beside him, tell royal brother to investigate this Yi Qingtang. Yes. Yi Qingtang is still too young. After looking on the scene, people from the Lu Yun family clan even more so felt that Yi Qingtang should not have revealed her identity. However, Yun Shu laughed. Maybe it's because she is confident that she'll pass the assessment. Is a sect assessment that easy though? There's no certainty to pass even if it's you, much less that girl. Yun Shu laughed without saying anything more, though he paid slight attention to Qingtang instinctively. Time passed with every minute and second. At the summit, a bright light from within the cloud layers suddenly shone down. The gold light gathered to form an imaginary path which connected the summit to the clouds. The path to heaven. Everyone seemed to stop breathing the moment they saw the gold light. To enter the sect, they needed to step on the path to heaven. Almost at the same time, all the highly skilled candidates fixed their eyes on the light before them in silent concentration. Go ahead. The Lu Yun family clan people patted Yun Shu's shoulders. Giving a nod, Yun Shu immediately headed towards the path to heaven. The candidates standing at the summit went forward as well. What lay before their eyes was merely a holy beam of light and not a single step. Everyone was confused how exactly to stably walk on the legendary path to heaven. Walk on the path to heaven and enter a sect, this was a sentence everyone knew. However, with the path to heaven right before their eyes, little did they know what to do. The path to heaven was laid only for people in a sect. If one could not even walk on the path stably, it would not be possible for them to enter a sect. It was the simplest step, but also the beginning of a sect assessment. No one dared to go forward, as they were deeply afraid that they would miss such a rare chance due to a small mistake. However, where could they step on in this beam of light? Everyone did not dare to step forward and instead fell into a dead silence at that moment. However, a thin figure stepped out from the silent crowd and walked to under the holy light. Yi Qingtang stood at the starting point of the path to heaven with an unusually calm heart as she looked at the light that connected to the skyline. Xianling's sect, she was back again. In the next instant, Yi Qingtang raised her feet gently with a calm expression. When her toes stepped into the light, a gold halo formed into a golden lotus under her feet, supporting the feet when it landed. A lotus with every step. Shock filled everyone's eyes as they looked at the translucent golden lotus, that was about the size of a palm, under Yi Qingtang's feet. However, Yi Qingtang did not pay attention to those people and only quietly walked up the path to heaven that she could not be more familiar with. Everyone was taken aback on the side as they looked at Yi Qingtang walk into the holy light as if she was walking on flat ground. Wherever she raised her leg, a lotus flower would bloom. The lotuses, which were higher level by level, were like steps laid out one by one, appearing when Yi Qingtang's foot was going to land and disappearing without a trace when she stepped off. Looking from afar, it was as if Yi Qingtang was floating in midair as she stepped on the golden lotuses with holy light showering on her. Such a miraculous scene stunned many candidates, and even those who accompanied the candidates there with no good impressions of Yi Qingtang were surprised by Yi Qingtang's collectedness. She was so calm and collected as though she was walking this path for the umpteenth time. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qingtang was already 10 meters away from the ground. Everyone returned to their senses from the surprise and immediately got moving. Those who were previously afraid to step forward rushed up instantly, imitated Yi Qingtang, and walked up in the holy light. When the first lotus formed under their feet, many hearts fluttered, and they instinctively raised another leg to continue walking up. However, thump! The person who was the most anxious stepped on air as the lotus under his feet disappeared, falling right on the floor. What happened? A look of confusion was seen on the person who fell. He clearly saw the lotus forming under his feet. Why, then, did it disappear when he stepped down? All the subsequent people who went forward could not proceed a step further and fell down after at most 2 or 3 steps. They did not manage to walk up the path to heaven and fell to become a muddy mess instead. Everyone felt gloomy instantly. Why could Yi Qingtang walk up the path to heaven so easily, but they're so battered up? Yun Shu did not rush to go forward. Only after observing for a moment, he took a few deep breaths, calmed his heart, and stepped onto the path to heaven. A lotus bloomed under his foot. Although it was slightly unstable, it became stable very quickly. Yun Shu finally became the second person who walked up the path to heaven, though his speed was much slower than Yi Qingtang's. Every step he took was with extreme caution. Lu Ziyuan's face turned ugly. He tried to step on the path to heaven earlier on and almost fell as well. Dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes as he saw that Yi Qingtang had already walked into the cloud mist. Young Master Yun, how is one able to walk on the path to heaven? Lu Xiuan took a deep breath and suddenly asked Yun Shu. It was absolutely impossible for him to ask Yi Qingtang. Yun Shu flashed a faint smile as he turned around kindly and replied, a heart like still water, with calmness and patience. Yun Shu's words surprised Lu Xiuan. Calmness and patience? A heart like still water? Lu Xiuan took another look at the path to heaven and stepped on it after making slight adjustments. This time, he put down all the restlessness in his heart, and the lotus under his feet never disappeared. With a calm mind, Lu Xiuan immediately chased up. While Yi Qingtang's speed was faster than everyone else, she still heard the conversation between Lu Xiuan and Yun Shu previously. She paused for a while and looked at Lu Xiuan, who was already walking up the path to heaven under Yun Shu's directions, and a faint smile played on her lips. Senior brother Yun was still so kind-hearted as in her previous life. The path to heaven was the first segment of the sect assessment, and only people with a heart as calm as still water would be able to have a lotus with every step and step on the clouds. Any distracted person would definitely fall. Moreover, the path to heaven was extremely long, and one would still fall if they were slightly doubtful halfway through. In the previous years, many fell from a great height and died while walking on the path to heaven. Yi Qingtang knew that with Yun Shu's character, he would definitely be able to guess the secret behind the path. Rather, it was Lu Xiuan who got a bargain. She did not mind to let Lu Xiuan fall a few more times. After stopping for a while, Yi Qingtang continued heading forward. With Yun Shu's directions, many started to adjust their mentality, and the people on the path to heaven increased gradually. Nonetheless, there were also overly anxious people who could not step on it no matter how. This was an assessment. filter good-for-nothings away, and only those who remained had the qualifications to proceed. Even if you came from a prestigious family, it was merely a fleeting cloud before sections. Candidates were already on the path to heaven, and most of the people who accompanied the candidates were aware that those who could not step on the path were either too weak in the mind or trying to fake their way through. The path to heaven was only open for qualified candidates. Every candidate would have on them an item such as a letter or accessory from the powerful person who recommended them. Those items were stained with the powerful person's aura, and only with the presence of the aura would one be qualified to step on the path to heaven. Otherwise, no matter how badly they fell, they would still not be able to enter. "I made a misjudgment," someone from the Lu Yun family clan muttered suddenly while looking at the increasing number of people on the path to heaven. "I didn't think that Yi Qingtang would capable enough to become the first person walking up the path to heaven. Yun Shu even benefited from her. I've never heard of the Yi family clan from Lin Town. If her spirit root is all right, perhaps she will be able to become something," said a sharp-eyed person as he saw Yi Qingtang's specialness. The path to heaven was way too easy for her, and this was unexpected for others. One had to be careful with every step they took on the path to heaven. The higher they walked up, the calmer their emotions should be. Being more than 100 meters away from the ground, one would definitely die if they fell. Everyone was on alert, and many were already soaked in sweat before they even got far. Only Yi Qingtang was walking leisurely as though she was singing and dancing merrily. From time to time, she looked at the birds that were flying past nearby her. Her cheerful and contented posture earned the exasperation of the candidates behind as they gritted their teeth. Who knew where that little girl was from to walk up the path to heaven so leisurely as though she was strolling in her own courtyard? After some time, Yi Qingtang finally reached the end of the path to heaven. At the top of the clouds shone a radiant light. A magnificent palace stood on the clouds. It had open pavilions and terraces and was shaded by surrounding trees. Facing against the sun, it was as though the holy light was shining from behind the sect. If one did not witness it personally, they would be unable to imagine that the sect was actually positioned on top of the cloud layers. No wonder ordinary people never knew where the sects were at. One could know how scary the powerful people within the sect were to be able to build a sect on the clouds and bear thousands of disciples in it. At the end of the path to heaven was Xianling sect's main entrance, where its gates, that were several meters high, were carved with huge dragons. Outside the gate, a middle-aged man in a light blue long gown stood in front of the door with a few Xianling sect disciples behind him. Yi Qingtang finished ascending the path to heaven and stepped on the clouds, which seemed soft but were in fact extremely steady. The middle-aged man looked up and took a look at Yi Qingtang's face as surprise filled him. The path to heaven was difficult to walk on, especially for people who stepped on it for the first time. There was nothing below their feet, and looking around, one would see that they were several hundred meters high in the sky. Just the scenery was enough to send those with an immature mind into a flurry. However, he observed from outside the sect door just now that this young girl was in the lead. Her steps were steady, and she had a casual demeanor. There was neither a trace of fluster nor nervousness. Just this first impression satisfied the middle-aged man. The disciple behind him walked forward, and before saying anything, Yi Qingtang consciously handed Mu Su's letter over. The middle-aged man took another look at Yi Qingtang and gave her a slight nod after receiving the letter, signaling for Yi Qingtang to stand aside. Yi Qingtang was fast. A large group of people behind were still struggling in difficulty. A long time later, Yun Shu was the second person who finally reached the end. While he had a calm and steady nature, he still walked this path very cautiously without daring to increase his speed. Along with Yun Shu's arrival, Lu Xiuan and other candidates ascended the path to heaven successively. While more than 100 of candidates came, Yi Qingtang estimated that only about 100 people managed to ascend the path to heaven. There were at least dozens of people filtered out by the path to heaven. These dozens of people no longer had the chance to enter a sect. After looking at the color of the sky, the middle-aged man standing outside the sect gate waved his hand gently, and the holy light sprinkled on the clouds vanished instantly. Subsequently, the path to heaven which led the way to the sect disappeared without a trace. The struggling people who were still halfway through were sent back to the ground by golden lotuses. Cries, screams, and begging filled the air immediately. The path to the sect was now an extravagant wish. Yi Qingtang did not have much reaction to it, as she had seen such scenes too many times. Many thanks. A voice rang beside Yi Qingtang suddenly. She looked over in confusion only to see Yun Shu, whose cheeks were slightly dotted with sweat, standing beside her since God knows when. Why are you thanking me? Yi Qingtang raised her brows as she looked at her old friend from her previous life. Yun Shu chuckled, if Miss Yi didn't take the first step just now, I would not have been able to understand the secret behind the path to heaven. Moreover, Yun Shu purposely fixed his eyes on Yi Qingtang along the way in order to keep his mind at peace. Without looking at the scenery below his feet, his heart was naturally calmer. For the people behind, it was indeed easier if someone took the lead. However, no one had ever said anything about it before the assessment. After all, they were all rivals on the land of the sect. Yi Qingtang looked at Yun Shu with a seeming smile. When will this senior brother Yun finally be able to get rid of his habit of being a mighty nice person? Chapter 99. However, Yun Shu always had the same personality. This was the reason why he took care of Yi Qingtang in her previous life even though she had almost no endowment. Yi Qingtang could not help but laugh when she thought about her previous life. However, when she remembered Yun Shu's destiny in her previous life, her eyes suddenly appeared to be fierce. Senior brother Yun saved her once in the previous life. This time, she would ensure that he had nothing to worry about in his entire life. Yun Shu did not know what Yi Qingtang was thinking about. He thanked her wholeheartedly. However, a pair of fierce and evil eyes scanned Yi Qingtang and Yun Shu. Lu Xiaowen squinted his eyes. He had a decent endowment. The only person he could treat as an opponent in this assessment was Yun Shu, born in the Luyun family clan. However, he did not expect that Yun Shu would be so gentle towards Yi Qingtang. Candidates who finished the path to heaven were waiting for further assessment. They were not aware that their behaviors were observed by the faction elders from the shiny pearl on the sect door. What do you think of the candidates this year? Anyone suitable? One of the faction elders was observing through the water moon mirror and asked the rest of the elders. Not many stand out this year. But I think Yun Shu from the Lu Yun family and Lu Xiaowen from the formidable Heavens dynasty are not too bad. They should be able to pass the assessment. One of the elder touched his beard and said. Both Yun Shu and Lu Xiaowen have a good background and endowment. As the elder of the sword faction, Elder Lin, you have a sharp sight. Candidates who passed the assessment could enter Xianling's sect and become outer sect disciples. After training, they then had the opportunity to enter the inner sect. Within Xianling's sect, there were the sword faction, herbal faction, array faction, and fist faction. Among the four factions, the sword faction was the strongest. Xianling's sect was famous for its sword sect. Elder Lin was the person in charge of the sword faction. He stood at quite a high position among the elders. Besides Elder Lin, the rest of the elders of other factions also focused on Lu Xiaowen and Yun Shu. While everyone fixed their eyesights on the two people, one small-figured elder with an extremely sharp sight noticed the girl who was chatting with Yun Shu through the water moon mirror. All of you think highly of Yun Shu and Lu Xiaowen, but I feel this girl is quite interesting. The elder smiled and said. The rest of the elders turned and stared at him. I think the girl was recommended by Mu Su. She is called Yi Qingtang with no special background. No one has heard of this name as well. The elder of the herbal faction said. Yi Qingtang? Is she from the Yi family of Lin Town? The elder of the fist faction raised his eyebrows slightly and said. The Yi family of Lin Town was not famous in the past. However, there was a genius with a green spirit root who became the disciple of Yunshao's sect. I think Yi Qingtang is from the same family. However, it would be impossible for Yi Qingtang to stand out when there is Yi Yu. Elder Lin took a glance and showed no more interest. It was a miracle for a not-so-famous family clan to have a genius. It would be impossible to have two. Things are not predictable. I like this girl a lot. Just now on the path to heaven, she was much more stable than the two people from the Lu Yun family and the formidable Heavens dynasty. The elder who had a special preference for Yi Qingtang did not bother with what the rest said. The path to heaven only focuses on one's state of mind and not their endowment. Even though the array faction that you are in charge of does not have high requirements for spirit root, you should not be so confident of that now, Elder Qin. Elder Lin glanced at the elder. We shall wait to see her spirit root then. The elder of the herbal faction suggested. Chapter 100. The first step of the sect assessment was to assess the candidate's spirit roots. Red ones were inferior grade, orange and yellow ones were medium grade, and green ones were superior grade. If one possessed a bluish-green spirit root, they would be able to skip the outer sect and become an inner sect disciple immediately. As for blue and purple spirit roots, no one had seen one for over 1,000 years. None of the sect were still hoping for that. The way Xianling sect assessed spirit roots was rather special. It did not require candidates to show their spirit root. Instead, they would place their hands on a human-sized spirit stone and direct their strength using their spirit root. The spirit stone would change into the same color as their spirit root. The order people were tested was based on the sequence in which people finished the path to heaven, starting from the last. The first candidate stepped forward and placed his hand on the spirit stone. Soon, the ivory stone turned yellow in color. Yellow spirit root. Next, a middle-aged man who was in charge of the assessment said. That candidate was quite delighted. His yellow spirit root was inferior to a green spirit root, but he was qualified to enter the sect at least. Candidates who followed up all showed yellow or orange colors. At last, Lu Xiaowen stepped forward. Everyone focused on him, and even the middle-aged man who was bored with orange and yellow colors also showed some interest. Lu Xiaowen walked towards the giant spirit stone and placed his hand on the stone. At that instant, a spark of green appeared and covered the entire spirit stone within a second. Green spirit root, not bad. The middle-aged man looked at Lu Xiaowen in contentment. Green spirit root was quite rare. Disciples with green spirit roots could all enter the inner sect after training in the outer sect. Lu Xiaowen was expected to be an inner sect disciple with his green spirit root. Lu Xiaowen smiled gently. He lifted up his chin slightly and stepped back when everyone looked at him with admiration. I think Lu Xiaowen definitely can pass the assessment since he is from the formidable Heavens dynasty. I agree. He stands out with that green spirit root. Even if the other assessments are not up to expectation, his spirit root will grant him into the sect. Candidates who had their spirit roots assessed could not help but envy him. There were many sect assessments. One would fail if they made any mistake. However, a green spirit root would serve as insurance to cover for any possible mistakes in other assessments. One would need to pass all assessments successfully if their spirit roots were not superior. For example, they would say goodbye to the sect if they made any mistake in any assessment with their orange or yellow spirit roots. Yun Shu was the next person after Lu Xiaowen. Yun Shu was not arrogant like Lu Xiaowen. He smiled gently and nodded towards the middle-aged man with respect. He then placed his hand on the spirit stone. Another round of applause was heard when the green color appeared. Green spirit root. The middle-aged man was in a very good mood now. It made the assessment this year more interesting when 2 green spirit roots appeared. The better the quality of one's spirit root, the faster the speed of cultivation. Their strength would be purer as well. The quality of spirit roots served as the foundation for a person. One could achieve higher levels with a better spirit root. Yun Shu stepped back humbly and looked towards Yi Qingtang instinctively. Yi Qingtang's spirit root was the only one left to assess among all candidates. Everyone was staring at Yi Qingtang now. No one forgot how easily Yi Qingtang achieved the first place on the path to heaven, and she was ahead of everyone. Lu Xiaowen also gazed at Yi Qingtang. His sight was less calm but more doubtful. Yi Qingtang had gained an advantage through the path to heaven. If her spirit root was of good quality, she would be another popular candidate whom he had to fight with to enter the sect. Chapter 101, 101. Lu Xiaowen's target was not just to enter the Xianling sect but also to be the top person. As such, he would catch the elders' attention. He would not allow anyone to mess up his plan. Within the sect, the four elders also focused on Yi Qingtang. She performed too well on the path to heaven, and she definitely caught their attention. Especially, Elder Qin of the Array faction stared closely without blinking once. Yi Qingtang walked towards the spirit stone under everyone's gaze. She slowly raised her hand and tried to adjust her spirit root. Continuous strands of aura slowly diffused into the spirit stone through her palm. The ivory stone then started changing color. Instantly, the stone was covered by red color. Just that there was a glimpse of orange in that red color. When the color stabilized, the whole place was silent. The middle-aged man who had great hope was also stunned. Based on Yi Qingtang's behaviors on the path to heaven just now, he was expecting at least a yellow or green spirit root, maybe even better. He could not imagine that Yi Qingtang would possess the most inferior red spirit root. Anyone could have a red spirit root. It could be found everywhere. Even though her spirit root also showed a slight orange color, but it was not up to the level of an orange spirit root. It was still regarded as a red spirit root. Everyone was astonished at that moment. No one expected that Yi Qingtang possessed such a low-quality spirit root. Lu Xiuan, who was holding his breath, felt relieved. The concern in his eyes was immediately replaced with sarcasm when he saw the red color. He thought that Yi Qingtang possessed superior spirit root and that was why she dared to challenge him previously. However, he did not think that it was just a red spirit root. Yun Shu was also stunned slightly, as he did not expect the outcome. The four elders in the sect showed different expressions when they saw the red color. The elders of the Herbal faction and Fist faction did not bother so much, but Elder Lin of the Sword faction showed despise on his face. He tilted his head and looked towards Elder Qin, who was taken aback. Elder Qin, I think this time you got the wrong person. Elder Qin felt a bit embarrassed as he did not expect such an outcome. Among the four factions, his Array faction had the lowest requirements towards spirit root. However, a red spirit root was still way below the requirement. Mu Su had never recommended anyone to the Xianling sect. I thought that she would be a genius since he broke his rules. Who knew? Such a joke. Elder Lin sneered. Red spirit roots were never seen in the sect. Even the outer sect disciples started with orange spirit roots. No one with a red spirit root had ever entered the sect. Elder Qin was made speechless by Elder Lin's words. He frowned and remained silent. Elder Lin chuckled and looked back into the mirror. This year only Yun Shu and Lu Xiuan are not bad. The rest do not deserve our attention. The two elders of the Fist faction and Herbal faction both agreed. Only people with green spirit roots would have hoped to enter the inner sect. Even though both inner and outer sects were under the Xianling sect, the differences between the two sects were unimaginable. Disciples who could not enter the inner sect would not even have a chance to meet the elders. Everyone looked down on Yi Qingtang's red spirit root, and her outstanding behavior from the path to heaven also faded. When everyone was mocking or sighing at Yi Qingtang, she still remained calm. Staring at the spirit stone, her eyes were immersed with an undetectable smile. Her spirit root just leveled up. Initially, her spirit root was just a pure red spirit root. However, after nourishing it with the floating pagoda for a month, her spirit root was about to level up to an orange one. That faint orange color, ignored by the rest, provided Yi Qingtang with great hope. She would need at most one more month to nourish it into an orange spirit root. Afterward, she could reach the yellow spirit root. Even the blue spirit root that appeared for a split second before was not totally impossible now. However, her spirit root would require more nourishment to level up further. The requirement would multiply as it leveled up slowly. If Yi Qingtang really wished to nourish a blue spirit root, that would be a long way to go, and she was not in a rush. Under the sarcastic gaze by the audience, Yi Qingtang put down her hand and stepped back. The middle-aged man stared at Yi Qingtang in a complex way. He was silent for a while, and then asked people to register Yi Qingtang's spirit root level on the booklet. He previously thought that this lady was full of potential, but he did not expect that her spirit root would be one of such low quality. It would be almost impossible to enter the sect with such a spirit root. Whether she would be allowed to enter the sect by the elders was now fully dependent on her performance in the following assessments. Such a pity. To this point, all candidates' spirit root levels were recorded, and the real assessment was just about to begin. Everyone sighed in relief when they witnessed Yi Qingtang's spirit root. They would not want to see another strong competitor when Yun Shu and Lu Xiuan were already present. Spirit root is not that important. There will be more assessments. Yun Shu was the only one who talked to Yi Qingtang. He spoke to her slowly and gently. It seemed that he was trying to comfort her. Yi Qingtang smiled slightly. She could clearly notice senior brother Yun's worry from his reaction. It was funny for her, but at the same time, she felt the warmth from his concern. Yun Shu finally felt relieved after seeing her smile. We should both strive hard to enter the sect, Yun Shu said. Yi Qingtang nodded. Brother Yun, you are always so gentle to all kinds of people. Yun Shu and Yi Qingtang heard an unpleasant voice. Yi Qingtang raised her eyes and saw Lu Xiuan sneering at her sarcastically. Lu Xiuan took a glimpse at Yi Qingtang and spoke to Yun Shu. Everyone knows about Lu Yun family's fame. I'm not surprised by brother Yun's kindness. But you should know what kind of person to befriend. Do not downgrade yourself with your kindness. Yun Shu frowned as he disliked Lu Xiuan's attitude. I know what I am doing, brother Lu, Yun Shu said. Lu Xiuan did not take it seriously. He turned to look at Yi Qingtang and said, Yi Qingtang, how dare you to come for the sect assessment with this kind of spirit root? If even you can enter the sect, wouldn't the rest of us be useless? Lu Xiuan did not bother to hide his hostility towards Yi Qingtang. He was very certain that she had no way to enter the sect. He would not let her go easily. Yun Shu's face clouded and wanted to speak up for Yi Qingtang. Yi Qingtang suddenly stepped forward and struck back at Lu Xiuan before Yun Shu could. Lu Xiuan, remember what you just said. She would soon let him understand who was really useless. I will definitely remember that. Lu Xiuan smiled coldly. The real assessment began after the spirit root test. Based on the inverted order which people completed the path to heaven, Yi Qingtang would be the last person to go. The middle-aged man who was in charge of the assessment led everyone to a place outside the courtyard. The courtyard was peculiar as it was built on top of cloud layers. Multiple 8 trigrams flags served as walls that surrounded the courtyard. The flags were 4 meters in height and stuck closely together. The view inside was totally covered up. The middle-aged man placed his hands back and stared at the candidates. All candidates then stopped chatting and remained silent. This is an illusion array. All candidates are required to enter the array one by one. Illusion array? Various discussions arose among the candidates after the middle-aged man's words. No one knew what this illusion array was, but they were all clear that as a sect assessment, it would not be easy to pass. Senior, do we need to break the array in order to pass the assessment? One of the candidates asked, and that was what the rest were curious of. The middle-aged man shook his head. It would be best if you can break the array. If you can't, we shall see the situation in the array. Do not need to break the array. Everyone became even more curious about the illusion array in front of them. The middle-aged man asked a disciple behind him to distribute wax balls to candidates. There will be combat inside the array. Nothing inside will threaten your life. If you cannot take it anymore, just crush the wax ball, and the illusion array will disperse. You can then leave the array. However, I have to warn you now. The moment you crush the wax ball, the assessment comes to an end. The timing you crush the wax ball and the length of time you can stay in the array will be taken into consideration for the assessment. He said. Combat? The key information in the middle-aged man's words was clearly captured by the candidates. Though he mentioned combat, their life would not be threatened. Furthermore, it was mentioned earlier that they did not need to break the array. It seemed like this assessment was just to test how long they could last in the array. Everyone was not that nervous after figuring out the rules. Even if they could not break the array, they just needed to spend more time in the array. It would not be very difficult. Based on the inverted order which people completed the path to heaven, a young man would be the first person to enter the illusion array. The young man was around 18 to 19 years old. He was tall and possessed an orange spirit root. He did not perform very well on the path to heaven, so he was well prepared now to earn some attention in the array. Are you ready to enter the array? The middle-aged man looked at the excited young man and asked in a deep voice. The young man nodded without any hesitation. The middle-aged man raised his hand, and a path emerged from the closely arranged 8 trigrams flags. The path was covered entirely by fog, and no one could see the view inside clearly. Enter. A command was given. The young man then walked towards the illusion array. His giant body disappeared from view after he stepped into the fog. The 8 trigrams flags assembled back and enclosed the entire array. I think that young man will be inside for quite a while. The longer you stay inside, the better it is. Even if you can't break the array, you can also drag out time inside. One of the candidates murmured. That's true. It'll take at least 2 to 3 days to assess the hundreds of us. Yi Qingtang stood at a corner and scanned through the rest of the candidates. She smiled slightly when she noticed how the rest felt relieved towards the illusion array. When was it ever easy to pass a sect assessment? Just when everyone thought that they would have to wait for at least half a day, a formidable roar came out of the illusion array all of a sudden. The roar seemed to make the cloud layers below them to tremble. Ah! A horrifying scream was heard along the roar of the beast. The piercing scream seemed to be able to tear people apart. The two sounds hit everyone like a flash of lightning. Previously relaxed people were now all covered with goosebumps. What was that? What is in the illusion array? The roaring sound of the beast greeted their ears constantly. It totally destroyed the calmness among everyone. Such a deep roar had to be made from an extraordinary demonic beast. Was there a powerful demonic beast holding down the illusion array? Suddenly, everyone's good moods disappeared. A stream of blue fog slowly drifted out of the illusion array the next second. A path emerged from the 8 trigrams flags instantly, and a man fled out in panic from the array. The young man who just entered the array a few moments ago was now pale and sweating heavily. The calmness he had before entering the array was long gone, and only a few scratch marks were left on his face now. No one knew what he had just encountered in the array. However, his reaction just now really shocked everyone who was present. Though this young man possessed an orange spirit root, he should not be so weak. He only stayed in the array for a few moments before coming out. Next. The middle-aged man took a quick glance at the young man and commanded. The second candidate shivered. He was totally taken aback by the previous candidate's reaction. However, he had no choice but to step into the array. Everyone was having some deep thoughts after the second candidate entered the array. They looked towards the first candidate subconsciously. The young man was still panicking and upset. Everyone knew what the situation was now, and no one asked him what he encountered in the array. The rules of the sect assessment did not allow candidates to reveal such information. Furthermore, as a result of the competition happening between the candidate would not give them any answer even if they asked. This time, the candidate who entered the array did not escape immediately. However, the roaring sound of the beast rose one after another. Soon, a streak of blue fog was seen, and this represented the end of the second candidate's assessment. Even though he lasted slightly longer than the first candidate, the duration was still alarmingly short. Based on this speed, they would need only less than half a day to assess the hundreds of candidates here. The next few candidates who entered the array all did not last very long. All of them came out with pale faces as if they had seen something terrifying. The candidates who were still waiting were close to breaking down. They thought that as long as they lasted long enough in the array, they could pass the assessment. Who knew that things were much more complicated than what they imagined? More than half of the candidates had finished the assessment in less than half a day. Lu Xiuan would be the next one now. He took a deep breath and stood in front of the array. He squinted his eyes as the array slowly opened up a path. Eventually, he walked in. Among the clouds and fog, Lu Xiaowen did not have a clear view in front of him. He took a few steps forward, and the fog suddenly dispersed. He saw himself standing in a forest, and a pair of red eyes were staring at him through the gaps of the branches. At the next second, a giant beast walked out of the forest. It was a level 5 demonic beast with a height of 5 meters. Its body was full black in color, and its tusks were shimmering under the light. Its deathly red eyes stared at Lu Xiaowen, the only living creature in front of the beast. Lu Xiaowen panicked when he saw the demonic beast. A level 5 demonic beast was not something that the candidates could handle as they had not gone through any training. What's wrong? How can a sect assessment be so difficult? Lu Xiaowen frowned. He did not even wish to beat the beast. He would celebrate in joy if he could escape from it. When Lu Xiaowen was contemplating, the beast roared in rage. Its giant body flew towards him. Lu Xiaowen held the wax ball tighter, but then he remembered what the middle-aged man told them. Nothing inside would threaten your life. A thought came through his mind, and he gave up the opportunity of crushing the wax ball. He immediately pulled out the sword by his waist and blocked the beast's attack. He could feel a heavy weight from the sword, but such strength was totally incomparable with that from a real level 5 demonic beast. Lu Xiaowen's eyes sparkled, and he dashed forward with his sword. As time passed, Lu Xiaowen spent a much longer time in the array than all previous candidates. The middle-aged man's face softened. Though there were some candidates who lasted inside for quite a while, Lu Xiaowen was in a much better state compared to them. A streak of blue fog emerged after a long time. Lu Xiaowen appeared outside the array the next second. His face was not pale but still not very pleasant. Though he found out the trick of the array, he could not find a way to break it. He could only crush the wax ball before he ran out of energy. However, Lu Xiaowen took a breath and looked towards Yunshu. He believed that the duration he spent inside the array was much longer than all previous candidates. Now, there were only Yi Qingtang and Yunshu left. Lu Xiaowen did not bother with Yi Qingtang, who only possessed a red spirit root. Only Yunshu could compete with him at this assessment. Lu Xiaowen, you can now go to the next assessment location. The middle-aged man spoke to him slowly. He was quite satisfied with Lu Xiaowen's performance. Lu Xiaowen spent quite a long time in the array, so all previous candidates had already moved on to the next assessment location. Lu Xiaowen nodded slightly. His arrogant sight swept past Yunshu and landed on Yi Qingtang. He smiled and left. Next, the middle-aged man said. Yunshu took a glance at Yi Qingtang. He nodded and walked into the array. Outside the array, Yi Qingtang was the only person left. A faintly discernible smile emerged on her face. She clearly witnessed the sight from Lu Xiaowen before he left. Lu Xiaowen was quite talented since he could last so long in the array. However, so what? Yi Qingtang chuckled. She waited patiently for her turn to enter the array. Yunshu spent a long time inside. He could only crush the wax ball to leave the array. When he stepped out of the array, he looked towards Yi Qingtang's direction instinctively. He was about to remind her about something when the middle-aged man stopped his words. Yunshu, you can now move on to the next assessment location. Yes. Yunshu wanted to tell Yi Qingtang about the illusion array. However, he did not have any chance to do so and had to leave for the next assessment. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Qingtang with a complicated expression. Yi Qingtang, are you ready to enter now? Yi Qingtang took a step forward and nodded. The illusion array was turned on. Within the sect, the 4 sect elders were staring at the image from the water-moon mirror. All of them did not pay much attention as Yi Qingtang walked inside the array. Yunshu and Lu Xiaowen did quite well in the array. They could figure out the trick within such a short period of time. Elder Lin was quite satisfied with both of their performances. Su Wan and Mo, you were not too bad as well. I saw that they lasted inside for quite a long time. Though it's not comparable with Yunshu and Lu Xiaowen, they are still up to the standard. The elder of the Fist faction also noticed some potential candidates. Illusion array is now ended then. Elder Lin spoke softly and ignored Yi Qingtang, who just entered the array. Elder Qin frowned. Elder Lin sneered at Elder Qin's reaction. Elder Qin, are you still thinking of that Yi Qingtang? She has only a red spirit root. The disciples previously could not last very long in the array. I'm afraid she will also. The moment when Elder Lin spoke, the four elders were shocked by the scene from the water moon mirror. Yi Qingtang witnessed the illusions appearing in front of her, but she was unusually calm. She stared calmly at the level 5 demonic beast and did not step back at all. Suddenly, she pulled out her sword and pushed herself above the ground, dashing towards the beast. The sharp point of the blade pierced through the heart of the demonic beast. Without any extra moves, the demonic beast collapsed as its heart was pierced through. Its giant body turned into a ball of black fume and disappeared in front of her. The four elders were astonished at the moment. All demonic creatures inside the array were made from illusions. Though they possessed the appearances of level 5 demonic beasts, their actual strength was less than 10% of the actual ones. They were almost like normal beasts. However, all candidates were not aware of this, and no one revealed about that as well. The fierce look of the level 5 demonic beast was enough to frighten the young men. Some of the previous candidates noticed the weakened beast. However, under the constant attack of the beast, its giant body, and cruel appearance, all these created huge pressure on the candidates. It was not easy to suppress the pressure. But for Yi Qingtang, she did not even blink before she killed the demonic beast made from illusion with one single move. This was really beyond the four elders' imaginations. After Yi Qingtang killed one beast, she noticed another two beasts made from the illusion. Her mouth tilted. The demonic beast would appear constantly inside the illusion array. Only breaking the array could end this totally. Even if one could kill 1,000 of them, they would be trapped here forever. This time, Yi Qingtang did not attack the two beasts. Instead, she turned and rushed towards the opposite direction in the forest. That's it. In the end, she still cannot control her fear. Elder Lin was no longer shocked. He left a comment as he saw Yi Qingtang escaping from the beasts. However, at the moment when Elder Lin left the comment, all elders were totally stunned by Yi Qingtang's next move. Yi Qingtang's tiny figure dashed across the forest. The trees behind her served as a natural barrier from the two demonic beasts. Her sight was sharp, and she scanned through the trees that looked totally alike to each other. Suddenly, her feet tapped softly and flew towards an insignificant tree. She raised her sword and struck towards the top of the tree. A branch was chopped down. The branch fell onto the ground and turned into a streak of fumes. The fumes then disappeared. The two beasts that were roaring and chasing behind her suddenly became two balls of black fumes and then dispersed. Yi Qingtang landed in confidence and stared at the forest that was slowly disappearing in front of her. A tinge of a smile was seen on her face. Everything in the illusion array was all made from illusions. The only way to break the array was to find out the array center. Breaking the center could then break the array. In her previous life, Yi Qingtang was trapped inside for a long time. She was not willing to give up and struggled with all her strength. She only crushed the wax ball when she used up all her energy. However, in this life, Yi Qingtang lowered her head and stared at the complete wax ball, and a deep smile appeared in her eyes. The illusion array was very difficult for normal candidates. The center of the array was hidden inside the trees that looked exactly the same. Normal people would not be able to distinguish it. However, she had lost count the number of times she entered the illusion arrays when she was in the Xianling sect in her previous life. She could remember everything in the array clearly. The entire forest was now dispersing as layers of fumes. Yi Qingtang witnessed the path that she came from was opened up again. She walked towards the exit slowly. The middle-aged man who guarded outside the array stared at the young lady in shock. The little figure was so eye-catching in the fog. She broke the array. The middle-aged man was totally stunned. The illusion array was the first sect assessment. Only 3 to 5 people managed to do so in the past thousands of years. Those few were extremely talented and were born in array family clans. That was the reason why they could break the array. Those few people spent at least half a day to break the array, and some even spent 1 or 2 days. How much time had passed since Yi Qingtang entered? This amount of time was not even enough for her to see through the views in the array. How could she break the array? The middle-aged man could not figure out an answer, and he remained in surprise. I have broken the array. Can I go to the next assessment location now? Yi Qingtang walked out calmly and looked towards the stunned middle-aged man. Fear came from inside. When one conquered fear, all beasts from the illusion would disappear. The middle-aged man pulled himself out of surprise. He adjusted his emotions and said, "You can now proceed to the next assessment location." Yi Qingtang nodded and left. The middle-aged man stared at her back, and multiple thoughts arose in his head. He found the way Yi Qingtang broke the array peculiar, and instinctively he contacted the elders who witnessed the entire assessment process through the psychic tablet. Only the elders would know what exactly happened in the array. "Elders, Yi Qingtang just now." The middle-aged man spoke to the psychic tablet. Before he could finish his words, Elder Qin's voice was heard from the psychic tablet. Yi Qingtang broke the array by herself. There was no abnormality to the array. The middle-aged man was stunned and did not question further. However, within the sect, after speaking to the middle-aged man, Elder Qin looked towards Elder Lin, whose face was unpleasant. Chapter 108, Elder Lin, I'm afraid that you are wrong this time. Elder Qin sneered. Elder Lin's face was very unpleasant now. If he had not witnessed the scene with his own eyes, he would never believe that a 15-year-old young lady would be able to break the illusion array once she entered. The center of the illusion array changed each time it was turned on. Only disciples of the Xianling sect would know about the center. Yi Qingtang was just a candidate, and she was not even born into an array family. How could she break the array within such a short time? Elder Lin remembered how he looked down at Yi Qingtang previously and felt slightly embarrassed. It's pure luck. It won't be so easy for the next few assessments. Elder Lin took a deep breath and tried to hide his surprise towards Yi Qingtang. Elder Qin took a glimpse at Elder Lin and decided not to reply to him anymore. He was delighted, but he sighed at the same time. He was the elder of the array faction, and he definitely preferred disciples who were talented in array formation. He was satisfied with her from the beginning. Her shocking performance during the illusion array made him applaud in awe as well. She was really a rare and talented person. However, Elder Qin sighed secretly. He would really want to nurture Yi Qingtang if her spirit root was of a higher quality. Such a pity. No one would know what the 4 elders were thinking about. Yi Qingtang also headed towards the second assessment location after breaking the array. Yi Qingtang arrived at the place soon, as the 2 locations were not far from each other. Yun Shu was waiting for the second assessment to begin when he saw Yi Qingtang coming over. He was a little surprised. Lu Xiuwen, who was standing nearby, saw Yi Qingtang as well. But his eyes were full of sarcasm. Yi Qingtang came over slightly after Yun Shu reached the second assessment location. She definitely only spent a little while in the array. Lu Xiuwen was confident that Yi Qingtang was like the rest of the candidates who were horrified by the monsters in the array. Lu Xiuwen only glanced at her once and decided not to pay attention to her anymore. A red spirit root was too inferior for a candidate. She definitely did not stand a chance to enter the sect since she flunked the first assessment. Lady Yi. Yun Shu greeted her politely. Yi Qingtang took a glimpse at senior brother Yun. He wanted to say something but hesitated. She was amused by his reaction. She was the last candidate for the previous assessment. Only she would know the result of the assessment. It seemed like senior brother Yun thought she escaped from the array in fear, and that was why he showed such a complex expression. Senior brother Yun. I will not be the useless junior sister again anymore. Has the second assessment started? Yi Qingtang smiled and asked. She did not explain much since if she could enter the sect by the end of the assessments, Yunshu would know her performances in each assessment. It's going to start soon. The second assessment is also testing on array formation, but it's a sword array. Yunshu said. Sword array? Yi Qingtang's lifted her eyebrows and glanced through the stone table that was around 100 miles away. The stone table was engraved with the 8 trigrams, and a sword was placed in the stone, at the center of the 8 trigrams. Senior brother Yun, this is not an array formation, Yi Qingtang smiled. Not an array formation? Yunshu was confused. Chapter 109, Yi Qingtang used a voice that could only be heard by the two of them and said, array formation has a center to break, but the sword array does not. This means that it cannot be broken. The sword in the stone is not the center? Yunshu was not familiar with array formations. That's not true. Yi Qingtang shook her head and smiled. The middle-aged man arrived at the location when Yi Qingtang was chatting with Yunshu. The sword array will test how long you can last inside. The middle-aged man opened his mouth expressionlessly. It was another simple introduction without any clues given. All candidates were confused by the rules. They were totally lost after the unpredictable illusion array just now. They could not figure out the assessment ways at all. Testing on duration again. This time would there be any demonic beasts? The standard this time is determined by your situation in the sword array. You can't give up by yourself anymore. If you're hurt by the array, your assessment will end. The middle-aged man walked to the side and added. Hurt by the array? The candidates caught the key information. However, when they glanced at the empty 8 trigram stage, they still could not figure out the nature of the assessment. The first candidate felt extremely hopeless, as this round of assessment was conducted in front of everyone. People behind might still be able to refer to the previous candidates, but he was the first one again. First candidate, up the stage now. The middle-aged man did not leave any thinking time for the candidates. He immediately announced the beginning of the assessment. The first candidate came to the front in despair. However, this time the middle-aged man provided him with a reminder. You can use weapons to assist you in the sword array. The candidate immediately held the sword by his waist and stood on the 8 trigram stage desperately. The middle-aged man then walked to the side of the stage and turned on the sword array. Rays of light suddenly came out of the sword in the stone. The white light covered the entire sword. Suddenly, the stationary sword started to vibrate, and multiple sword shadows emerged out of the sword. The shadows formed 5 lightsabers, dashing towards the air. They turned sharply in the mid-air and attacked the candidate on the 8 trigram stage. The 5 lightsabers shot towards the candidate from all directions. The candidate shivered and then lifted his sword to defend himself. A loud clang rang. The candidate flourished his sword continuously to fend off the attack of the lightsabers. His feet also shifted swiftly for defense. The moment he was hurt by the lightsabers, the assessment would then end. This assessment appeared to be easier than the previous one, and he definitely would put in all his effort to compensate his poor performance previously. The candidate successfully fended off the first attack as the speed of the lightsabers were not too fast. The sword array doesn't seem to be very difficult. The rest of the candidates who were watching the assessment were much more relieved. This was much easier than the illusion array. Yi Qingtang noticed how the rest sighed in relief, and her mouth tilted. Not very difficult. You will soon know how difficult it can be. When everyone was calmer than before, the sword in the stone vibrated again. Another 5 lightsabers flew out all of a sudden. The lightsabers on the stage increased to 10 now, and the speed doubled. The candidate who just sighed in relief was shocked by the 10 lightsabers. Before he could react, the swords dashed towards him with double the speed. Chapter 110, Shadows of the Sword shimmered on the 8 trigram stage. The 10 lightsabers flew in the air. Their speed increased so fast that they did not leave any reaction time for the candidate. The candidate's shoulder was cut by one of the light swords before he could adjust his position. The middle-aged man switched off the sword array immediately. The lightsabers on the 8 trigram stage then disappeared, leaving the shocked candidate on the stage alone. The wound on his shoulder was clearly visible. The whole process happened within a split second, which was even shorter than the time he spent in the illusion array. Next, the middle-aged man said. The candidates no longer felt relieved anymore. Previously, they were nervous about the illusion array as they could not see the situation inside. However, though the views inside were terrifying, some who were brave were still able to fight against the demonic beasts. Even if they could not do so, they could still run around in the array to earn some time. But now, there seemed to be a heavy stone pressing down on everyone's hearts. There was totally no time to rest in the sword array. Though the 8 trigram stage's size was at least 100 square meters, where could they run to under the attack of so many lightsabers together? What was more desperate was that even if they could fend off one attack, the number doubled in the next round. The time in between only allowed them to take one breath at most. No one felt relieved anymore. The second candidate had no choice but to step onto the stage. Everyone had a heavy heart now, trying to adjust their state of mind. Lu Xiaowen was calm when he witnessed how the rest reacted. He was quite talented as he went through cultivation with his master at a very young age. He was definitely more skilled than the rest, and he had more confidence towards the sword array. However, Lu Xiaowen's calmness faded slowly as more candidates went through the sword array. The first round was 5 lightsabers, the second was 10, and the third increased to 20. The number doubled each time. Previous candidates only managed to last until the start of the third round at most. If based on this calculation, it would be 40 the next round. How were the candidates supposed to defend that? People were dazzled by the flying lightsabers on the stage. It was difficult to have a clear vision of the positions of the lightsabers. How could they dodge the attacks? This was like fighting against 10 people with one person's strength. The sword array took less time than the illusion array. Candidates who finished the assessment left straight away. Soon, it was Lu Xiaowen's turn. Lu Xiaowen's ability allowed him to push through the third attack with all his strength. Eventually, he was cut by one of the lightsabers during the fourth attack, and his assessment ended. However, he was the best candidate among the rest for now. Yun Shu was the next one after Lu Xiaowen. Yun Shu's results were almost the same as Lu Xiaowen. He struggled for a while more, but eventually, he also stopped at the fourth round. Now, Yi Qingtang was the only person left. I'll wait for you at the third assessment location. Be careful. Yun Shu reminded Yi Qingtang and left. The middle-aged man looked towards Yi Qingtang worriedly. If the illusion array was testing on one's wisdom and bravery, the sword array would be testing one's true fighting skills. Lu Xiaowen and Yun Shu both possessed green spirit roots. It was normal for them to be better than the rest. However, Yi Qingtang. Ultimately, she only had the worst red spirit root. Chapter 111, Yi Qingtang, are you ready to enter the sword array? The middle-aged man did not limit his words this time. Yi Qingtang nodded slightly. She held her sword and walked towards the 8 trigram stage in silence. The 4 elders stared at Yi Qingtang in the sect. Their expressions were delicate. The elders of the Fist faction and Herbal faction did not have many feelings for the young lady, who had an excellent performance in the illusion array. Elder Qin of the Array faction had some interest in Yi Qingtang. Elder Qin, what do you think about her results this time? Elder Lin suddenly asked. Elder Qin took a glimpse at Elder Lin and said, the sword array is set by your sword faction. You should be clearer than me. Elder Lin sneered and then looked towards the mirror. The sword array tests the fighting skills of a candidate. I have never seen anyone with a red spirit root step onto the 8 trigram stage. I can't predict her performance this time. Though Elder Lin did not make it obvious, everyone could sense his sarcasm. Elder Qin frowned. He did not like the tone that Elder Lin used, but he had to admit that what he said was true. The sword array was different from the illusion array. A person without some practical fighting skills could not last long even if they mastered array formations. Yi Qingtang's spirit root. Elder Qin sighed. Yi Qingtang stood still on the 8 trigram stage. The middle-aged man turned on the sword array as he saw Yi Qingtang was prepared. The sword in the stone was surrounded by light the next second. It vibrated slightly, and lightsabers were split out of the stone. When Yi Qingtang took a deep breath and was ready to fight the lightsabers, the light on the sword in the stone suddenly changed. The white light was replaced by a blood-red color. A loud and piercing sound was made by the sword in the stone the next moment. It vibrated violently, and countless light shadows were seen. The middle-aged man's face turned as he witnessed the changes of the sword in the stone. What happened? Why was there a sudden change to the sword in the stone? An ominous feeling crept within him. Only white light should be radiated when the sword array was turned on. How could the lights suddenly turn red? The middle-aged man sensed something was not right. He then wanted to turn off the sword array temporarily, but his hand was rebounded off by a strong force from the button. The piercing sound cut through the sky again. Within a second, the sword in the stone that was surrounded by the right light suddenly released innumerable red lightsabers. The blood-red lightsabers flew into the sky like red rain, covering the whole sky. The entire 8 trigram stage was red due to the reflection of the light. Yi Qingtang felt slightly uneasy as she stared at the bright light above her head in surprise. She went through the sword array in her previous lives assessment. However, she was cut by the lightsabers at the beginning of the second round in her previous life. Yi Qingtang spent a long time in the Xianling sect in her previous life, but she had never heard that the sword in the stone would radiate red light. She could not even imagine the first round of the sword array would have more than 100 of lightsabers. Even Yi Qingtang, who was reborn, was also shocked by the variation of the sword array. However, before she could figure out what exactly happened, the hundreds of lightsabers above her head dashed towards the 8 trigram stage suddenly like raindrops. Chapter 112, This is Bad. Within the sect, the 4 faction elders, who were watching the sword array assessment, suddenly stood up upon seeing the blinding red light. Expressions of shock were etched on their faces. What's going on? Why is there a sudden change to the sword array? Elder Qin's expression was the ugliest. A sky full of red light fell on the ground like raindrops with a speed so fast that one was unable to catch. Under an attack of such a level, a young girl would definitely be unable to block them even if she was a born genius. Similarly, Elder Lin had a look of shock. The sword array was the first segment of Xianling sect's entrance assessment and had been in use for hundreds of years without any errors. But then, such an abnormality happened before his eyes. For normal assessments, the sword array had been weakened a lot, and even if candidates were injured, they were merely minor abrasions. The sword array would definitely not take their lives. However, before their eyes, the lightsabers would only turn red when fighting against enemies. The sword array then was no longer the sword array that the candidates had experienced. This was the real absolute kill sword array. As long as one was attacked, one would definitely lose their life. For a moment, Elder Lin's face darkened as well. Even if he did not like how Elder Qin thought so highly of Yi Qingtang, he did not want the sword array to have any abnormality at this instant. The sword faction was responsible for preparing this sword array. Elder Lin. What exactly is going on? Elder Win asked with furrowed brows. Elder Lin's expression was very ugly. Without explaining further to Elder Qin, he directly reached for the psychic tablet and ordered the middle-aged man beside the 8 trigram stage. Turn the sword array off immediately. If they were any later, Yi Qingtang might lose her life on the 8 trigram stage. Upon receiving the news, the middle-aged man beside the 8 trigram stage was very anxious. He tried to shut the sword array down again but was repelled away by the force once again. Elder Lin, this sword array cannot be turned off, the middle-aged man said hurriedly. Elder Lin's face darkened further. The sword array cannot be turned off. How could it be? Just when everyone was surprised over the sudden change in the sword array, Yi Qingtang, who was standing on the 8 trigram stage, faced her first crisis since her rebirth. Lightsabers pierced down one after another at a speed as fast as lightning. Yi Qingtang sensed a strong overbearing force flowing out continuously from the sword in the stone. She could not care about any other thing and could only lift her sword in the shortest time possible. With a quick flick of her wrist, she made a series of strokes and drew a circle with her sword. Spinning around quickly, it was as though that flash of sword became a silver shield, reflecting away all the light sabers that were flying down towards her. Suddenly, a loud clang rang. The descending light sabers clashed against those that were hit away, turning the sky above the 8 trigram stage into a sea of red. The clashing sound was as loud as the sound of the explosion of a massive rock. Yi Qingtang backstepped quickly with clever footsteps which were rapid yet orderly, fast, and steady. Accompanying with the dancing sword in her hands, she actually blocked the shower of light sabers. All of this fell into the eyes of the 4 faction elders. Originally shocked over the sudden change in the sword array, they were completely stunned after witnessing Yi Qingtang's actions. This girl actually blocked them? Elder Qin's eyes widened suddenly, completely in disbelief over what he saw. The absolute kill sword array could defeat millions of enemies. How could it be blocked by a candidate who has not even entered the sect? Chapter 113, even Elder Lin's eyes were full of shock. As an elder from the sword faction, no one other than him knew more clearly of the force of the sword array. Although the sword array was only at the starting stage, it was already extremely fierce. He initially thought that Yi Qingtang would lose her life in the first wave of attacks, however. Things were completely beyond his expectations. That is, the 7 stars on moon footstep. An elder from the fist faction sharply noticed Yi Qingtang's rapidly moving footsteps. Her pair of legs were unusually nimble, and although its movements appeared messy, it actually followed a pattern. 7 stars on moon footstep. Isn't that one of the must-learns from that person? Elder Qin asked in surprise. The fist faction elder frowned slightly and took a closer look. It seems like it, but it's a little different. I saw fragments of the 7 stars on moon footstep scroll by chance only once and cannot verify it. Moreover, that lord had already disappeared for a long time. Since that big battle, it is unknown whether he is still alive or not. Now is not the time to consider these. The first wave of attack is ending soon. If the sword array still cannot be shut down, the second wave of attack in the absolute kill sword array will directly shoot out millions of lightsabers. Even the 8 trigram stage would be destroyed, much less Yi Qingtang. Elder Qin took a deep breath and turned to look at Elder Lin beside him. Elder Lin frowned deeply. Instantly, he turned around and headed outside. On the 8 trigram stage, Yi Qingtang's alertness was raised to the extreme. As her quickly turning wrists held on the sword to hit the flying lightsabers continuously, it was already numbed by the force of the impact. At this instant, Yi Qingtang really could not laugh at all. The sword array that she initially thought she could pass easily actually changed suddenly. This change shocked Yi Qingtang extremely, and she could only use the footstep that she used to save her life in her previous life. Yi Qingtang obtained this set of footsteps coincidentally in her previous life. Initially, she did not think that there was anything special about it, but after practicing and mastering it, she found out its secret. It could be said that this set of footsteps helped her escape in the many times she was surrounded by enemies in her previous life. She had no intention of using it in the assessment, but now, she had to use it even if she did not want to. As Yi Qingtang cautiously countered the attack of the lightsabers, her mind was constantly thinking about the sudden change in the sword array. In her previous life when she entered Xianling's sect, she had entered the sword array as well. Nothing abnormal happened to it then, and she had never heard of any accidents in the sword array assessment in the previous years before. How? Did everything detract from history's track? Could it be? A shocking thought suddenly appeared in Yi Qingtang's mind. In her previous life, she had never used the power of the heart of the demon god, thus, there was nothing to worry about. However, now, the spirit root in her body was formed using the heart of the demon god. Even if Yi Qingtang could hide the heart of the demon god and not let anyone else discover it, the sword array only sensed one's aura and would not be misled by any other thing. Could it be that the sword array suddenly became this violent because it sensed the heart of the demon god in her body? At the thought, Yi Qingtang could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Despite all her calculations, she missed out on the sensory ability of the sword in the stone. It was really too careless. Yi Qingtang was quietly vexed over her carelessness, but her limbs did not dare to relax a little. If she was slightly careless and got stabbed by the lightsaber, she might be buried here. Chapter 114. Yi Qingtang was unaware of how many lightsabers she had hid away already. As the red light in the sky faded bit by bit, Yi Qingtang still could not be at ease. She did not forget that this was a sword array that would continue on for eternity as long as it was not shut down. When she hit the last lightsaber away, she suddenly heard the middle-aged man's screams. Yi Qingtang. Quickly take this time to leave the 8 trigram stage. The middle-aged man, who was still unable to shut down the sword array, reminded her immediately without caring about anything else when he saw Yi Qingtang single-handedly blocking the first wave of attack. Yi Qingtang did not say anything else and found a good opportunity to flee from the 8 trigram stage. However, just as her toes reached the sides of the 8 trigram stage, a red light emerged from the sides of the 8 trigram stage. A strong air stream violently flowed through Yi Qingtang. The entire 8 trigram stage was enclosed by a circle of red light instantly. Yi Qingtang's heart was in her mouth immediately. The sword in the stone definitely had discovered the presence of the heart of the demon god. Otherwise, why would there be such a big move to trap her on the 8 trigram stage so persistently until she dies? The middle-aged man below the 8 trigram stage was taken aback as well. He had been in Xianling's sect for many years and was in charge of the assessment many times, but he had never seen the sword array become like this. And at that instant, a piercing sound was sounded by the sword in the stone once again. This time, lightsabers numbering more than 10 times the lightsabers in the first wave suddenly flew up the sky, and in the encirclement of the red light, the surrounding was tainted by the scarlet light like fresh blood, resulting in a patch of crimson. Yi Qingtang looked up. Her black and white eyes reflected countless scarlet lightsabers as though the color of blood filled her eyes. At that very instant, the little black ball within the heart of the demon god was utterly panicking. It could feel the danger that Yi Qingtang was going to face. It wanted to take over the little lightning dragon's body and block everything for Yi Qingtang, but realized that the little lightning dragon's body was still frail and could not withstand the little black ball's occupation since the little black ball took over the little lightning dragon's body once on the journey here. Mother! Mother! The little black ball could only roar irritably within the heart of the demon god. Countless lightsabers hovered above the 8 trigram stage. Under the glimmer of the red light, the middle-aged man outside the 8 trigram stage was completely taken aback. This was it. This was really it. Even if Yi Qingtang had 3 heads and 6 limbs, she would still be unable to block this wave of the absolute kill sword array. Yi Qingtang took a deep breath, narrowing her eyes as she tightened her grip on the sword in her hand. She definitely could not die here. Just when the lightsabers were about to attack, a loud blast suddenly sounded from the sword in the stone. Along with the piercing blast, the sky of lightsabers instantly became an illusion, fading away as they flew down. Yi Qingtang watched the tip of a lightsaber, which was just under her nose, turn into a ball of red light and fall on the ground quietly. The red light that enveloped the 8 trigram stage completely vanished at that moment. Instantly, the entire 8 trigram stage returned to calmness as though the life and death struggle a while ago ceased to exist. Yi Qingtang was slightly surprised but did not dare to rush into any action, and her hand which held the sword was on alert for a long time. Outside the 8 trigram stage, the middle-aged man who was covered in goosebumps suddenly felt a slight tremble in the psychic tablet. The sword array is turned off, let her come down. Elder Lin's slightly exhausted voice sounded from the psychic tablet. Chapter 115. The middle-aged man was shocked, but he understood the situation. Once the absolute kill sword array started, it could only be closed by a sword faction elder. However, Elder Lin might have used quite a lot of energy to shut down the absolute kill sword array so urgently. Yes, replied the middle-aged man as he looked up at Yi Qingtang on the 8 trigram stage. Yi Qingtang, the sword array is turned off already. You can come down. On the 8 trigram stage, Yi Qingtang's breathing was rather hurried. It had not been a month since her spirit root rebuilt, and her body still experienced the pain of having a spirit root dug out, thus, she had not fully regained her strength. Under normal circumstances, she would have definitely died in the sword array. She was able to live until now only because of the experiences she accumulated in her previous life when fleeing for her life. Yi Qingtang took a deep breath and calmed her erratic breathing, though her heart was already on alert. There were many magical objects on Earth, and who knew which of them would be able to sense the aura of the heart of the demon god. She really had to be even more careful in the future. Moreover, she did not know whether Xianling's sect found any clues. The middle-aged man could not help but admire Yi Qingtang when he saw that she was not at all flustered even though she seemed exhausted. If it were to be any other candidate, they most likely would have died in the sword array. It was indeed unusual for Yi Qingtang, however, to stay this calm and composed and even be so indifferent after the incident. "Senior, do I need to retake this sword array assessment?" Yi Qingtang's first sentence upon coming down from the 8 trigram stage stunned the middle-aged man. "Retake the assessment?" The middle-aged man took a look at the messy 8 trigram stage and felt a shiver down his spine. There was a sudden change to the sword array, and God knows what abnormality actually happened. Under such circumstances, the sword faction would definitely not start up the sword array again within a short period of time. Nonetheless, it was good that Yi Qingtang was the last candidate. "There is no need. You can just head straight to the location of the 3rd segment," the middle-aged man said. Yi Qingtang did not say anything further. She had used up too much energy just now, and her body did not have a strong foundation from the start. Using all her energy in a fight like this had physically exhausted her. Luckily, Yi Qingtang knew that the 3rd segment did not require too much energy. After a slight nod, Yi Qingtang left, and her anxious heart calmed down a little. If she could continue taking the assessment, it meant that Xianling's sect did not discover the heart of the demon god. Now, she could rest assured. When Yi Qingtang headed for the location of the 3rd segment, the 4 elders' hearts were heavy. "Elder Lin, why did the absolute kill sword array start without a reason?" Elder Qin looked towards a rather exhausted Elder Lin who was walking back slowly. "It is still unknown as of now. I have ordered sword faction disciples to close the sword array down temporarily. I will investigate in detail after this assessment." Elder Lin's complexion was pale. Once the absolute kill sword array started, only he and Xianling's sect master could forcefully turn it off by using large amounts of energy. He urgently closed the absolute kill sword array just now, and, thus, his breathing was still erratic. "I hope such incidences will not happen again. The sword array is not set up only for candidates. If we face external enemies and the sword array experiences an abnormality, it would be unfavorable to the sect," Elder Qin said with a slight front. From his point of view, the sword array was administered by the sword faction, and it was definitely the sword faction's responsibility now that something happened to it. This time, Elder Lin did not talk back, and a deep frown sat on his face. He himself could not understand why the absolute kill sword array started up for no reason. "Forget it. There is no accident in the end. Just pay more attention in the future," said the Fist faction elder, who stood up as a mediator. Chapter 116, That's right. The sword array assessment had already ended, and there should not be any more problems in the future. "I believe Elder Lin will be more careful in the future," echoed the herbal faction elder. Elder Qin scoffed secretly. The sword faction was powerful, so naturally, the fist and herbal factions would be biased towards Elder Lin. Just because nothing happened doesn't mean that there isn't a problem. Previously, you all thought that Yi Qingtang's spirit root was too inferior, yet who would have thought that she could actually withstand the absolute kill sword array? Honestly speaking, what do you think will happen if it happened to other candidates? Even if it was Lu Xiuan from the formidable Heavens Royals or Yun Shu from the Lu Yun family clan, they would most probably die should they encounter the absolute kill sword array, wouldn't they? Elder Qin's words were rather sharp. As his voice sounded, Elder Lin's expression turned even uglier. The appearance of the absolute kill sword array was unexpected, but what made him more shocked was the fact that Yi Qingtang could actually bear its attacks. As seen, Yi Qingtang does have some abilities. She is obviously first for the sword array segment today, said the herbal faction elder thoughtfully with a hint of admiration towards Yi Qingtang in his tone. Lu Xiaowen and Yun Shu's results were already the best, but they went through only the weakened sword array. Moreover, they only withstood the attack of a few dozen lightsabers. However, Yi Qingtang. In the absolute kill sword array, she dealt with hundreds of lightsabers and retreated safely. Such a splendid record was indeed stunning. None of the outer sect disciples would have performed better than her, much less other candidates. Yi Qingtang, whom they had been pessimistic towards, brought them surprise after surprise. Not only was the herbal faction elder shocked over this, even the fist faction elder could not help but pay more attention to her. There is a strong correlation between the fact that she could bear the absolute kill sword array and that set of footsteps. If those footsteps really originated from the 7 stars on moon footstep and she could retreat safely, it is also not impossible. Elder Lin took a deep breath, though he was still unwilling to approve of Yi Qingtang. As he said this, his eyes were obviously looking at Elder Qin, who had been strongly supporting Yi Qingtang all this while. Upon hearing Elder Qin's words, the 2 elders from the herbal and fist factions felt that it was logical. After all, the 7 stars on moon footstep was that mighty figure's special skill which allowed him to retreat safely even when surrounded by hordes of troops. Elder Qin scoffed. He knew that Elder Lin was using Yi Qingtang's incident to go against him, but he was also unwilling to argue with Elder Lin any further. The place of the 3rd segment was much simpler. A huge stone pillar stood on top of the clouds. It was 10 meters tall and could only be encircled with the joint force of 4 grown men. Large lifelike dragons were carved on the stone pillar, making it appear very majestic. A black stone slate, with a dimension of 1 square meter, was hung on the stone pillar. Yi Qingtang rushed up to where other candidates stood, but her pale complexion attracted both Yun Shu and Lu Xiaowen's attention. "Miss Yi, are you all right?" Yun Shu stood forward and asked. Yi Qingtang shook her head slightly, but her lack of strength made her look frail. Not anyone can go up against the sword array. Looking at Yi Qingtang's miserable appearance and estimating the time, Lu Xiaowen knew that she withstood 1 wave of attack at most. Ultimately, a red spirit root is still a red spirit root. There was no way she could make any shocking achievements. Yi Qingtang glanced at Lu Xiaowen, and a sneer hung on the corner of her lips. There was still 1 more segment in the assessment, and she wanted to see how exciting Lu Xiaowen's expression would be when the final results were revealed. Chapter 117. Yi Qingtang was the only candidate who solved the illusion array and was obviously ranked first in the first segment of the assessment. As for the sword array, although there was a sudden abnormality, Yi Qingtang was very clear that it was enough to suppress everyone just based on the fact that she withstood the first wave of attack thus. As long as she was not ranked the last few in the 3rd segment of the assessment, she was confident that she would be able to enter Xianling's sect. "Miss Yi, there is no need to argue with him," Yun Shu comforted Yi Qingtang. Lu Xiaowen had been arrogant for a long period of time and was also a prince, hence, he would not allow anyone to disobey him. While there was nothing to pick on about Yi Qingtang's words before she stepped on the path to heaven, it had already planted the seeds of dissatisfaction in Lu Xiaowen's heart. All of this fell into Yun Shu's eyes, and his opinion of Lu Xiaowen became worse. "I know," Yi Qingtang chuckled as her eyes could not help but land on Yun Shu. Previously, she was only focused on her own assessment and, in turn, neglected something. In the previous 2 segments, Yun Shu and Lu Xiaowen's assessment results were about the same and were considered to be outstanding. With such top-notch performances, their natural talents should be around the same. However, Yi Qingtang frowned slightly. In her previous life when Yi Qingtang entered Xianling's sect, Yun Shu and Lu Xiaowen had long entered Xianling's sect for many years. But then, Lu Xiaowen had become the best disciple in the outer sect and was only 1 step away from becoming an inner sect disciple. Everyone in the outer sect all the more followed his lead and was very respectful towards him. Rather, it was Yun Shu, who had a similar level of natural talent, that seemed miserable. Although the Yun Shu then was still skilled, it was far from his stunning performance today. Being in the outer sect seemed a little commonplace. If one were to say that Yun Shu could not win a spar against Lu Xiuwen, Yi Qingtang would definitely not believe it. Many thoughts ran across Yi Qingtang's mind. She had a feeling that something must have happened after Yun Shu entered Xianling sect. Otherwise, he would not have fallen to that ordinary state as in the previous lifetime. However, the Yun Shu in the previous life had never mentioned any related incident even until death, and Yi Qingtang did not know anything about it now. She could only bury all the confusion in her heart temporarily and start observing after entering Xianling sect. Just when Yi Qingtang was thinking about it, the third segment of the assessment had already started. The middle-aged man announced the contents of the third segment in front of everyone. All candidates will come forward one by one and hit the black stone slate hung on the stone pillar with their fists. The results of the assessment would be decided by the degree of damage done to the stone slate. Candidates, who had been afraid for a long time, heaved a heavy sigh of relief at the third segment of the assessment. After going through the unpredictable illusion array as well as the dangerous sword array, the third segment unexpectedly looked very easy. At least, they did not need to be worried about being frightened anymore. The previous two segments had already drained the strength of all candidates. If they were to go through any intense assessments now, there would most likely be no prideful results. It was just hitting a stone slate, how hard could it be? The first candidate went up the array without any burden from before. Gathering all his strength, he let out a loud roar and heavily punched at the dark, black stone slate. A loud boom was heard as all his strength was put in the punch on the stone slate. However, a shocking scene appeared. This hit with all his might only made a faint dent on that stone slate that was a finger thick. Chapter 118, the candidate who landed the punch was dumbfounded. As he looked at the faint and almost invisible dent, his face, which was full of confidence a moment ago, turned a little stiff. How could this be? The candidate widened his eyes as he looked at the dent, which was at most the thickness of a leaf, repair itself bit by bit. The whole slate returned to its initial state before his eyes as though he had not touched it at all before. This slate. Next, the middle-aged man directly ended the candidate's assessment without giving him any time to struggle. The stiff-faced candidate was instantly like a defeated rooster as he left dejectedly. It shouldn't be. No matter how bad, a punch from a person with an orange spirit root should be able to break such a thin piece of stone. How can it be? Discussions over the strangeness of the stone slate started amongst the candidates. This seemingly simple third segment appeared to be completely different from what they thought. Yun Shu's eyes swept over that stone slate, and a bright light glistened in his eyes suddenly after thinking for a while. This is the invasive stone. The invasive stone was an extremely rare mineral. Although it looked like there was no difference from normal stones, this type of stone possessed ductility that normal ores did not. It was completely different from the other stones that could be broken easily and was, instead, extremely ductile. If one used only their strength to hit it, all the strength would be resolved by the invasive stone, and there would not be a single bit of damage on it. The candidates, who thought it was merely an easily broken stone slate, felt dark clouds looming over them upon hearing, invasive stone. If one had no understanding of the fist intent for a long period of time, it would be difficult to punch a hole in this thing even if one were to punch it for 10 days and nights straight. The group of people was about to cry. It was all because they were too naive to see Xianling's sex trap. After knowing that it was the invasive stone, the subsequent candidates did not dare to use pure force to hit it. However, they were all quite young, and even if they practiced martial arts from young, they still had a very limited understanding with regards to the fist intent. Moreover, Xianling's sect was famous for its sword faction, and most of the candidates were talented in swordsmanship. As for fist intent, they really did not know much. Candidates went forward one after another. Most only managed to make a faint dent on the invasive stone like the first candidate, while others who were slightly better were able to make a dent as deep as half a finger. Lu Xiuwen was relatively outstanding in this segment. With a punch, he almost broke the invasive stone and even spread his strength, shattering dents all over. Streaks of tiny cracks appeared on the ever-ductile invasive stone for the first time. The fist faction elder saw the scene through the water moon mirror, and praise could be seen in his eyes. This Lu Xiuan may have come into contact with boxing before. The formidable Heavens Royals have always spent time on training martial arts, Elder Lin said. At the location of assessment, Lu Xiuan was satisfied as he looked at the result of his punch and retreated to a side. As this segment was the last assessment, all the candidates had not left and only retreated to a side. They would leave once all candidates finished their assessment. Lu Xiuan stood at a side with his eyes fixed on Yun Shu, who went up after him. After Yun Shu hit the invasive stone, a deep dent was formed, but not a single crack appeared. Lu Xiuan saw this, and a proud expression finally appeared in his eyes. Chapter 119, simply based on boxing skills, Lu Xiuan is slightly better than Yun Shu, said the Fist Faction elder as he observed carefully. Yun Shu's swordsmanship is better than Lu Ziyuan's, Elder Lin said. However, both of them have pretty strong foundations and also green spirit roots. I believe that once they enter the sect, they will be to our liking with a little more training. Elder Lin said assertively, implying that he had already approved of Lu Xiuan and Yun Shu passing the entrance assessment. The other elders did not have much to say about this, as they were optimistic about those two people as well. Only Yi Qingtang is left. Through the water moon mirror, the herbal faction elders saw Yi Qingtang walking towards the invasive stone step by step. I wonder how she will do this time, Elder Qin said as he looked at Yi Qingtang with a complicated expression. In the previous two segments, Yi Qingtang steadily won against everyone. If her spirit root were just a little better, she would be able to pass the entrance assessment even if her results in the third segment were not good. However, Elder Lin glanced at Elder Qin with sarcasm filled in his eyes. Even he was surprised that Yi Qingtang could pass the previous two segments successfully and obtain stunning results. However, Yi Qingtang was at most 15, and her spirit root was extremely inferior. Even if she trained hard, she would not be proficient in everything. As long as Yi Qingtang does not pass the third segment, Xianling's sect would definitely not let her enter the sect. No matter how regretful Elder Qin would be, it was still pointless. At this point, not only the four faction elders' attention was focused on Yi Qingtang, even the surrounding candidates looked at the tiny figure one after another. Once Yi Qingtang finished this segment of the assessment, the sect assessment would end, and they would know very quickly whether they were qualified to enter Xianling's sect. Yi Qingtang was slightly pale, but it was not because of the invasive stone. It was only because she used too much energy in the absolute kill sword array a while ago, thus, she looked frail at that point in time. Looking at the dark, black invasive stone before her, there was not a slight hint of emotion in Yi Qingtang's eyes. She stood there quietly and did not hit it immediately. Instead, she took a deep breath and closed her eyes slowly in her mind. Memories from her previous life flashed across scene by scene. Suddenly, Yi Qingtang opened her eyes, and a sharp light shone in her clear, black orbs. The energy around her whole body flowed and gathered in her left fist. This slight change shocked the candidates around her. They could faintly sense that a strong aura was being emitted from Yi Qingtang's body. This aura was simply not what a person with a red spirit root could possess. Just when everyone was astonished over Yi Qingtang's action, Yi Qingtang planted her feet firmly on the ground, and the fist which contained all the strength was suddenly hit against the ever-ductile invasive stone. Like a passing breeze. There was not a slight sound in the huge venue. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Qingtang's fist which landed on the invasive stone. Below that fair fist, the invasive stone was not at all damaged, and there was not even the faintest dent. Ha! Someone in the crowd suddenly let out a mocking laugh. Suddenly, small sounds rang. The middle-aged man who was in charge of the assessment was taken aback as well. Perhaps it was because Yi Qingtang's performance was too remarkable in the previous two assessments that he unconsciously thought that Yi Qingtang would definitely perform well in the third segment. This thought had never disappeared even when he saw Yi Qingtang directing her energy. Yet, unexpectedly. Chapter 120, not only was Yi Qingtang not outstanding, but she also ended up in such an ugly position instead. Looking at the perfectly flawless invasive stone, the middle-aged man could not help but sigh. Yi Qingtang was already placed at the bottom in the third segment. With such results, it would be impossible for her to enter Xianling's sect with a red spirit root. The assessment has ended. All candidates are to move to the entrance of the sect. The results will be announced in a while, said the middle-aged man without emotion as he brushed away the regret in his heart. Yi Qingtang stood before the invasive stone with a complicated expression, causing one to not understand what was going on. Upon seeing such an outcome, Lu Xiuwen was already all sneers as he knew that there was no chance for Yi Qingtang to enter the Xianling sect with such results. Lucky that he did not need to be bothered about her anymore. This kind of person was simply not worth his time and energy at all. Candidates left successively, but Yi Qingtang stood before the invasive stone without moving a step. Looking at the pale face, the middle-aged man could not bear it, but he knew the sect's strictness. While it was regretful, there was already no way to save the situation. Miss Yi, should we leave? Yun Shu walked forward and looked at Yi Qingtang's side profile worriedly. Yi Qingtang suddenly returned to her senses, and after taking a final look at the invasive stone, she turned around and left with Yun Shu. Looking at the two walking away, the middle-aged man shook his head regretfully. In the sect, the four faction elders all had weird expressions upon witnessing the sight. Elder Lin sat on a chair and lifted his chin slightly as he looked at Elder Qin with disdain and sarcasm. Elder Qin had a slightly ugly expression but did not say anything. Seeing this, the Fist faction elder passed a message through the psychic tablet to the middle-aged man in charge of the assessment. The assessment has ended. Bring the invasive stone down first. The Fist faction was in charge of this segment, and the invasive stone was normally used by the Fist faction disciples for training. Now that the assessment ended, he would obviously want to bring it back. The middle-aged man heard the message and, without thinking anything else, brought the hanging invasive stone down as ordered. However, just when the middle-aged man took the invasive stone down, there was suddenly a crisp sound coming from the stone pillar which the invasive stone was originally hung on. The middle-aged man instinctively looked up, and what laid before his eyes stunned him there and then as though he was struck by lightning. Tiny cracks appeared on the strong and huge stone pillar right in front of him. From where the invasive stone was hung, the tiny cracks stretched to the rest of the stone pillar rapidly as if they were fiery sparks. In just the blink of an eye, that huge stone pillar split open before his eyes, and tiny cracks directly dismembered the entire stone pillar. Suddenly, countless lumps of gravel fell, and the entire stone pillar collapsed in a moment with a loud bang. The scene left the middle-aged man completely dumbfounded. The invasive stone was extremely ductile, but the stone pillar was made from white corundum. Even knives and guns would not be able to damage it easily, much less the force of one's limbs. However, it actually turned into a lump of gravel right before his eyes. The candidates, who had already started talking about the assessment, as well as the four faction elders through the water-moon mirror, were attracted over by the loud roar. When they turned around and saw the scattered mess, astonishment was written all over the four elders' faces. Chapter 121, What is going on? The herbal faction elder was a little dumbfounded. This white corundum was extremely hard, how could it crack just like this? The other elders also had a look of confusion. Only the Fist faction elder seemed to have thought of something, as he suddenly stood up and said, Invisible force. Yi Qingtang actually knows the invisible force technique? The invisible force was one of the more profound fist techniques amongst all the fist arts and was similar to the hitting the cattle from across the mountain technique. However, it was very difficult to see anything strange when one punched. This type of fist technique would not bring any damage to the object being punched, but the fist's force will be transferred backward from the first object that was hit. If there were no objects or living beings backing the first object from behind, then the punch would directly crush the core of the first object. Previously, the Fist faction elder thought that Yi Qingtang really did not know any fist arts and did not use enough force, which was why there was no trace of damage on the invasive stone. Seeing things now, however, he had thought wrong. On usual assessments, there was a certain distance between the invasive stone and the white corundum, but this time, he specially ordered his disciples to stick the invasive stone against the white corundum without leaving any gap before the third segment started in order to prevent an accident similar to that in the sword array from happening. Which also meant, if it was on a normal day, Yi Qingtang's punch would definitely crush the entire invasive stone from the inside. Unexpectedly, the slight adjustment made by the Fist Faction elder made the white corundum pillar bear all the force from Yi Qingtang's punch. At that moment, the Fist Faction elder's expression changed rapidly. Under the constant questioning of other elders, he said the reason. After the elders heard the explanation, the smile on Elder Lin's face fell apart while a smile slowly formed on Elder Qin's face. I really did not expect Yi Qingtang to have such abilities. Elder Qin praised Yi Qingtang openly with no intention of concealing it. The Fist Faction elder laughed bitterly as well. This invisible force technique does not use the spirit root's power, and it can amplify one's force to the extreme. It is indeed very suitable for her to use, however, it is difficult to train, and there would be barely any success with less than 10 years of training. Yi Qingtang is only 15. Could it be that she started training the invisible force technique ever since she was 5 years old? Guesses filled the few elders' minds as they saw Yi Qingtang's stunning performance. It could be. Previously, when the grade of Yi Qingtang's spirit root was revealed, I thought it was strange. Mu Su knows the sex rules, and if he really recommended a red spirit root person here, it might not be a good thing for him. After all, we will only give one's chance for assessment. If the person Mu Su recommended doesn't pass the assessment, it will not look good on him as well. Elder Qin thought for a while and continued. It must be that Yi Qingtang knows her spirit root is not good enough and, thus, painstakingly trained other things. Mu Su realized this and made an exception to recommend her to our sect. All the elders found Elder Qin's words logical. However, they would need to make a change to the issue that they discussed a while ago. Yi Qingtang ranked first in all 3 segments of the assessment. Even if she has a red spirit root, we should still give a chance to such a skilled youth like her. The Fist Faction elder was also in approval of Yi Qingtang's mastery of the invisible force technique and, naturally, did not object. Similarly, the Herbal Faction elder was amiable and did not object. The only elder who had not expressed his view was Elder Lin, who had always been on opposing ends with Elder Qin. Chapter 122. Outside the main entrance of Xianling sect stood hundreds of candidates. At that instant, everyone could not help but become nervous. The 3 segments of assessment for the Xianling sect revolved around the array, sword and fist factions, respectively. The other herbal faction was not what candidates could participate in. The results of the 3 segments decided whether they were able to step into Xianling sect's main entrance today and become a sect disciple. Once they entered the sect, they would no longer be the same as ordinary people. Regardless of the sect's halo or the rare treasures in the sect, both were full of spirit energy, and this was a very appealing attraction for ambitious youth like them. If they were able to enter the sect, not just them, but the entire family clan would be proud of the fact. Time passed, and everyone seemed uneasy. Only 3 people were calm. Lu Xiuan and Yun Shu's results were outstanding in all 3 segments, and their spirit roots were excellent, thus, they had nothing to be worried about. The only remaining person was Yi Qingtang. At that moment, Yi Qingtang stood aside with her eyes looked down. She was confused as to why she was not able to crush the invasive stone with her punch just now. In other candidates' eyes, her silence was a display of her despair. Her spirit root was the most inferior, and that had already become her fatal point. Although other candidates did not see Yi Qingtang's results in the previous 2 segments of the assessment, it should be extremely terrible when estimating according to the duration of her assessment. Moreover, in the 3rd segment, Yi Qingtang did not even leave a trace of damage on the invasive stone with her punch. Even if the results were not out, they were aware. Yi Qingtang did not have the slightest chance of entering the sect. There was no shortage of people gloating at her misfortune. Previously, when Yi Qingtang was the first to step on the path to heaven, they were already in a bad mood as they were outshone by someone with a red spirit root. Looking at Yi Qingtang's miserable state now, they were proud to be superior to her. However, most of the candidates did not pay much attention to Yi Qingtang and were more preoccupied with their own results. Yun Shu stood beside Yi Qingtang all along. There were a few times where he wanted to comfort Yi Qingtang yet felt that not saying anything and giving silence was the best choice. "Brother Yun, what do you think will be the results of this assessment? Lu Xiaowen walked up and stared at Yun Shu, who he believed was his only competitor, without looking at Yi Qingtang at all. The results are not out yet. It is simply the sect's judgment, Yun Shu said without emotion. Lu Xiaowen and he did not share the same values from the start, and, thus, he naturally did not want to speak much. The sect's judgment is, of course, important, but Brother Yun should be clear whether you and I will be able to enter the sect. Since you already have an idea, why do you still need to waste your time? From now on, some people will be completely different from you and me. Lu Xiaowen did not mention anything about Yi Qingtang, but every word he said was directed against her. Yun Shu frowned slightly. Lu Xiaowen chuckled lightly and looked at Yi Qingtang. Yi Qingtang, I remember very clearly the words you made me remember a while ago. I said if you could enter Xianling sect, won't I be a useless piece of trash? Now, it is enough to prove that my words weren't wrong, isn't it? Lu Xiaowen sneered. Yi Qingtang swept her eyes across Lu Xiaowen, and a seeming smile played on her lips. Whether it is right or wrong, it is still too early to decide now. Chapter 123, Why is it still too early? Lu Xiaowen scoffed as he lifted his chin and glanced over at Yi Qingtang with despise. Perhaps, someone has no self-awareness and is still struggling hard when death is at hand? Yi Qingtang did not bother with Lu Xiaowen's ridicule anymore and stood there silently, waiting for the moment when the results were released. As for Lu Xiaowen, he was unwilling to waste any more saliva on someone with no qualification to enter the sect. After taking a look at her, he stood aside, only wanting to see the moment when Yi Qingtang's hopes were dashed. Her expression would be so satisfying to watch. Not long later, the middle-aged man who was in charge of the assessment appeared in front of them once again. All the candidates trembled and strained their ears, waiting for the revelation of the final results. This assessment is finished, and our sect already knows of everyone's performance. Now, the names that I read out are those who have passed the assessment and have the qualification to become an outer sect disciple of Xianling sect, the middle-aged man said sternly as he looked over the crowd. Everyone's eyes were focused on one point. They eagerly hoped to hear their name from the middle-aged man's mouth. Su Wan. The middle-aged man read the first name. A beautiful young girl walked out from the many candidates. Delight and agitation were written all over her lovely face. Suppressing all her emotions, she tried hard to remain calm and walked in front of everyone. From this moment on, she was a disciple of Xianling sect. Many envious gazes landed on her successively, and upon feeling those eyes on her, she took a deep breath and lifted her chin. The middle-aged man continued, "Mou." A handsome young man was the second to walk up. Compared to Su Wan, his expression was relatively calmer, but the agitation in his eyes revealed his inner feelings. These two people both had a yellow spirit root and were outstanding in the sword array and invasive stone assessment. Passing the assessment was not unexpected to others. As the middle-aged man read out name after name, a group of people amongst all the candidates were in utter despair. Until then, the middle-aged man had already read out over 10 names, but all of them had yellow spirit roots without exception. Until then, a candidate with an orange spirit root had not appeared, and this made those with an orange spirit root rather disheartened. The gap in the grade of spirit root really could not be crossed. Even if their performance was similar, those with yellow spirit roots were prioritized and chosen. Moreover, just based on performance, almost none of those with an orange spirit root could win against those with a yellow spirit root. The initially hopeful candidates with orange spirit roots hung their heads low gloomily as the despair in their heart already told them the final outcome. Xianling sect did not need people with such an inferior spirit root like them. Lu Xiaowen, the middle-aged man said again. Lu Xiaowen, who was prepared long ago, stepped out of the envious crowd with a face full of confidence and not a single hint of agitation. With his ability, it was to be expected for him to enter the sect. What he wanted was not just a placement as an outer sect disciple of Xianling sect. In the future, he would want even more things. Yun Shu. Yun Shu walked forward immediately after. The assessment results for both of them were within the expectations of everyone. There was nothing surprising about it. Until then, all the names of the candidates were read out in reverse order. As Lu Xiaowen and Yun Shu's assessment results were revealed, those whose names were not read out completely gave up hope. Chapter 124. To them, Xianling's sect was just an extravagant desire. Lu Xiaowen stood in line with those selected, but his gaze fell on Yi Qingtang, who was amongst those who did not make it. He did not conceal the sarcasm and arrogance on his face as he looked at Yi Qingtang as though he was looking at a lowly ant. Yi Qingtang, look closely. This is the gap between you and me. The moment you leave Xianling's sect, the formidable Heavens Royals will prepare a large enough surprise for you. Just when everyone thought that the assessment had come to an end and was about to leave dishearteningly, the middle-aged man who had been silent for quite some time suddenly opened his mouth once again. Yi Qingtang. 3 simple syllables without any fluctuation. But when that name fell into everyone's ears, disbelief appeared on everyone's faces. Yi Qingtang? That Yi Qingtang with only a red spirit root? How could this be? Everyone could not believe their ears and suspected if the middle-aged man read the wrong name. But when they saw Yi Qingtang walking out from the crowd with no emotion on her face, and stood on the side of the selected candidates, everyone went crazy. How could this be? How did Yi Qingtang pass the assessment? This is impossible. How can she enter Xianling's sect with that kind of result in the 3rd segment? The group of people, who were initially sorrowful over not being selected into Xianling's sect, completely boiled over at that moment. Previously, those people whose names were read out were pretty skilled and had good spirit roots. They knew that they could not be compared to them, thus, even if they were not content, they could only accept it. However, Yi Qingtang was selected? On what basis? So many people with yellow and orange spirit roots were rejected by the sect. What right does someone with a tiny, red spirit root have to be selected into Xianling's sect? As everyone was in a flurry, Yi Qingtang had already stood upright. She was not at all affected by this result. Upon seeing Yi Qingtang walking to the side, the arrogant smile on Lu Xiaowen's face completely fell. Shock filled his eyes. He was simply unable to believe that Yi Qingtang actually passed the assessment. What kind of joke was this? Everyone started discussing gradually, turning the place extremely noisy. Seeing the sight, the middle-aged man who finished reading all the candidates' names frowned slightly with an ugly expression on his face. Today's assessment has all ended, and those selected are confirmed. Non-disciples of Xianling's sect will be sent away immediately. If anyone dares to make noise outside Xianling's sect, he or she will be punished according to the sect's rules. The stern scolding was like a shocking thunder that suddenly struck all those discussion sounds into broken pieces. Everyone kept their mouths shut at that moment. Now, they were no longer candidates but a group of sad people who had no fate with the sect. How could a noble sect allow them to scream and shout here? Everyone remained silent as dissatisfaction and despair overwhelmed them. The middle-aged man was simply unwilling to waste any more time on the group of people and turned to face the selected candidates including Yi Qingtang. From now on, you all are outer sect disciples of Xianling's sect. Follow me into the sect. Yes, everyone replied simultaneously. Without saying anything more, the middle-aged man turned around and stepped into the sect's entrance. Behind him were over 10 young boys and girls in high spirits. At that moment, they could not care about how Yi Qingtang entered the sect. As long as they ensured that they could enter the sect, it was already very fortunate. From the start to the end, only Lu Xiaowen's shocked eyes never left Yi Qingtang. Chapter 125. Yi Qingtang sensed Lu Xiaowen's gaze. This time, she turned around slightly, and a maddening smile formed on her face. Lu Xiaowen, do you still remember what you said previously? If even you can enter the sect, won't I be a useless piece of trash? The sentence Lu Xiaowen said initially smashed on himself like a huge rock. Never had Lu Xiaowen dreamt that Yi Qingtang could really enter Xianling's sect. His good-looking face turned blue as though he was given 2 big slaps publicly, making him look extremely ugly. Lu Xiaowen secretly clenched his teeth and forcefully suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart without taking another look at Yi Qingtang. Otherwise, he would really be pissed to death by her. The days ahead are still long. There was still a long time in Xianling sect in the future. He would definitely not allow such a lowly Yi Qingtang to succeed. Lu Ziyuan's reactions fell into Yi Qingtang's eyes. She was very happy and satisfied. In this life, she needed to return back to Lu Xiuan hundreds and even 1,000 times the pain that he had brought her in her previous life. The days ahead were still long. She has the time. Congratulations, Miss Yi. A gentle voice sounded beside Yi Qingtang. Yi Qingtang turned around and saw her senior brother Yun's good man's smile and his sincere eyes. Now, we're all disciples of Xianling sect. Don't address me as Miss Yi now. Is it fine if I call you senior brother Yun? Yi Qingtang looked at Yun Shu smilingly. Though she was like a devil, she distinguished kindness and hatred clearly. She would not forget Yun Shu's kindness towards her. Yun Shu was stunned. He felt that Yi Qingtang's smile was like a sunny day in March, so bright that he felt a little dizzy. She said senior brother Yun so naturally as though she had been long familiar with such a form of address. Yun Shu returned to his senses and quietly laughed at his weird thought, as today was the first time he met Yi Qingtang. That is my honor, junior sister. Hearing the words junior sister made it seem as if Yi Qingtang returned to her previous life. The senior brother Yun who protected her throughout her most miserable period of time finally returned. Yi Qingtang narrowed her eyes. She had not forgotten her previous suspicions. Now that she entered Xianling sect together with Yun Shu, she would be extremely careful and definitely investigate what exactly happened in the previous lifetime for such a bright and talented Yun Shu to be tortured into that abject state. In this life, it would be her who protects him. The friendly relationship between Yi Qingtang and Yun Shu fell into Lu Ziyuan's eyes. From the start, Yun Shu was the biggest competitor in his heart, and Yi Qingtang was even more a piece of trash that offended him. Seeing the two of them like that annoyed him even further. Xianling sect's assessment ended, and the selected candidates were elated. The few elders within the sect who discussed the final outcome left successively and returned to their posts. Only Elder Qin stayed a little while at the water-moon mirror. As he looked at Yi Qingtang through the water-moon mirror, his eyes had a complicated expression, but more than that, they were filled with regret. Elder Qin, the preparation for the Lingyu array is completed. Please return and take a look, said an array faction disciple as he invited Elder Qin to leave. Elder Qin sighed lightly. Such a pity, really such a pity, all of Yi Qingtang's performances stunned him deeply. If Yi Qingtang did not have a red spirit root, with just her level of talent, Elder Qin would definitely make an exception and directly accept her as an inner sect disciple of the array faction. However, ultimately, it was such a pity. Chapter 126. No one in 100 years would be able to compete against Yi Qingtang's results in the third segment. Even the dissatisfied Elder Lin did not speak a word about Yi Qingtang entering Xianling sect. How was it that such a talented and amazing young girl had only a red spirit root? The more Elder Qin thought about it, the more despondent he was. If he had not known that a spirit root was hard to upgrade, he really would not give up. As long as Yi Qingtang had an orange or yellow spirit root, the other three sect elders would most probably want to fight over Yi Qingtang. However, Elder Qin could only sigh, shake his head, and leave. Once she entered the sect, how she developed herself from then on would be all up to her. At that very moment, Elder Lin, who left the assessment observation location, returned to the sword faction with a gloomy expression. Upon seeing Elder Lin's unhappy face, the sect disciples cautiously retreated to a side and bowed respectfully without daring to utter a word. Xianling sect was famous for its sword faction, and the sword faction was the most important. All the disciples would need to enter the sword faction to practice swordsmanship, and, thus, Elder Lin's position in Xianling sect was self-evident. Returning to the main hall of the sword faction, Elder Lin sat on the chair with a deep frown. He felt a stifling feeling as he thought of Elder Qin's proud reaction upon knowing Yi Qingtang's real result for the third segment. Elder Lin. A tall and handsome young man entered the hall and greeted Elder Lin obediently. Elder Lin was initially unhappy, but his stiff expression relaxed when he saw the young man. Ning Luo, is there anything that you're finding me for now? Elder Lin asked as he looked at the disciple before him whom he was extremely satisfied with. Regarding the absolute kill sword array, I have already brought people to investigate it. There is nothing strange about the sword array. However, it was used to fight against demonic beasts a few months ago, and perhaps it wasn't stable yet. I have already changed the raw stone in the sword array, and there should not be any more problems, Ning Luo said. Elder Lin nodded satisfyingly. Ning Luo, you're the disciple whom I think the most highly of. I have always been at ease with you handling matters. I do not wish for the sword array accident to happen again in the future. Do order people to keep a tighter eye on it. Yes, I will, Ning Luo replied. Is there any other thing? Elder Lin asked. Ning Luo paused as he saw Elder Lin's slightly gloomy expression from the corner of his eyes. I will definitely put in my best regarding the sword array, so please do not be troubled over it. Don't let it affect your health. Elder Lin was very comforted. Yet, once he thought of Elder Qin's expression when he asked whether Yi Qingtang passed the assessment, Elder Lin's face darkened again. Fine. It's only that the array faction elder thinks highly of a disciple who newly entered the sect. To think that my Xianling sect would actually have a disciple with a red spirit root, it's very shameful, and we would be ridiculed by other sects. Red spirit root? Ning Luo was surprised as well. Elder Lin sneered, that disciple is Yi Qingtang. She was personally recommended by Mu Su, and Elder Lin thinks pretty highly of her. However, she is ultimately still a red spirit root and will not become anything big. I'm only afraid she would affect our sect's reputation. There were very few people with orange spirit roots in all sects, and it was such an absurdity that they accepted a red spirit root as an outer sect disciple. Ning Luo did not say anything, but upon hearing Yi Qingtang, a weird expression flashed across his eyes suddenly. Was not Yi Qingtang the person whom Yi Yu warned about? She really passed the sect assessment. Chapter 127, Whatever. You can go down first. It seemed that Elder Lin was unwilling to say anything more as he waved a hand and allowed Ning Luo to retreat first. Ning Luo left the main hall with many thoughts running across his head. Senior brother Ning, arrangements for the outer sect disciples are already made. I heard that there are 2 green spirit roots this time, said one inner sect disciple who went up to Ning Luo upon seeing him. Ning Luo returned to his senses and said flatly, even if they have green spirit roots, they're still merely outer sect disciples. We are from the inner sect. There's no need to be bothered with it. There was a big difference between the inner and outer sect. In every sect, there were many outer sect disciples, but everyone knew that only getting into the inner sect would they be considered a real disciple of the sect and learn the sect's mystic techniques. That's true. That disciple scratched his head and continued. I saw that Elder Lin was unhappy when he came back just now. Did anything happen in the assessment? Ning Luo wanted to say something, but when he thought of what Yi Yu said previously, a sly look emerged in his eyes. Nothing much actually. He just met with some irritating thing. This year, things are not as simple as just having only 2 disciples with green spirit roots in the outer sect. Other than that, our sect even accepted a young girl with a red spirit root as an exception. Red spirit root? The disciple's eyes almost fell out when he heard it. Are you joking? How can a red spirit root enter the sect? Ning Luo laughed. It is no longer important whether it is possible or not. What is important is that the person has already entered our outer sect. That disciple's expression turned weird. Ning Luo did not say anything else to him, and his mind was preoccupied on another matter. Yi Qingtang was the person whom Yi Yu wanted him to give special treatment to. Previously when Yi Yu's letter mentioned Yi Qingtang, Ning Luo was not concerned about it. After all, Yi Yu did clearly write that Yi Qingtang was only a red spirit root. Ning Luo originally thought that it was definitely impossible for such a person to enter Xianling's sect. Yet, unexpectedly, things did not go as one wished. Ning Luo was very clear that none of the sects would make an exception for anyone to accept them as a disciple. If they did not pass the assessment, the sect would not give the mighty figures any face regardless of who they are. He really did not expect Yi Qingtang to pass the Xianling sect entrance assessment with a red spirit root. However, a smile hung on Ning Luo's lips. Regardless of how Yi Qingtang entered Xianling sect, she was already a Xianling sect disciple from the moment she entered the sect. If she was someone Yi Yu wanted to take care of, he would naturally not let Yi Qingtang be too happy in Xianling sect. Come here. Ning Luo waved at a disciple nearby who went forward immediately. Help me pass a message to Zhou Xian from the outer sect, Ning Luo said. Zhou Xian? Senior brother Ning, just tell me what you want me to pass on to him, replied the disciple very obediently. Ning Luo had outstanding skills and was one of the best amongst the inner sect disciples. Moreover, the sword faction's elder Lin favored him, and, thus, he had a certain level of influence in the inner sect. Ning Luo smiled and had the person lean over as he quietly whispered something into his ears. After listening to it, the disciple could not help but look shocked. However, his face returned to normal very quickly. Senior brother Ning, I will definitely pass this message. Go ahead. Ning Luo waved a hand without emotions. Yes. Looking at that disciple's departing back view, the smile on Ning Luo's face deepened. Yi Qingtang, I will definitely take care of you well, on behalf of Yi Yu. Chapter 128, The middle-aged man brought the selected candidates into the outer sect. Everything in the sect amazed the young boys and girls who just entered the sect. However, they were all very smart to suppress their emotions and listen to the middle-aged man's orders detailedly. The outer sect disciples stayed at the same location with 3 people in a room, males and females separated. Yi Qingtang was assigned to a room. Apart from her, Su Wan, who entered as the same batch as her, was assigned to that room as well. In the room, other than the 2 new disciples, there was another person. The moment she opened the door and entered the room, Yi Qingtang saw an aloof figure sitting at a table alone. Even when she and Su Wan entered the room, that girl had not looked up at all. Su Wan greets senior sister. The gentle Su Wan was very sensible and stepped forward to greet the girl obediently when she saw the girl sitting there. That girl was tall and had sharp features but exuded detachment and indifference. When she heard Su Wan's voice, she merely took a look perfunctorily without replying a single word. Su Wan's expression turned a little ugly, but she smartly did not show anything on her face. She walked to an empty bed at a side and unpacked her luggage a little. Yi Qingtang's gaze swept over that aloof girl, but a yearning expression emerged in her eyes. In her previous life, she was also allocated into this room, and there was not a change in the people in the room. Su Wan was still Su Wan, and this aloof girl still remained there. She was Lin Long. She had a green spirit root and was pretty talented. However, she was usually very silent and did not bother others at all. That time, Yi Qingtang stayed in this room for many years and only heard Lin Long say a few words in total. Yi Qingtang originally did not have anything to do with Lin Long, but because Lin Long once stepped up to resolve Yi Qingtang's predicament, Yi Qingtang remembered this favor. Yi Qingtang greets senior sister Lin. Yi Qingtang stepped forward slowly and said with gratitude. A word, senior sister Lin, made Lin Long, who was looking down, look up slightly at the stunning-looking girl in front of her. How do you know my name? Lin Long's cold voice rang. There is a Lin sewed on senior sister Lin's sleeve, so I took a bold guess. Yi Qingtang smiled. Lin Long looked down at the barely legible Lin word on the bamboo leaves image sewed on her sleeves. Her eyes glistened as she raised her head and took a look at Yi Qingtang, though her expression remained the same. Yi Qingtang? I'll remember. Afterward, she continued looking at the book in her hand without wanting to say any more. Yi Qingtang had been used to Lin Long's aloofness long ago and did not think much about it as she went to settle her own matters. The rooms of Xianling sect's disciples were relatively wide. Even if there were 3 people in a room, each person had their own individual space, and it did not seem crowded. Yi Qingtang laid her bed sheets and sat by her bed, carrying the little lightning dragon which had been nested in her arms for a long time. The little figure seemed a little tired and laid in Yi Qingtang's arms listlessly with its tiny head in Yi Qingtang's palm. Yi Qingtang realized that once the little lightning dragon turned into human form, it would become unusually frail. It was also the first time Yi Qingtang raised a lightning dragon, and she really could not understand what was going on with it. Luckily, it did not have any other special reaction apart from being tired. Only then was she put at ease. After feeding the little lightning dragon a few spirit stones, Yi Qingtang started thinking about how to walk down the route in the sect. Chapter 129. In her previous life, it was hard for Yi Qingtang to train in the sect. Even if she feigned a spirit root, she still did not have a spirit root in reality. Hence, it was especially difficult for her when she was cultivating in the sect. For a cultivation technique that others would be able to learn in a day or two, she would require over 10 times the duration only to be able to barely compete with others. Precisely because her cultivation was slow, she seemed exceptionally clumsy amongst all the disciples and suffered quite a lot. But this time, everything was different. The black heaven water that Yi Qingtang required was within the sect's mystic realm. Yi Qingtang knew of it quite late back then, and that item had already been obtained by an inner sect disciple. This time, she came at just the right time, and she would have to enter the inner sect as soon as possible if she wanted to obtain the black heaven water. And only by entering the inner sect would she obtain the sect's highest level martial techniques. The outer sect was just a step of hers. She must think of a way to pass the inner sect assessment within a year, otherwise, she would have no fate with the black heaven water. It would be even more difficult for her to recover from the loss of her spirit root and grow her new spirit root. At the thought of this, Yi Qingtang was very motivated and had a clearer image of what she had to do next. After a short rest, the newly entered disciples had to gather outside to listen to allocations. While Yi Qingtang just started preparing to leave, Su Wan had already left ahead of her. Obviously, although Su Wan was not welcomed by Lin Long, she did not intend to interact with Yi Qingtang. To this, Yi Qingtang was not bothered at all. At the public square in the outer sect, all the newly entered disciples were gathered. Yi Qingtang arrived a little later. Upon seeing Yi Qingtang, Yun Shu, who had already changed into Xianling sect's uniform and was standing at the public square, could not help but show a gentle smile. "Junior sister Yi, you're the only one left. Hurry up." Yi Qingtang chuckled and stood beside Yun Shu immediately. The middle-aged man who was in charge of the assessment had left, and the person standing before Yi Qingtang and the rest was an outer sect elder. Sects are divided into the inner sect and outer sect, with the disciples in the former being in a respectable place that outer sect disciples could not be compared to. Thus, the elders in charge of the outer sect were Xianling sect's second-class elders. One would not have any fate to meet the real elders from the four factions if they did not enter the inner sect. The elder standing in front of them was donned in gray, and his both hands were behind his back. He looked over 50 years old and had a strict expression. Looking over the crowd, he frowned slightly when he saw Yi Qingtang, but did not say anything much. He simply said to the group of new disciples, "After entering Xianling sect today, you all are no longer the same as those people outside. You must remember that you are a disciple of Xianling sect, and regardless of what you do, the sect's honor must be placed as a priority. From today onwards, you will enter the outer sect sword faction to cultivate your swordsmanship. You are to listen to all the arrangements by the sect. If there's anyone who dares to go against the sect's rules, the person will be expelled from the sect and never be allowed in ever again." Yi Qingtang did not know whether it was real or not, but she kept feeling that the outer sect elder seemed to be looking at her when he mentioned the sect's honor. She touched the tip of her nose. It seemed that all the elders already knew that she passed the assessment with a red spirit root. Indeed, in sects where orange spirit roots were already very rare, her only red spirit root was already unusually eye-catching. Chapter 130. Despite the fact that Yi Qingtang passed the 3 segments of the entrance assessment with flying colors, her red spirit root was still ultimately displeasing to all elders. Very obviously, the elder from the outer sect sword faction did not think highly of Yi Qingtang, who had a red spirit root. Even if the elder did not show any extreme behavior, the casual look on his face already revealed his despise and belittlement. Yi Qingtang had already expected this, as she experienced the same thing in her previous life as well. However, having a red spirit root today did not mean she would have a red spirit root her entire life. After admonishing the new disciples for a while, the elder from the outer sect sword faction informed them of the rules in the sect. The sect would assign certain missions for disciples apart from cultivation. Upon completion of the missions, the disciples would obtain Xianming points from the sect. These Xianming points had a special meaning in the sect. Not only could the disciples use the points to exchange for elixirs and martial technique scrolls, but it could also be used to exchange for the right to use the Holy Land for cultivation. It could be said that the Xianming points were equal to another type of currency within the sect. It could bring even more opportunities for cultivation and benefits for all disciples. Other than the assigned missions, one could also obtain the Xianming points by heading to the rewards pavilion and completing any mission of their choice where points were rewarded correspondingly. After he was done announcing the rules of the outer sect, the elder from the outer sect sword faction nodded at a disciple behind him. That disciple went forward immediately. In his hands was a tray with dozens of small porcelain bottles placed in it. Yi Qingtang's eyes shone when she saw the porcelain bottles. At the same time, the elder said once again, "This is the Shi Spirit Pill. In the future, everyone will be given 2 bottles of the Shi Spirit Pill every month." Looks of happiness could be seen in the new disciples' eyes when they heard the elder's words. The Shi Spirit Pill was a rather rare elixir which was extremely helpful for their cultivation. However, outside the sect, even royals had difficulty buying such an elixir. These kinds of elixirs could only be refined in sects, and the prescriptions were held in the hands of the herbal faction's elders without circulating it outside. If brought outside the sect, such a Shi Spirit Pill would still be in short supply even if it were to be sold for over thousands per pill. Yet, in the sect, this was given to disciples monthly. 2 bottles of Shi Spirit Pill were enough for the new disciples to feel the distance between the sect and the outside world, and this was merely the most basic thing. Those Shi Spirit Pills were quickly placed into the hands of the new disciples, and almost everyone held it exceptionally carefully. Even for disciples from prominent backgrounds such as Lu Xiuan and Yun Shu, they could not help but wear a happy expression when they saw the Shi Spirit Pills. This was an item that normal people were unable to obtain. Yi Qingtang's lips tugged up as she looked at the Shi Spirit Pill. This item was really a good thing. The Shi Spirit Pills could help her in her cultivation and even nourish her newly grown spirit root. The Shi Spirit Pill had a strong spirit energy, and what her spirit root needed to grow was none other than spirit energy. After handing out the Shi Spirit Pills, the elder left straight away without saying much. In the outer sect, the elder would not teach the disciples martial arts directly. If they wanted to cultivate, they had to go to the sword faction pavilion and listen to the lessons by the elders of the outer sect. Just when everyone was excited over obtaining the Shi Spirit Pills, they did not notice a few devious pairs of eyes staring at the Shi Spirit Pills in their hands. Chapter 131. Everyone was in high spirits after receiving the Shi Spirit Pills and wanted to use the pills to further improve themselves in their cultivation. Just when the new disciples were preparing to leave, a bustling noise suddenly came from the side of the public square. A group of outer sect disciples were gathered together and having a jolly time. That lively scene attracted the group of disciples who just entered the outer sect of Xianling sect, and many headed in that direction out of curiosity. In the crowd, there was a 10-square-meter empty space in the center of the crowd, where a tall outer sect disciple stood imposingly. From the surrounding people's discussions, the new disciples finally understood what was going on. The person standing in the middle of the crowd was called Zhou Chu. He had been in the outer sect for 2 to 3 years, and although his skills were not top-notch, he was ranked in the top 1,000 people amongst over 3,000 people in the outer sect. Now, Zhou Chu was standing there to set up an arena. Malicious fighting was completely banned in sects. Infighting amongst disciples in the same sect was all the more disallowed, otherwise, they would receive extremely strict punishments. The arena was the only place where disciples could exchange blows with each other openly, though it was to be of a suitable degree and could not be overly extreme. The way Zhou Chu started an arena was very interesting. He challenged the outer sect disciples ranked in the last 2,000 places, and both parties would bet with Shi Spirit Pills where the winning party could obtain the pills. Everyone was aware of how precious the Shi Spirit Pills were, and once the new disciples heard that the arena actually used the Shi Spirit Pills as a bet, they were instantly interested. However, they were not fools. No matter what, Zhou Chu had been a disciple in the sect for 2 to 3 years, and there was no comparability between them, the newly joined disciples, and him. We don't have much to do with this arena. How can we possibly beat senior brother Zhou? A new disciple sighed rather disappointingly. Although there was the she spirit pill as bait, they were still self-aware. That new disciple's lament traveled into Zhou Chu's ears, and Zhou Chu laughed. This junior brother over here, I'm afraid you're mistaken. I don't require you to beat me on this arena. As long as you all can withstand 3 of my moves, I will gift you all a bottle of she spirit pill. If you can withstand 6 moves, I will gift you 2 bottles. With these words, those new disciples who previously dropped the idea suddenly had a glimmer of hope. If they really had to fight with Zhou Chu, they would definitely not be able to win. However, if they only had to receive his 3 moves, why not give it a try? Many thoughts ran across everyone's mind. She spirit pills were precious, and although they obtained 2 bottles, it was definitely a case of, the more the better. Immediately, the group of new disciples was a little swayed. Their reactions fell into Zhou Chu's eyes, and a cold scoff emerged in his eyes. Upon seeing the excited expression of the junior brothers and sisters, the old outer sect disciples from aside could not help but quietly shake their heads. Someone might just be baited again. Yi Qingtang and Yun Shu were about to leave but were attracted over by the noise. A sneer hung on the corner of Yi Qingtang's lips when she saw Zhou Chu's face. Rather, it was Yun Shu who was interested in the arena. You can obtain a bottle of she spirit pill as long as you receive 3 moves. This arena is pretty interesting, Yun Shu chuckled. Chapter 132, Pretty interesting? Yi Qingtang scoffed in her heart. This Zhou Chu was an acquaintance of hers in her previous life. Zhou Chu's ability was slightly above average in the outer sect and was not considered outstanding, but the arena he set up was a nightmare for plenty of new disciples. Zhou Chu's arena appeared to be targeted against all the disciples ranked below him and seemed easy since one would win only by receiving 3 moves from him. But only those who went up the arena would know how fierce these 3 moves were. Zhou Chu specialized in fist techniques, and the force from his one punch was enough to crumble a boulder. Unless one was made from steel, which disciple would dare to take his 3 moves? The old outer sect disciples already knew Zhou Chu's trap from long ago and would naturally not be fooled. This arena by Zhou Chu was used to cajole new disciples. The new disciples had just obtained the she spirit pills, and with Zhou Chu opening an arena here thereafter, wasn't he simply waiting for them to suffer from their own actions? In Yi Qingtang's previous life, she saw many newly entered disciples being beaten up by Zhou Chu until they spat blood because of their greed. On the other hand, Zhou Chu used this to obtain a fair amount of she spirit pills from the new disciples. If not for the support of those she spirit pills, how was he able to climb up to the first 1,000 ranks? Yi Qingtang looked at the same trick that Zhou Chu had used in both her previous and current life and fell into a trance. She was also duped in her previous life and ended up spitting blood from being beaten by Zhou Chu, while the she spirit pills that were just handed to her were also snatched away by Zhou Chu. Senior brother Yun wants to give it a try. Yi Qingtang returned to her senses and turned to ask Yun Shu. Yun Shu was slightly taken aback and chuckled, I'm a little interested, but I'll take a look for the time being. Just as Yun Shu was hesitating, a person went up the arena a step ahead of him. Looking up, Yi Qingtang sneered in her heart. The first person who went up the arena was not anyone else but Lu Xiuan. I just need to receive 3 moves from you, and I can obtain a bottle of she spirit pill? Lu Xiuan stood on the arena arrogantly. After looking at Lu Xiuan, Zhou Chu flashed a friendly smile. That's right. I wonder what's this junior brother's name? Lu Xiuan replied, Lu Xiuan. Zhou Chu's face froze slightly. The purpose of setting up this arena was to trick those new disciples who did not know what was going on into losing the she spirit pills to him. However, he was not foolish as well. He had already asked around when the new disciples entered the sect. In this batch, there were 2 people with green spirit roots who were relatively skilled and born in renowned families. He did not expect that the first to go up the stage was actually Lu Xiuan. So it's junior brother Lu. I've long heard that you have amazing natural endowments, and now that I see you, it's indeed so. There's no need to continue this competition, Zhou Chu said smoothly and immediately handed a bottle of Shi Spirit Pill into Lu Ziyuan's hands. Treat this bottle of Shi Spirit Pill as a first meeting gift from me to Lu Junior brother. In the future, we will be martial brothers from the same sect. Zhou Chu was smart, Lu Xiuan was pretty skilled and also a formidable heavens royals. Establishing good relations with such a person was obviously the best choice. Seeing the Shi Spirit Pill being handed to him, Lu Xiuan did not say anything much and left the arena straight away. This sight made the other new disciples even more excited. "I'll do it." A new disciple hurriedly went up the arena as though he was deeply afraid that Zhou Chu would lose all the Shi Spirit Pills to others who went before him and not have any left to give him. Zhou Chu asked the other party's background as usual, but this time, he was not as amiable as he was to Lu Xiuan previously and directly started a match. Chapter 133. The new disciple also knew that he was definitely not Zhou Chu's opponent, but based on the fact that his own physique was not bad, he thought that no matter how poorly skilled he was, he would not be knocked out from 3 blows. Even if he were to sustain some injuries, he would still be able to forcefully hold out. This thought came across the minds of many new disciples. Logically, there was nothing wrong with this thought. Unless there was an extremely huge disparity between the two parties, it was almost impossible for one to knock out the other party in 3 moves. If Zhou Chu were an inner sect disciple, no one would dare to receive his punches, but since he was also in the outer sect, they believed that there was not too big of a gap in their abilities. Expectantly, the new disciple directed his energy and stood still as he waited to receive the 3 moves and take the Shi Spirit Pill. Zhou Chu looked full of smiles, but in reality, a force already gathered in his hands. He suddenly attacked, greeting the new disciple with his fist. Since the new disciple was to receive the attack, he could also strike a move to handle the attack as long as he could receive the next move. When the two of them exchanged blows, Zhou Chu landed a heavy punch straight on the other party's face, and that disciple immediately raised a hand to block the attack, receiving the first move. Although it was rather strenuous, joy riled up in the new disciple's heart. Indeed, receiving a few of Zhou Chu's moves was not tough. While the force of Zhou Chu's punch was very huge, he was not cunning in his attacks, so there should not be a problem in forcefully receiving the attacks. A while later, Zhou Chu struck a second move, and this was also safely received by the new disciple. The continuous 2 moves fell into the eyes of the onlookers. After seeing that Zhou Chu's moves were neither swift nor fierce, the new disciples who were still hesitant immediately let down their guard and clenched their fists in preparation to give it a try. Seeing the new disciples letting down their guards, Yi Qingtang silently shook her head from the side. Zhou Chu's trick was really effective. In the 3 moves, the most crucial one was the 3rd move. Zhou Chu struck and landed his 3rd move, which appeared exactly the same as the previous moves with the same speed that one could easily withstand. However, just when that new disciple raised his hand to receive the move and met Zhou Chu's fist, he could only feel a violent force like that of a fierce tiger running downhill, penetrating from the fist into his entire body. That force was extremely huge and was simply not what he could bear. Before he could return to his senses, his entire body was flung out from the huge force. Everyone thought that Zhou Chu's 3 moves were rather easy to receive, and no one would have thought that the new disciple would suddenly miss at the last move. With the disciple losing at the 3rd move, the fight was naturally over. That disciple held on his painful chest and looked up at Zhou Chu, who was fake smiling. Only he would know that the ordinary-looking 3rd move was utterly different from the 2 moves exchanged previously. Many new disciples around him still found it a pity, as they felt that he was so close to winning a bottle of Shi Spirit Pill. Now, not only did that new disciple not win the Shi Spirit Pill, he lost Shi Spirit Pill that he just obtained to Zhou Chu. It's really a pity, junior brother. Just a little more, and you could have received the 3rd move. Zhou Chu purposely sighed regrettably with an evil glint in his eyes as he held the Shi Spirit Pill he obtained. Amongst these new disciples, how many could withstand one punch from him? If he didn't go easy first, how else could he let this group of little bastards bear hope and come forward to gift him the Shi Spirit Pills one by one? Chapter 134. If Zhou Chu used all his force from the start, definitely no one would dare to go up. But with such a cover-up, the disciples would immediately think that they have a chance of winning. To catch a big fish, one must cast a long line. Zhou Chu was really skillful in using this strategy. Moreover, the new disciples were not old, 15, 16-year-olds were very easy to be duped. As expected, when the first new disciple lost a bottle of She Spirit pill, a few other new disciples went up successively. Those new disciples, without exception, did not have any energy to block Zhou Chu's third move. 1 or 2 times was a coincidence, but if so many people lost at the third move, it would be really dumb of those new disciples if they still did not realize anything fishy. In just a short while, Zhou Chu collected 5 to 6 bottles of She Spirit pills. Subtracting the bottle he gave to Lu Xiuan, he still gained quite a lot. Seeing as to how the remaining new disciples began to be more vigilant, Zhou Chu knew that no one else in this new batch would be fooled anymore. This senior brother Zhou is misbehaving. Yun Shu, who had already seen Zhou Chu's scheme, could not help but frown and feel unhappy. Yi Qingtang narrowed her eyes and looked at the dejected look of the disciples who lost their She Spirit pills as though she saw herself in her previous life. Having 2 bottles of She Spirit pills every month already was not ample enough. Now that 1 bottle was snatched away when they just received it, the remaining 1 bottle was simply not enough to support their consumption for a month. With such dissipation, the new disciples would definitely suffer a loss in their cultivation. Yi Qingtang suddenly turned around and replied to Yun Shu, "Senior brother Yun, let's play a round, should we?" Yun Shu was slightly taken aback and did not know what Yi Qingtang's words meant. Yi Qingtang quietly said a few words by Yun Shu's ears, and Yun Shu could not help but widen his eyes. On the arena, Zhou Chu waited for a while, and after realizing that no fishes were going to be baited anymore, he then prepared to stop. But just when Zhou Chu was about to leave, a small figure suddenly stepped up the arena. "Senior brother Zhou, can I give this a try?" A girl's voice, which had a slight hint of laughter, reverberated on the arena. Everyone's eyes were instantly fixed on the tiny figure on the arena. Zhou Chu paused in his tracks. Turning around, he saw a skinny, beautiful girl walking up the arena and was stunned. "How do I address you, junior sister?" Zhou Chu asked carefully. The new disciples had already clearly seen his scheme. How could there be such a foolish person to come knocking on his door? "I am Yi Qingtang," Yi Qingtang said with a smile. The caution in Zhou Chu's eyes vanished into thin air once Yi Qingtang said her name, and a scornful expression instantly appeared in his eyes. There was already a rumor that a girl with a red spirit root was selected amongst this batch of new disciples. This was a casual joke amongst them, and Zhou Chu would never have thought that the last to go up the arena would actually be the girl with an inferior red spirit root. He had seen people who courted death, but he had never seen someone who really wanted to court death. Those new disciples with yellow spirit roots were not even his opponent, yet this girl still wanted to challenge him. When Lu Xiuan, who was already ready to leave, saw Yi Qingtang going up the stage, he returned immediately and looked at her as though he was ready to watch a good show. Those new disciples were taken aback for a moment as well because of Yi Qingtang's appearance. Everyone felt that Yi Qingtang was definitely crazy. Otherwise, how would a girl with such a small red spirit root dare to enter the arena? Chapter 135, Oh. Does junior sister Yi wants to give it a try? How do you want to compete? Zhou Chu would naturally not let go of such a fat sheep. There was already no one going up the arena, and Yi Qingtang was the last person that he could trick. Of course, he had to properly greet her. Yi Qingtang calmly looked at the greed in Zhou Chu's eyes, and her lips curled up. Just now, senior brother Zhou said that I would win a bottle of She Spirit pills as long as I receive 3 moves. I think this bet seems pretty little. How about we bet on 4 bottles? Yi Qingtang said with a smile. Once her words were said, everyone around here was instantly dumbfounded. Is Yi Qingtang crazy? She actually wants to bet on 4 bottles of She Spirit pills with senior brother Zhou? Where would she get 4 bottles from? Those new disciples who went up the arena previously were extremely shocked when they saw Yi Qingtang's crazy act and only felt that Yi Qingtang had nothing better to do and was sending herself to death's door. However, there were also some bad-meaning disciples who lost their She Spirit pills who hoped that someone would be worse than them since they lost a bottle of She Spirit pill and were going to fall behind others in their cultivation. It so happened that Yi Qingtang's suggestion fulfilled their requirements. Similarly, Zhou Chu did not expect that the fat sheep that foolishly delivered herself to him would be so self-aware. He initially thought that he would end things by cheating one bottle. Who would have thought? Yi Qingtang actually came over to increase the bet, and this really made him happy. Junior sister Yi, don't say I'm bullying you. I can agree to your request, but I want to ask something. You, a new disciple, just entered the sect and received 2 bottles of she spirit pills in total. If you want to compete with me, you should show some sincerity, right? Yi Qingtang chuckled and immediately took out 4 bottles of she spirit pills from her arms. Once he saw those 4 bottles, Zhou Chu's eyes almost popped out. This girl really had 4 bottles. From a side, Yun Shu did not know whether to laugh or cry at Yi Qingtang's crazy act. Amongst the 4 bottles of she spirit pills in her hands, 2 of them were his. When Yi Qingtang asked him for his she spirit pills just now, Yun Shu was still a little hesitant. However, when he saw the girl's sincere look, Yun Shu could not bear to reject her. He already mentally prepared himself and treated it as going crazy with Yi Qingtang for once, so be it if she lost them all. While she spirit pills were precious, Yun Shu had a peaceful nature and was not too concerned. Everyone was quite surprised that Yi Qingtang could obtain 4 bottles of she spirit pills and were all curious where she got 2 additional bottles from. Only Lu Xiuan frowned slightly as his gaze landed on Yun Shu, who was smiling bitterly from a side. Seeing Yun Shu's behavior, Lu Xiuan already knew the background of the other 2 bottles and could not help but scoff in his heart. To think that he still thought of Yun Shu as his only competitor in the batch. Who would have thought that Yun Shu would be this foolish to give his she spirit pills to Yi Qingtang to play around with? Yet, coming to think of it, Lu Xiuan was satisfied. His abilities were comparable to Yun Shu's. If he could pull a gap between them the moment he entered the sect, it would naturally be the best. He had the confidence that he could leave Yun Shu behind with the advantage of these 2 bottles of she spirit pills. No one at the scene felt that Yi Qingtang was able to win. The new disciples were watching the good show while the old disciples quietly sighed. Lin Long walked past the arena, and while she did not intend to pay attention to it initially, she stopped in her tracks when she saw the tiny frame in the corner of her eyes. Chapter 136, It's Her? Lin Long's looked over the arena, and an unhappy expression emerged in her eyes when she saw Zhou Chu. She had heard some things about this arena as well, but she did not expect that Yi Qingtang, who appeared very calm, would actually look for trouble like others. Instinctively, she stood aside and watched on quietly. After confirming that Yi Qingtang had 4 bottles of she spirit pills, Zhou Chu almost struck immediately without warming up. The 4 additional bottles now would cover the quota given to them in 2 months. Sure. Since junior sister Yi is so sincere, I will accept it as your senior brother. After 3 moves, my 4 bottles of she spirit pills will be all yours if you can receive my moves, Zhou Chu said as he purposely feigned generosity and placed 4 bottles of she spirit pills aside. However, he was very clear that Yi Qingtang definitely did not have the ability to take away these 4 bottles and would have to give him 4 bottles instead. He was not afraid of Yi Qingtang going back on her words. Anyone in the arena in the sect must follow rules, and if anyone went back on their words, they would be punished once the news traveled into the warden's ears. Please take care of me, senior brother. Yi Qingtang cupped one hand in another, and she lowered her eyes as a sly look flashed across in her eyes. Zhou Chu nodded aloofly and focused on his breathing. This time, he did not intend to play the same trick and go easy on the first 2 moves. Anyway, no one would go up the arena after Yi Qingtang, and he obviously wanted to finish her as quickly as possible. Below the arena, an ominous feeling rose up within Yun Shu as he looked at Zhou Chu directing his energy. The method Zhou Chu used to direct his energy was extremely similar to the one he used in the 3rd method previously. Could it be that he wanted to finish Yi Qingtang in the first move? Yun Shu could not help but frown. Brother Yun, I'm afraid you'll be in deep waters because of Yi Qingtang. Lu Ziyuan's voice rang beside Yun Shu's ears. Yun Shu looked over and saw that Lu Xiuan actually came to his side since some time ago. Yi Qingtang has another 2 bottles of she spirit pills in her hands. Those should be yours, right? I know that Brother Yun is kind by nature, but there are some things that shouldn't be compromised so easily like this. You should have seen the outcome of all the other junior and senior brothers previously. How would Yi Qingtang be able to withstand 3 moves from senior brother Zhou? Yun Shu merely looked at him coldly without saying anything. Lu Xiuan was not too bothered, he merely wanted to watch the two of them embarrass themselves in front of him. On the arena, Zhou Chu had already gathered his force in his fists. With a sudden loud roar and a quick jump, he dashed for Yi Qingtang directly. Yi Qingtang remained rooted to the ground calmly as though she did not see Zhou Chu's incoming powerful punch. Everyone below the arena was already trembling in fear at the sight. Seeing how Yi Qingtang stood still without any intention to receive the move, they thought that Yi Qingtang was really seeking death and would be knocked out by Zhou Chu without even withstanding one move. However, just when Zhou Chu's punch was about to land on Yi Qingtang's face, Yi Qingtang suddenly bent down. The timing when she bent down was too ingenious. When Zhou Chu threw an extremely powerful punch, her small movement caused Zhou Chu to end up punching the air without warning. Zhou Chu was indeed a little dumbfounded when he punched the air. He clearly saw Yi Qingtang remaining still as though she was too stunned to move. How was it that this girl suddenly bent down and avoided his punch the moment he attacked? Chapter 137. Zhou Chu turned to look at Yi Qingtang and saw that she actually picked up a light, square handkerchief from the ground. I didn't notice that this handkerchief fell on the ground just now, Yi Qingtang said as she picked up the handkerchief and straightened herself smilingly. In that moment, everyone was muddled. The moment Zhou Chu threw out a punch, everyone knew that this sparring was over. Yi Qingtang was too slow-witted to receive his move. However, no one expected that at that critical moment, Yi Qingtang actually bent down and avoided the attack miraculously. And what made people more speechless was, she bent down only to pick the handkerchief on the ground. Her luck was a little too good. Everyone felt speechless instantly, and the tense strings in their hearts were suddenly loosened. Zhou Chu's imposing punch was dodged by Yi Qingtang so casually, and Zhou Chu's face turned blue in a moment as well. If Yi Qingtang did not have just a tiny red spirit root, Zhou Chu would have thought that she was purposely fooling around with him. Oh. Senior brother Zhou already threw out a move? I didn't notice. Yi Qingtang held the handkerchief and looked at Zhou Chu a little shockingly as though she just realized that Zhou Chu had already attacked. The corner of Zhou Chu's lips twitched, and he wished he could kill this girl who had it easy but was still acting innocent. There are still 2 moves then? Yi Qingtang asked with a smile. There are still 2 moves, indeed. Junior sister Yi should be more focused this time, Zhou Chu said while suppressing his grievance. Please go ahead, senior brother Zhou. Yi Qingtang smiled as she kept the small handkerchief. Zhou Chu did not rest for a moment and launched an attack at Yi Qingtang immediately. There was a slight change in expression in Yi Qingtang's eyes. At the moment when Zhou Chu attacked, Yi Qingtang used some mysterious footstep and spun on her heels, turning around. Just by raising her tiny wrist, she directly met with Zhou Chu's fist, which seemed like a careless graze but dispersed the force in Zhou Chu's fist invisibly. Yi Qingtang turned her palm over and pushed Zhou Chu, forcing him to fall forward again in the direction of the force of his punch. To others, this scene appeared as Yi Qingtang shifting her body in a panic. Moreover, the position where she raised her hand to block the move was incorrect as well. But, it was just these 2 movements that made Zhou Chu punch the air once again. He stumbled forward a few steps due to the force from his punch and almost fell. After barely regaining his balance, Zhou Chu was utterly confused. What happened? How did his punch suddenly become so weak and soft? Zhou Chu originally suspected whether Yi Qingtang played any tricks, but their interaction just now was only for a moment, and Yi Qingtang only raised his fist with her wrist without using any force. But what happened to him? The next move that he had already prepared could not be carried out due to the sudden and violent stumble. It so happened that Yi Qingtang weirdly dodged this second move. 2 successive failed moves caused Zhou Chu's expression to turn ugly. Other disciples did not react much and merely felt that Yi Qingtang was pretty lucky. Furthermore, Zhou Chu did not beat any other new disciples within 2 moves, though this point was overlooked by everyone. They only felt that Zhou Chu was purposely going easy. Only people as skilled as Yun Shu and Lu Xiuwen could tell that both of Zhou Chu's moves were intended to end the competition immediately. It was just that Yi Qingtang's receiving act was too strange, and one really could not tell whether it was because her luck was good or that Zhou Chu went easy on her. Chapter 138. The smile on Lu Xiuwen's face could not help but fall a little. Wanting to sense whether Yi Qingtang played any tricks, he narrowed his eyes, but he did not feel that there were any special moves after thinking over and over again. 2 out of 3 moves were over. Only 1 move was left, and then Yi Qingtang would win. This time, Zhou Chu did not dare to be careless as well. God knows why this annoying girl was so cursed. She obviously looked very weak. How could he not manage to hit her? Zhou Chu took a deep breath, refusing to believe in superstitions, and the eyes which he looked at Yi Qingtang with became increasingly stern. A seeming smile was still hung on Yi Qingtang's face. There's still 1 move left. Go ahead, senior brother Zhou, Yi Qingtang said with a smile. Zhou Chu scoffed. He suddenly walked forward and directed his energy, directly hitting Yi Qingtang without giving her any reaction time. A stern look flashed across her smiling eyes. At the moment when Zhou Chu dashed towards her, her hind foot backstepped a little, and she flipped her wrist. When Zhou Chu's punch was about to land, her hands suddenly held onto his fists, and using the impact of his punch, she threw him out directly. To others, all of this seemed like Zhou Chu slipped and was flung forward because his force was too violent. Zhou Chu put all his force into this punch, and if the punch had landed on Yi Qingtang, her bones would definitely be crushed. However, as Yi Qingtang flipped her wrist and dissolved the force, she directly transferred the energy onto Zhou Chu and sent him flying away. A large bang was heard. Zhou Chu was thrown onto the side of the arena with a heavy thud. The pain made his face pale and contorted in agony. The surrounding disciples were all dumbfounded. To them, the battle between Zhou Chu and Yi Qingtang simply looked like a joke. Yi Qingtang wanted to block Zhou Chu's attack, but unexpectedly, Zhou Chu did not stand stable himself and actually flew out. What the hell is this? Those new disciples that lost to Zhou Chu previously almost spat a mouthful of blood. Why did Zhou Chu not make so many mistakes when sparring with them? Why was there a series of problems when it became Yi Qingtang? Even if you thought that the little girl was good-looking, you should not be so obvious when going easy on her. Those who still hoped for Yi Qingtang to end up worse than them were all disappointed. Zhou Chu stood up unsteadily and held onto his painful chest as a buzzing sound rang in his head. Senior brother Zhou, you're too kind. I'll accept these 4 bottles of Shi spirit pills. Yi Qingtang beamed at the rather shabby-looking Zhou Chu. Before Zhou Chu managed to say something, she went straight to take the 4 bottles of Shi spirit pills that Zhou Chu had placed into her hands and kept it as though it was the logical thing to do. Zhou Chu watched with his own eyes as the 4 bottles of Shi spirit pills that he won previously was kept by Yi Qingtang. Instantly, his face turned extremely ugly, and he was so depressed he almost threw up blood. He had not managed to react to what happened previously. He only felt that after Yi Qingtang's touch, there seemed to be a force deviating the original track of his fist and he ended up throwing himself out. No one had expected that Yi Qingtang could actually receive Zhou Chu's 3 moves. Accurately speaking, Yi Qingtang did not even put in any effort. It was Zhou Chu who made successive mistakes which looked like he was intentionally going easy on her. No one knew that Zhou Chu was the one who was pissed to death. Chapter 139. Zhou Chu took out the 4 bottles of Shi spirit pills which he did not even plan to give Yi Qingtang, yet unexpectedly, he lost the bait along with the fish. Under everyone's watch, he could only concede. Not bad, junior sister Yi, Zhou Chu said as his lips twitched, and his face darkened to a shocking shade. In the outer sect, there were quite a few disciples who entered after Zhou Chu and once suffered a loss on this arena. Seeing as to how Zhou Chu lost 4 bottles of Shi spirit pills at one go, they were very satisfied as well. Simply not wanting to remain there any longer, Zhou Chu turned around and left with a dark face. Yi Qingtang looked at the 4 bottles of she spirit pills that she gained, and her lips curled up. She walked down the arena and to Yun Shu's side, stuffing the 4 bottles that she won from Zhou Chu into Yun Shu's hands. "What are you doing, junior sister?" Yun Shu asked, confused. He had not recovered from the shock of Yi Qingtang's victory and could not help but be a little muddle-headed when he saw 4 bottles of elixirs being stuffed into his hands in the blink of an eye. "I borrowed your 2 bottles of elixirs to go up the arena. Now that I've won, I'm just returning them to you with interest," Yi Qingtang beamed. This action fell into many eyes. Previously, quite a number of people were still curious where Yi Qingtang got 2 additional bottles of she spirit pills from, and they finally understood now. "No, I didn't go up the arena, and it's natural for you to keep this elixir yourself. I'll just take back my 2 original bottles." Yun Shu returned to his senses and was unwilling to gain such benefits without putting any effort. Moreover, he knew that Yi Qingtang's spirit root was not considered good and needed the she spirit pills more than him. Thus, he was unwilling to share a portion of her winnings. "If senior brother Yun doesn't accept, then he'll not find you for help in the future," Yi Qingtang purposely replied in a perplexed tone. Yun Shu opened his mouth and looked at Yi Qingtang's wronged expression, not knowing what to do, and could only forcefully accept it. "Thank you then, junior sister." In Lu Ziyuan's eyes, the interaction between Yun Shu and Yi Qingtang was extremely glaring. Initially, Lu Xiuan was still mocking Yun Shu for giving Yi Qingtang his elixirs as it would allow him to establish a greater gap between him and Yun Shu within a month. Lu Xiuan obtained an additional bottle from Zhou Chu and had 3 bottles of she spirit pills in total while Yun Shu would have none. Yet, unexpectedly, not only were the 2 bottles of she spirit pills that Yun Shu gave out returned to him, he even got 2 additional bottles from Yi Qingtang. In the end, it was Lu Xiuan who had 1 less bottle than Yun Shu instead. All his previous calculations fell out, and Lu Xiuan almost choked to death. The sarcasm on his face vanished into thin air immediately, and his expression was even darker than Zhou Chu, who left hurriedly. Without saying anything, he turned around and left, unwilling to spare both Yi Qingtang and Yun Shu another look. Yi Qingtang is indeed smart. Yun Shu seems to be the young master of Lu Yun family clan, and this act cozied up to him. She is really scheming. Most people were more or less unhappy as they saw that Yi Qingtang and Yun Shu gained 2 additional bottles of she spirit pills without doing anything. To them, it was obviously best to use the she spirit pills for themselves. However, Yun Shu's family background was outstanding and was indeed a person that one would want to win over. Thus, they had already conjectured the motive of Yi Qingtang's act. Yi Qingtang was not at all bothered by this. What had her kindness to a person got anything to do with their identity or background? It was simply her liking only. After observing from aside all along and witnessing the outcome of the competition, Lin Long showed a worried expression, though she silently left without saying anything. Chapter 140, She Spirit Pill was a good item, and obviously, the more of it, the better. However, Yi Qingtang would never maltreat those who had helped her in her previous life. Only she, who had experienced hell before, would understand vividly how precious the kindness of a timely assistance was. The sword faction was the main faction in the outer sect, and the outer sect warden was to teach Xianling sect's basic swordplays. After the warden taught the lessons, the disciples were to cultivate themselves, and the extent of improvement was all dependent on their own talent and diligence. In her previous life, Yi Qingtang stayed in the outer sect for many years, thus, she was already extremely familiar with the content of the lessons as if they were on the back of her hand. She was very clear that although the things taught in the outer sect were profound when compared to places outside sects, the real elite skills were concentrated in the inner sect. And only by entering the inner sect would one be able to reach higher attainment and cultivate more powerful skills. After experiencing everything in her past life, Yi Qingtang would not be negligent. The moment she finished listening to the lesson, she immediately headed for the training hall to practice her swordplay. Her current body was in a far better condition than the one in her previous life where she had to go through countless hardships and tribulations. Given her current condition, it was impossible for her to use the many cultivation techniques that she learned in her previous life. Moreover, she did not have a spirit root in the previous life and was utterly helpless at cultivations that used the spirit root. It could be said that she was completely a stranger to this aspect, thus, she had to cultivate even more diligently in this lifetime. However, after a few days of cultivation, Yi Qingtang did not plod on forcefully as well. To become powerful in the sect, one could not rely only on the lessons but had to personally fight for it. This method was to use the Xianming points. Xianming points could be exchanged for things to upgrade oneself like elixirs, martial technique scrolls, and usage of popular cultivation spots. Additionally, there was only one way of obtaining the points. That was by doing missions. The sect would appoint respective disciples at certain times to complete sect-appointed missions. After completing the mission, one would obtain the respective Xianming points. However, disciples who had just entered the sect for less than a month like Yi Qingtang would not be appointed to complete missions. Yi Qingtang really needed Xianming points, as she knew how important it was to upgrade herself. Hence, her goal was locked down. You want to go to the rewards pavilion? Yun Shu was a little stunned when he heard of Yi Qingtang's plan. The rewards pavilion would distribute some missions which were not forced on the disciples but completely based on the disciples' wish. If they wanted to earn Xianming points, they could accept the missions where there would be no punishment should they fail, and they were able to gain Xianming points should they succeed. According to the differing levels of difficulty, the reward of Xianming points varied. Simple missions would have lesser rewards, and one person could complete it independently, while higher difficulty missions would require disciples to form a group by themselves and complete it through teamwork. Previously, the outer sect elder had mentioned this, but no one took it to heart. The new disciples were still busy familiarizing themselves with everything in the outer sect then and did not have the energy to struggle with missions. Is it because you do not have enough Shi spirit pills already? I still have some with me, how about you take it first? Yun Shu did not completely approve of Yi Qingtang's strategy. These few days, he could tell that Yi Qingtang was more hardworking than any other disciple and felt her desire to become powerful. However, Yi Qingtang shook her head with a smile. Chapter 141, I still have Shi spirit pills. I just want to take a look there only, Yi Qingtang told a white lie, as she could tell that Yun Shu was very worried. Other disciples were still smug over obtaining Shi spirit pills, but Yi Qingtang was clearer than anyone that relying only on the Shi spirit pills was far from enough to stand out in the outer sect. At that point of time, Yi Yu had already become Yun Shao's sect master's disciple, and if Yi Qingtang was to progress so slowly, the gap between her and Yi Yu would only become bigger. At most a year. 1 year later, Yi Qingtang must pass the inner sect assessment, and only then would she be able to close the gap between her and Yi Yu. Really? Yun Shu looked at his junior sister, rather unconvinced. Yi Qingtang laughed innocently. Senior brother Yun, you think too highly of me already. What missions do you think you'll be able to take on given my current abilities? Yun Shu thought so as well and did not ask anything further. Since he still had to cultivate his swordplay, he did not accompany Yi Qingtang to the rewards pavilion. Yi Qingtang went to the outer sect's rewards pavilion alone. The outer sect's rewards pavilion was very broad and had 3 floors in total. All sorts of rewarding missions were distributed mostly on the first floor, while portraits of tyrants on the assassination roll was pasted all over the second floor. It was still considered early when Yi Qingtang came, and there were not many people in the rewards pavilion. Amongst those who came to either select missions or submit their completed missions on the 3rd floor, none of them noticed Yi Qingtang. Yi Qingtang took a look on the first floor. There were plenty of rewarding missions here, and one would not be able to finish browsing them even after a day. The missions in the rewards pavilion consisted of all kinds of strange things. From killing demonic beasts to seeking treasures, almost anything and everything was there. The lower corner of each mission indicated the number of Xianming points that would be awarded upon completion. Yi Qingtang picked a few missions which gave the highest rewards. Those few were particularly difficult, and the chance of succeeding would still be very low even with hundreds of elite disciples. Some missions with small rewards were suitable for one to complete independently, and Yi Qingtang took a look at them as well, but after weighing her options, she felt that it was not worth it. Most of those missions were quite some distance away from Xianling sect. Although they had a low level of difficulty and were not dangerous, after she took into account the distance to and fro, it would take at least half a month's time. Moreover, the number of Xianming points awarded were in single digits, so it was extremely not worthwhile. In the outer sect, exchanging a bottle of Shi spirit pills already required 15 Xianming points. Even if Yi Qingtang did solo missions non-stop for a month, she would only be able to exchange for one bottle at most to even hold up her cultivation. The cost and benefit were simply not proportional. In reality, solo missions were not only the ones on the first floor. On the second floor, mouth-watering number of Xianming points were stated on the bottom of every portrait on the huge assassination roll. The least was hundreds of points while the higher rewarding ones gave over thousands of points. However, those were not what the current Yi Qingtang could complete. Everyone on the assassination roll were extremely evil and violent. Furthermore, their skill surpassed everyone, and they had committed innumerable murders. Moreover, those people's whereabouts were not fixed, and it was not an easy thing to locate them. Such missions on the assassination roll were mostly accepted by the inner sect disciples, as the outer sect disciples simply were not powerful enough to deal with any one person on the assassination roll. After searching for a long time, Yi Qingtang only saw one mission to kill a level 4 demonic beast where the location was rather far, and the number of points awarded was barely a 2-digit number. When Yi Qingtang was about to calculate whether it was worth it or not, a figure suddenly appeared outside the entrance of the rewards pavilion. Chapter 142. Zhou Chu had been in a terribly foul mood these few days. After losing 4 bottles of Shi spirit pills to Yi Qingtang in front of everyone, he was ridiculed by quite a few senior and junior brothers. In the many years that he set up the arena, it was still Zhou Chu's first time losing big time to a new disciple. Losing 4 bottles of Shi spirit pills at once plus the bottle he gave Lu Xiuan, he barely profited from the new disciples this year. How were the additional 2 to 3 bottles enough for him to make it through this year? Zhou Chu knew that his natural endowment was not outstanding enough, thus, he squeezed his brain juice to use dishonest means and obtain Shi spirit pills in order to support himself in ranking in the first 1,000 in the outer sect. However, he did not expect to meet such a cursed Yi Qingtang this year who messed up all his plans. Helpless, Zhou Chu could only head to the rewards pavilion in search of suitable missions for him to exchange for a few bottles of Shi spirit pills in order to obtain enough spirit pills to support his cultivation. However, never in a million years would Zhou Chu expect that the moment he stepped into the rewards pavilion, he would actually see Yi Qingtang. All the grievance from these few days flooded his mind immediately, and a dangerous look flashed across his eyes. What a coincidence, junior sister Yi. I didn't expect to run into you here. Yi Qingtang heard this and turned around immediately. Looking up, she saw that a devious-looking Zhou Chu had already stood behind her. Senior brother Zhou, Yi Qingtang addressed generously. Zhou Chu clenched his teeth secretly and was even more annoyed when he looked at an unafraid Yi Qingtang. If it were not for Yi Qingtang, how would he have lost so many Shi spirit pills? How would he, then, be here to search for missions? A plan suddenly formed in his mind, and he laughed while looking at Yi Qingtang. Good thing you're here, junior sister Yi. I was going to look for you just now. You're looking for me? Yi Qingtang raised her brows and continued. Is there anything you need me for? Zhou Chu laughed. Of course, there is a reason why I wanted to look for you. You performed pretty well on the arena a few days ago, and I am very grateful. However, junior sister Yi seemed to forget something, thus, I am here to remind you. Oh. What did I forget? Yi Qingtang looked at Zhou Chu calmly. A sharp, cold light shone across Zhou Chu's eyes though he wore a solemn expression. I started the arena that day to be able to learn from fellow disciples and allowed new disciples like you all to participate since you all were interested. However, I personally guided you so painstakingly. Did you forget that you should give me some remuneration? Yi Qingtang narrowed her eyes. She was aware that Zhou Chu was narrow-minded but did not think that. She had seen a shameless person before but had never seen such a shameless person. Zhou Chu was not resigned to the fact that she won the Shi spirit pills and actually thought of such an excuse to get some back. Remuneration? I don't remember senior brother saying about any remuneration, Yi Qingtang said calmly. Suddenly, Zhou Chu's face darkened, and the smile on his face slowly faded. He scoffed, "Junior Sister Yi, you just entered our sect and may still be unclear of the sect's rules. When an old disciple gives guidance to a new disciple, remuneration is required. It is still so even if this were to travel into the ears of the wardens." Chapter 143. There was indeed such a rule in all the sects. Should new disciples ask senior brothers and sisters for guidance, they could set a certain remuneration in exchange for a little teaching. However, how was Zhou Chu giving guidance? It was clearly an arena he set up, yet he shamelessly worded it so nicely now. Ultimately, he found such an excuse only because he was frustrated over losing the Shi spirit pills to Yi Qingtang. At that point, there were significantly fewer people in the rewards pavilion. In the wide first floor, only Yi Qingtang and Zhou Chu remained. With the warden in charge of the missions currently on the third floor, no one could say anything even if Zhou Chu were to act arrogantly. "Junior Sister Yi, I gave you guidance so kindly. It cannot be that you don't even know about such manners?" Yi Qingtang narrowed her eyes, and a smile extended on her lips. Lifting her chin slightly, she swept a look across Zhou Chu's greedy face and said, "I wonder what kind of remuneration does senior brother Zhou want?" Zhou Chu was rather satisfied at Yi Qingtang's sensibility and said immediately, "You are a new disciple and don't have anything else. I showed you the directions for 3 moves, and according to our initial betting chip on the arena, each move is worth 4 bottles of Shi spirit pills. I gave you guidance for 3 moves, so logically, you should give me 12 bottles of Shi spirit pills." 12 bottles of Shi spirit pills? Zhou Chu really had a large appetite. Yi Qingtang scoffed, 12 bottles of Shi spirit pills. "Are you joking, senior brother Zhou? How would I have 12 bottles of Shi spirit pills?" Zhou Chu replied, "With the 4 bottles that you took out previously plus the ones I gave you, that will be 8 bottles. I am also not a heartless person. You just need to return me 7 bottles first, and you can return the remaining 5 bottles over 5 months with 1 bottle per month. Rest assured, I will leave 1 bottle for you to use yourself every month." Zhou Chu feigned magnanimous as though leaving 1 bottle for Yi Qingtang every month was already the greatest favor. The smile on Yi Qingtang's lips deepened, though the smile never reached her eyes. An evil expression faintly radiated in her eyes. "Senior brother Zhou, I am not an insensible person. However, if you want remuneration, you should show me some real abilities at the bare minimum. With just that little skill where I received the 3 moves on the arena, I'm afraid I'm unwilling to give you any." Zhou Chu initially thought that Yi Qingtang would obey wisely and did not think that she would twist her words. The smile on his face stiffened, and his sinister eyes narrowed. "Know what is good for you, Yi Qingtang. I can't even be bothered when others want me to give them guidance for even a move. Now that you made such a huge gain, you still want to deny it?" As he said, he clenched his fists which were hanging by his side, making a crisp sound which seemed like a threaten. Yi Qingtang glanced over Zhou Chu's fist, and her eyes turned cold. "Senior brother Zhou, courtesy demands reciprocity. If you can receive 3 moves from me, they'll acknowledge your previous guidance. Not only will I pay you the remuneration for the previous 3 moves, but I'll also add on another 12 bottles. How about it?" Yi Qingtang said smilingly. Zhou Chu was taken aback instantly. The initial dissatisfaction was replaced by shock at this instant. Receive 3 moves from her? Was Yi Qingtang a fool? At that instant, Zhou Chu really wanted to laugh. He merely wanted to get back what was his with interest and asked for 12 bottles of Shi spirit pills. How would he have thought that Yi Qingtang actually sought death herself and doubled the number of Shi spirit pills? Chapter 144. No problem, Zhou Chu agreed immediately. He mocked Yi Qingtang for being foolish in his heart. Did she really think that she was more powerful than him now just because she got lucky and received his 3 moves? Zhou Chu's ranking as the first 1000 in the outer sect was not fake. He was confident in sparring with new disciples with green spirit roots like Lu Xiuan, much less a red spirit root disciple like Yi Qingtang. A cold murderous look flashed across Yi Qingtang's eyes as she saw Zhou Chu's confident expression. Looking down slightly, she hid away all emotion in her eyes. Then, may senior brother Zhou receive my moves. At that point, the rewards pavilion was empty, and they had no other scruple while exchanging blows. Zhou Chu was full of confidence, and the arrogance in his eyes could not be hidden at all. He waved to Yi Qingtang nonchalantly and said, "Come on, junior sister Yi." Yi Qingtang's lips curled up. In the very next instant when Zhou Chu finished his sentence, she suddenly disappeared before Zhou Chu's eyes. Suddenly, Zhou Chu lost sight of Yi Qingtang, and the arrogant smile on Zhou Chu's face froze instantly. In the next second, Yi Qingtang suddenly appeared behind Zhou Chu, and a cold light flashed across the bottom of her eyes. At that very moment, Yi Qingtang suddenly raised her leg, and with a jump, she directly landed a heavy kick on Zhou Chu's temple. Zhou Chu simply had no time to react and only felt an extreme pain surging from within his brain. Under this pain, his tough physique could not withstand that blow, and he was kicked dumb. His mind buzzed, and his vision was blurred, rendering him unable to see anything. "Senior brother Zhou, this is the first move." Yi Qingtang's voice sounded like that of a devil's which traveled from behind him. Zhou Chu's head seemed as though it was going to explode. The force in that kick just now was not at all inferior to any boxing cultivators and completely not what a 15-year-old girl should possess. However, this was not the end yet. Only one move was over in the agreed 3 moves. Yi Qingtang stood still and looked at Zhou Chu hugging his head without any pity. Suddenly, she took a step forward. Zhou Chu seemed to sense something at that point and straightened himself, wanting to block Yi Qingtang's oncoming attack with his fists. However, Yi Qingtang did not launch a sudden attack this time and merely smiled as she looked at Zhou Chu's miserable look. Zhou Chu was not born gifted, yet he forcefully developed himself to where he was today. Clearly, he was not someone that could be easily bullied. If Yi Qingtang wanted to teach him a lesson, it must obviously be under the pretext of ensuring her own safety. "Senior brother Zhou, the second move is next," Yi Qingtang said with a slight smile. Zhou Chu could not be bothered with the ringing pain in his brain and forced himself to raise his head, wanting to catch Yi Qingtang in action. However, he was still a step slower. The moment he looked up, Yi Qingtang rushed to his front at the speed of light, and her tiny figure appeared right in front of him directly. Zhou Chu only managed to look down at Yi Qingtang's outstanding features. What entered his eyes was a smile, with indescribable evilness, which bloomed on her face. It was also at the moment Yi Qingtang smiled when she gave a flying kick right across which violently landed on Zhou Chu's lower jaw. This kick had Zhou Chu flying out immediately.